The heat pressed down on him like a weight, the sun duller than he remembered but still fierce enough to blur his thoughts. His body was failing 3 days without food, 2 without water. This wasn't weakness anymore. It was the slow unraveling of life itself. His mind flickered with scenes slipping away. A rowboat snapping free from a crumbling dock, the current carrying it downstream while a child watched helplessly from the bow. Or a balloon untethered, rising lazily as figures below shrank into specks of panic. Then the visions dissolved, replaced by words odd, since words had never mattered before. But now, with death close, he needed to know which ones defined him. Man or boy, the world couldn't decide. Old enough for war, too young for a beer. Brave or coward. Unhinged or just broken? Unhinged, what did that even mean? Were people supposed to be doors, swinging open for whatever passed through? The thought almost made him laugh, but his throat was too dry. He swatted at the air, annoyed. He sounded like some stoned kid rambling nonsense, which not long ago he had been. His knees hit the sand, the heat just shy of unbearable but somehow comforting against his chilled skin. Collapsing face first, he knew with absolute certainty, if he let his eyes close now, they'd never open again. But exhaustion won. More tired than anyone had ever been, he surrendered. The divide between hope and despair wasn't metaphorical, it was a literal crack in the road. Hope's side was smooth black asphalt, freshly laid. Despair's was patchwork gravel, cheap and uneven. A rubberized seam separated them, an inch wide, no man's land. Jack Reacher stepped over it without breaking stride, barely registering the line. But later, he'd remember it perfectly. Colorado wasn't part of the plan, just a detour after Kansas. Reacher was tracing a diagonal across the country, from the damp Atlantic edge of Maine to San Diego's dry Pacific sprawl. He hitchhiked when he could, walked when he had to. That morning, no rides were headed west out of hope toward despair, a fact that should have nagged at him but didn't. The retired button salesman's Mercury had dropped him in hope. Now his boots carried him forward. His route was supposed to our southwest toward New Mexico, but despair had other ideas. And Reacher, though he didn't know it yet, was walking straight into them. Reacher wasn't one to stick rigidly to an itinerary, and the Grand Marquis had been a smooth ride. The elderly driver had been set on Hope 3 grandkids waiting there before he'd continue to Denver for 4 more. Reacher had listened to the man's stories about birthday parties and school plays, deciding a zigzag route west and then south wasn't so bad. 2 sides of a triangle might even be more interesting than a straight shot. Then, in hope, he'd unfolded a map and spotted despair just 17 miles farther. The name alone hooked him. He'd taken detours like that before, not on roads, but in life. Now, with the chance right there, why not? The highway between the towns stretched straight and narrow, climbing just enough to make the Rockies seem deceptively close. Eastern Colorado sprawled flat as a pancake, nothing like the jagged peaks looming ahead. Then, cresting a barely there hill, Reacher stopped cold. He finally got it why one town was hope, the other despair. Pioneers pushing west a century and a half ago would have paused in hope, thinking the mountains were almost within reach. But after resting, they'd have crested this same rise only to realize the Rockies had played a trick on them. What looked close was just an illusion, the peak still impossibly far across endless plains. A brutal letdown after days or weeks of grinding forward. Reacher left the road, boots crunching on dry earth until he reached a flat boulder the size of a sedan. He hoisted himself up, stretched out with his hands behind his head, and studied the sky pale blue, streaked with wispy clouds, maybe old jet trails from overnight flights. Years ago, he might have lit a cigarette to kill time. Not anymore. Carrying even that much felt like unnecessary weight. His pockets held just cash, an expired passport, a bank card, and a foldable toothbrush. No extras, no stashed belongings. Everything he owned was on him, and that was plenty. Standing on the rock, he scanned the horizon. Behind him, Hope sat in a shallow basin, its cluster of brick buildings and scattered farms softened by haze. Ahead, despair was harder to make out, swallowed by thicker air and distance. The land between them stretched vast and empty, a reminder of how far some journeys really were. The town stretched out before him, bigger than Hope, but just as bleak a teardrop-shaped sprawl, with a tired downtown clustered south of the main road and a hazy industrial stretch beyond. Where Hope had felt warm and faded, this place was all sharp edges and gray skies, like it had been designed to keep people out. For half a second, Reacher thought about turning back, cutting south from Hope instead. But the idea died before it even took shape. Backtracking wasn't his style. Forward was the only direction he knew. Later, he'd kick himself for that stubbornness. He dropped down from the rock and hit the road again, 20 yards west of where he'd left it. Long strides, steady pace, just over 3 miles an hour, keeping to the left side, facing traffic. Not that there was any. The road was empty in both directions. No cars, no trucks, not even the distant hum of an engine. It was strange, but not enough to slow him down. 17 miles was nothing. He shoved his hair back, adjusted his shirt, and kept moving. The town's outskirts greeted him with a weedy lot where some forgotten project had stalled decades ago. Next came a boarded-up motel, its vacancy sign rusted into silence. Across the street, a gas station hunched under the weight of 2 ancient pumps. No nostalgic charm here, just outdated equipment in a dingy shack and back, its window crammed with oil bottles stacked like a pyramid. Reacher stepped inside. The air was thick with creosote and sawdust. Behind the counter, a guy in grease-stained overalls eyed him. "Coffee?" Reacher asked. "This is a gas station," the guy said flatly. "Gas stations sell coffee," Reacher countered. "And water. And soda. Not this one. Just gas and oil. If you're buying. Anywhere in town to get coffee? There's a diner. Only one. Only one we need." Reacher ducked back outside. 100 yards down, sidewalks appeared, and the road officially became Main Street. The first building was a grim brick cube, 3 stories of faded ambition. Through the dusty windows, he could make out bolts of fabric and cheap plastic goods. The next buildings were clones of the first, block after block of them, squatting south of Main, like they'd been stamped from the same mold. It felt less like the West, and more like some forgotten factory town, back east, all hard lines and no charm. No Hollywood glow here. If anything, it looked like someone had gone out of their way to make it uglier than necessary. A few beat-up sedans and pickups crawled down the street, none younger than 3 years old. The sidewalks were nearly empty, just a handful of people moving slow under the weight of the place. Reacher took a left at random, scanning the streets for the diner he'd been told about. He wandered through a dozen blocks, passing a corner market, a barber shop with a striped pole, a dimly lit dive bar, and a rundown boarding house before spotting the place. It occupied the entire first floor of another nondescript brick building, tall ceilings, massive windows stretching from floor to ceiling, like it might have been a car dealership in another life. The floor was checkered tile, the tables and chairs simple dark wood, the air thick with the scent of overcooked greens. Near the entrance stood a host stand with a "Please wait to be seated" sign propped on a short brass pole. He'd seen that exact sign 1,000 times before. From one coast to the other, same font, same colors, probably mass-produced by some factory cranking them out by the truckload. He lingered by the stand, watching. 11 customers sat scattered around 3 couples, a trio, and 2 solo diners. One waitress handled the whole room. No host, no manager in sight. Not unusual. He knew the drill. Any second now, she'd glance his way. Give him a quick nod, "I see you. Hang tight," then finish taking an order or delivering a plate before hustling over with a menu. Except she didn't. She looked at him, held his gaze just a beat too long, then turned away. No nod, no acknowledgement. Just deliberate indifference. She wasn't even busy, her tables were settled, coffees topped off before they'd even been sipped. She moved in slow circles, pretending to check on people who didn't need checking. Reacher glanced at the door, checking for a closed sign. Nothing. He checked his reflection: gray work pants, gray shirt, both sturdy and clean, bought cheap from a janitor supply store in Kansas. Hair short, face shaved, nothing out of place. So why the freeze out? The other diners were staring now, one by one, sizing him up before looking away. The waitress made another lap, eyes skipping right past him. Fine. He stepped around the sign, picked a 4-top, and sat down. The scrape of his chair against the tile echoed in the sudden quiet. The waitress watched, then vanished into the kitchen. She didn't come back. Silence settled over the room. No chatter, just the clink of forks on plates, the wet smack of chewing, the tap of coffee cups hitting saucers. Small sounds, but in that hollow space they roared. 10 minutes crawled by. Then brakes squealed outside. A battered crew cab pickup jerked to a stop at the curb. 4 men climbed out, huddled for a second, then pushed through the door. They paused, scanned the room, and locked onto him. The 4 men made a beeline for Reacher's table. 3 of them dropped into the empty chairs, while the 4th planted himself at the head, cutting off any chance of an easy exit. They weren't small guys. The shortest was pushing 6 feet, and the leanest still carried over 200 pounds. Their hands were rough, knuckles swollen from too many fights, forearms corded with muscle. A couple had crooked noses, and none of them had a full set of teeth. Their skin had a sickly pallor, grime settled into the creases, like they hadn't seen soap in weeks. Dressed in faded work shirts with sleeves rolled up, they looked like they'd just walked out of a brawl or were about to start one. "I'm not in the mood for company," Reacher said. "I eat alone." The guy blocking his way, the biggest of the bunch, leaned in. "You won't be eating here at all." Reacher raised an eyebrow. "That's so." "Not in this place." "Heard it's the only diner in town." "It is." "Then I guess I'm staying." "You're leaving." Reacher tilted his head. "Why's that?" "We don't like outsiders." "Funny," Reacher said. "Neither do I. But a man's gotta eat, unless he wants to end up looking as run down as you 4. The big guy's jaw tightened. "Real funny. Just stating facts." Reacher rested his arms on the table. He had size on them, height, weight, and a lifetime of experience they couldn't match. But 4 against 1? The math wasn't ideal. Still, backing down wasn't in his nature. "You're not welcome here," the guy said. Reacher shrugged. "And I don't care what you want. You won't get served. Then order for me." "And then what?" "Then I'll take your food." The big guy's face darkened. "You've got a smart mouth. Time to go." Reacher leaned back. "You got names?" "None you need to know. Now move. If you want me gone, I'll hear it from the owner. Not you." The big guy jerked his chin toward one of his buddies, who shoved back his chair and disappeared into the kitchen. A minute later, he returned with a man in a grease-stained apron, wiping his hands on a dish rag. The owner didn't look concerned, just annoyed. "I want you out," he said flatly. Reacher didn't budge. "Why?" "Don't need a reason." "You the owner?" "Yeah." Reacher nodded. "I'll leave after coffee." "You'll leave now?" "Black. No sugar." The owner hesitated, then sighed and trudged back to the kitchen. Soon, a waitress emerged with a cup rattling on a saucer. She slammed it down, coffee sloshing over the rim. "Enjoy," she muttered. Reacher lifted the cup, wiped the base on his sleeve, then poured the spilled coffee back in. He took a slow sip. Not the best, watery, a little overbrewed, but decent for a roadside diner. Better than some, worse than others. He set the cup down and waited. The room was quiet, tension thick in the air. The coffee cup sat awkwardly on the table, its thick rim making the drink lose heat too quickly. It was one of those cheap diner mugs, wide, shallow, and practically designed to ruin a decent cup of coffee. Reacher wasn't picky about dishware, but he believed in function over form. The four men hovering around him had shifted positions. Two now stood, while the others remained seated. He ignored them, sipping slowly at first, then gulping the last of the lukewarm brew before setting the empty cup down with deliberate precision. Sliding it to the center of the table, he suddenly reached for his pocket. The men flinched. Instead of a weapon, he pulled out a crumpled dollar bill, smoothed it, and tucked it under the saucer. "Let's go," he said. The guy blocking his path stepped aside. Reacher pushed his chair back, stood, and adjusted it neatly before heading for the exit. 11 pairs of eyes tracked his movement. Behind him, the heavy tread of boots on tile signaled the four men falling into line. The diner fell silent as they passed the register and stepped outside. Sunlight cut through the crisp air, casting sharp shadows across the sidewalk. The concrete slabs were divided by narrow seams of tar, worn smooth by years of foot traffic. Reacher took 4 measured steps past a rusted pickup before stopping, and turning to face them, the sun, at his back now, blinding his opponents. The leader spoke first. "Time for you to leave." Reacher tilted his head. "I already did." "Out of town," the man clarified. Reacher stayed silent. "Take a left, walk 4 blocks to Main. Turn whichever way you want, just keep walking." Reacher smirked. "You still do that here? Run people out like it's the Wild West?" "You bet we do. Mind telling me why?" "Don't owe you an explanation." Reacher shrugged. "I just got here. And I'm staying." One of the men, a rough-looking guy with a crooked nose and missing teeth, rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward. Reacher sized him up thick wrists, closer to lumber than a garden hose. "Not weak, but not unbeatable." "You're making a mistake," Reacher said. The leader scoffed. "You think?" Reacher nodded. "My mother made me promise always give people a chance to walk away." "What, you some kind of mama's boy?" "She believed in fair fights." 4 against 1 doesn't seem fair. Reacher's hands hung loose at his sides, fingers slightly curled. He could feel the rough concrete beneath his shoes, the grit of years baked into the surface. Slowly, he raised his left hand, palm out, fingers folded. The men tensed. Eyes locked on it. Was he hiding something? Then, in one fluid motion, he flicked his fingers open, nothing there, and pivoted, driving his right fist upward in a brutal arc. The punch connected with the advancing man's jaw, snapping his mouth shut and lifting him clean off his feet. He crumpled to the sidewalk like a sack of bricks, out cold, before he hit the ground. Reacher flexed his fingers. Now it's 3 against 1. The remaining men exchanged glances. They weren't complete idiots, but they weren't backing down either. The 3 men recovered quickly, fanning out in a defensive arc with their fists raised. Reacher kept his stance loose, his voice calm. "Last chance to walk away," he said. The loudmouth in the group sneered. "You got a lucky shot in. Only amateurs get caught off guard. Won't happen again." Reacher stayed silent. The guy jabbed a finger at him. "Get lost. You really think you can take all 3 of us? Test me." "Not happening. Not after that." Reacher shrugged. "Maybe you're right. Maybe one of you stays standing long enough to land a hit. Question is which one?" He scanned their faces. "You really want to roll those dice? One of you ends up carrying the other 2 to the ER. That worth it just to run me out of town?" Silence. Reacher calculated his next moves: a sharp kick to the nearest guy's ribs, pivot into an elbow strike to the next, duck the wild swing from the third. Simple. The real challenge would be holding back enough to avoid turning this into a murder case. Beyond the trio, the town carried on like nothing was happening. People strolling down the sidewalk, cars rolling through intersections. Then a white and gold Crown Vic blew through a stop sign, lights flashing. Despair PD. The officer inside was built like a linebacker, his tan uniform stretched tight over broad shoulders. He stepped out, racking a shotgun as he moved. "Behind you," Reacher said, not taking his eyes off the 3 men. "Cops are here." The officer took in the scene, 3 guys circling one, and didn't need a detective's badge to figure it out. "Back off," he ordered, voice like gravel. The trio shuffled aside, putting the cop between them and Reacher. Then the barrel of the shotgun swung toward Reacher's chest. "You're under arrest." Reacher didn't flinch. "For what?" "I'll come up with something." The cop freed one hand to grab his cuffs, but instead of using them himself, he tossed them to one of the guys behind him. Reacher raised an eyebrow. "These guys sworn in. Would it matter?" "To them, yeah. Lay hands on me without cause, and they leave in a cast." "Every one of 'em's deputized," the cop said. "Especially the one you knocked out earlier. Self-defense. Tell it to the judge." The guy behind Reacher yanked his arms back, the cuffs clicking shut. The officer who'd been doing most of the talking swung open the back door of the cruiser and held it like a valet at a fancy restaurant. "Get in," he ordered. Reacher didn't move right away, weighing his choices, not that there were many. His wrists were cuffed, one cop stood in front of him, another lurked behind, and 2 more lingered just beyond. The shotgun in the officer's grip was a Mossberg. Reacher didn't know the exact model, but he knew enough to take it seriously. "Now," the cop repeated. Reacher stepped forward, pivoted awkwardly, and slid into the back seat. The vinyl upholstery was slick, and his boots scraped against the textured rubber floor. A thick plastic partition separated him from the front. He wedged his feet into the footwells, bracing himself, not easy with his hands locked behind his back. The cop climbed into the driver's seat, the car dipping under his weight. He holstered the shotgun, slammed his door, and hit the gas hard enough to throw Reacher back against the seat. A sharp stop at the first intersection sent him lurching forward, his shoulder smacking the divider. The cop did it again at the next stop sign, and the next. Reacher didn't complain. He'd done the same thing back in the day when he was the one behind the wheel. The station wasn't far, just 4 blocks west and 2 south of the diner. A plain brick building with a wide street out front, angled parking, and only one other squad car. Small town, small force. The ground floor was for patrol, the court upstairs, and Reacher guessed the holding cells were downstairs. Booking was quick. No point resisting. He wasn't about to make a run for it in a town where the nearest county line was a long walk away. The desk officer looked like a younger version of the arresting cop, same build, same face. Reacher handed over his pocket contents and shoelaces before being led down a narrow staircase to a 6x8 cell with bars that had seen too many coats of paint. "Lawyer?" Reacher asked. "You know any?" The desk guy shot back. "Public defender's fine." The guy nodded, locked the gate, and left. The cell block was empty except for Reacher 3 cells, a dim corridor, no windows. His cell had an iron cot bolted to the wall and a stainless steel toilet sink combo. The ceiling lights buzzed behind wire cages. He ran his knuckles under cold water sore, but nothing broken, then stretched out on the cot and shut his eyes. Welcome to despair, he thought. 6 hours later, the arresting cop rattled down the stairs and jangled the keys. "Judge is ready," he said. Reacher yawned. "Still waiting on my lawyer." "Take it up with the court," the cop said. "Not my problem." "What kind of backwoods operation is this?" "The kind that's worked just fine for us." "Think I'll stay put? Or I could invite your buddies down here for a chat." "Save yourself the trip and send them straight to the ER. Or I could cuff you first. You planning to tie me to the bed? Think you could handle it alone? I've got a taser if things get interesting." "You live around here?" "Why, maybe I'll drop by sometime. Wouldn't bet on it." The officer stood motionless, waiting. Reacher exhaled and swung his legs off the cot, pushing himself up with a grunt. Without laces, his boots flopped awkwardly as he moved. He had to curl his toes to keep them from sliding off entirely while climbing the stairs. Past the front desk, he followed the cop up a wider, more polished staircase. At the top stood a set of heavy wooden doors, shut tight. A brass plaque beside them read, "Municipal Courthouse." The cop nudged the left door open and motioned him inside. The courtroom was all dark wood polished benches, a jury box, a raised judge's platform. American and Colorado state flags hung behind the bench, their colors muted under a thin layer of dust. The air smelled stale, like old paperwork and floor wax. Empty, the room amplified every sound. The cop led him past the railing and pointed to the defendant's table before taking his own seat across the aisle. They waited in silence until a side door creaked open. A man in an ill-fitting suit shuffled in, and the cop barked, "All rise." Reacher stayed put. The judge, white-haired, thick around the middle, climbed the steps to his bench and settled in with a sigh. He adjusted a legal pad, clicked a pen, and eyed Reacher. "Name?" "You skipped the Miranda warning," Reacher said. "This isn't a trial," the judge replied. "No charges. Just a hearing." "For what?" "Administrative. Answer the question." Reacher leaned back. "Jack Reacher." "No middle name." The judge scribbled it down, then ran through the basics: birth date, social, citizenship. "Address?" "Don't have one." "Occupation?" "Unemployed." "Why are you in despair?" "Sightseeing." The judge's pen paused. "How do you plan to fund this tour?" Reacher smirked. "Didn't realize I'd need a trust fund for a town this size." "Answer properly." "I've got savings." The judge tapped his notes, backtracking. "Last address." Apo bucks. Military. 13 years. MP. Major. And nothing since. Nothing permanent. The judge marked his page with deliberate strokes. You haven't worked in a decade? Didn't need to. A major's pension must be tight. Reacher shrugged. I get by. Another heavy checkmark hit the paper. The judge's expression didn't change, but his pen dug deeper this time. The officer tapped his pen against the clipboard. So where'd you sleep last night? Hope, Reacher answered. Some roadside motel. You left your things there. Didn't bring any. Another check mark scratched onto the paper. You hiked all the way here. Yep. No rides. No bus. None to take. The man frowned. But why here? Reacher shrugged. Sounded like a nice place to see. Tourism? The officer scoffed. Nobody just visits despair. Guess I'm the first. The pen hovered before another mark was made. You find that funny? Just honest. The officer flipped through his notes, scanning each line before finally sighing. Look, we've got ordinances here. You're in violation. Of what? Vagrancy. Reacher raised an eyebrow. That's still a thing. Sure is. No fixed address, no steady work, you fit the bill. Last I checked, moving around wasn't a crime. Maybe not where you're from. The officer leaned back. But here, we like things orderly. Reacher crossed his arms. So what's the penalty? 30 days. Or you walk out now and don't come back. The cop led him downstairs, returning his cash, passport, and even his toothbrush, nothing missing. As Reacher laced up his boots, the officer rested a hand on his holster. Cars outside. The evening air was crisp, the sky fading to dusk. The cruiser idled at the curb, ready to go. Back seat, the cop ordered. Reacher slid in, stretching out like he owned the place. The cop gripped the doorframe. We're not joking around. Come back and you'll sit in that cell for a month. Or worse. Reacher smirked. You always this friendly? Just making sure we understand each other. The engine growled as they pulled away. 6 blocks to Main Street. Reacher watched the road ahead. Left means forward. Right means backtracking. He hated backtracking. At the intersection, the cruiser slowed. The turn signal clicked. Right. Back to Hope. Reacher's jaw tightened. Forward was the only direction he liked. The cruiser eased through every intersection, the officer tapping the brakes before scanning left and right, then rolling forward with deliberate caution. When he reached Main Street, the car came to a full stop. A beep passed. Then the engine growled as he pressed the accelerator, turning the wheel sharply to the right, heading east, back toward Hope. Reacher watched the town's worn-out landmarks drift by the general store, the gas station with its flickering neon sign, the boarded-up motel, the empty lot choked with weeds. The car picked up speed, settling at a steady 60, tires humming over the uneven pavement. Loose gravel pinged against the undercarriage, skittering off into the dust. 12 minutes later, the cruiser slowed to a stop. The cop stepped out, resting a hand on his holstered sidearm before yanking Reacher's door open. Out, he ordered. Reacher planted his boots on the ground, feeling the crunch of despair's dirt beneath his soles. The cop jerked his thumb toward the darkened east. That way, he said. Reacher didn't move. The cop unclipped his Glocka no-frills 9mm, its trigger already depressed under his thick finger. Go on, he said, voice flat. Give me an excuse. Reacher took 3 deliberate steps forward. The moon hung low on the horizon, casting pale light over the divide. Despair's ragged gravel met Hope's smooth asphalt, separated by a narrow trench of tar. The cruiser's bumper hovered right over the line, marking the boundary. Reacher exhaled, then stepped across in one long stride. "Don't come back," the cop called after him. Reacher didn't answer, didn't turn, just stood there, listening as the car reversed, tires grinding over loose stone before fading into the distance. He adjusted his jacket and started walking. Less than 20 yards down the road, headlights appeared in the distance, a big vehicle moving fast, beams cutting through the gathering dark. As it closed in, the shape resolved into another Crown Vic, black and white with a light bar and push bumper. It slowed. Then a spotlight flared to life, sweeping over Reacher twice before snapping off. The car rolled forward, stopping just beside him. The door bore a gold shield, "Hey P." The window rolled down, revealing a woman behind the wheel, short blonde hair, haloed by the dome light. "Need a lift?" she asked. "I'll walk," Reacher said. "Town's 5 miles. I made it this far. Your feet, your call." The engine idled, belts whirring softly. Reacher took a few steps, but the car reversed, keeping pace. The woman leaned out. "Cut yourself some slack, Zeno." Reacher stopped. "You know who Zeno was?" "Founder of Stoicism," she said. "I'm saying you don't have to tough it out. Stoics don't get a choice. Your destiny's hope. Zeno wouldn't care if you rode or walked." Reacher eyed her. "You moonlighting as a philosopher, or just running a taxi service?" "Despair PD gives us a heads up when they dump someone at the line. Courtesy call. This happen often?" "More than you'd guess." "And you come fetch them?" She smiled. Service with a smile. Reacher glanced at the badge on her door, Pete stamped in the center, with "To Protect" at the top and "Serve" at the bottom. "Got it," he said. "Now get in." "Why do they even bother with the motto?" She muttered. "Hop in and I'll explain." "You gonna stop me if I walk? 5 miles in this heat? You're irritable now. Imagine how you'll feel stumbling into town. Trust me, I've seen it happen. Save us both the headache and ride." She crossed her arms. "Walking clears my head." The officer sighed. "I'm not begging, Reacher. You know my name. Despair PD sent it over. Professional courtesy. Or a heads up. Still deciding if they're worth taking seriously." Reacher shrugged and reached for the back door. "Front seat genius," she snapped. "This isn't an arrest, it's a favor." He circled the car and slid into the passenger side, squeezing past radio gear and a mounted laptop. No cop had in sight. The cab smelled like stale coffee, gun oil, and something faintly floral perfume, maybe. The GPS screen displayed a map, a pink square labeled Hope Township with a blinking arrow at its edge. Next to it, a jagged purple wedge marked Despair, its western border bleeding into unmarked land. The officer Vaughn, according to her badge, rolled up her window, checked her mirrors, and swung the car around. She was lean, her tan uniform crisp, no wedding ring. Early 30s, maybe 5'5", with a Motorola clipped to her collar, and a row of commendations gleaming under her badge. Tough, but not hardened, the kind of look you got from seeing too much, but still caring. Reacher knew the type. "Why'd Despair kick me out?" he asked. Vaughn killed the dome light, leaving the dash glow to paint her face in red and purple. "Take a look in the mirror," she said. "At what?" "What do you see?" "Just some guy. A guy built like he swings a hammer for a living. Strong, hungry, no obvious job. So, how far did you get before they stopped you?" "Gas station, diner, town hall." "Then you missed the big picture," Vaughn said, easing the cruiser forward at a leisurely 30. One hand rested on the wheel, the other loose in her lap. 10 minutes to town. Plenty of time for whatever she was working up to. Reacher frowned. I'm more military than blue collar. Army. MP. 10 years back. Employed now. Nope. Exactly. Meaning, you were a threat. To what? West of downtown. Biggest scrap yard in Colorado. I noticed the haze. That plant is despair. No jobs, no money without it. Company town, Reacher said. Vaughn nodded. And they don't like drifters asking questions. Vaughn gripped the steering wheel and glanced over. The guy running that factory owns everything, every building, every street. Most folks here either work for him full-time or scramble for part-time gigs. The full-timers, their content. The others, always on edge. They don't take kindly to outsiders rolling in, undercutting wages just to scrape by. I wasn't even looking for work, Reacher said. Did you bother telling them that? They didn't ask. Vaughn snorted. Wouldn't have mattered if you had. Standing in line every morning, praying for a shift, it changes people. The whole setup's medieval. The owner pays wages, then sucks it all back through rent, loans, even the damn bank. And Sundays, no rest. There's one church, and guess who gives the sermons? You want a job? Better show up and pretend to pray. Sounds fair, Reacher said dryly. Fair's got nothing to do with it. The guy just likes control. Uses whatever he can. Why stick around then? Some don't. The ones still here? They never will. Reacher frowned. Wouldn't he want cheap labor? He prefers the devil he knows. Strangers complicate things. So why the hostility? Small-town paranoia. Company towns breed it. And the judge plays along? Bum va, elected position. And the vagrancy laws. Real as it gets. Most places have Hope included. One complaint and you're done. Nobody complained in Hope. I slept there last night. Because we're not owned by some corporate overlord. Vaughn eased off the gas as Hope's outskirts came into view. Reacher recognized the hardware store from earlier, now shuttered, the old man's display packed away. How many cops you got here? He asked. 3 full-teamers and a watch commander. Deputies. 4. Mostly handle traffic during road work. Why? They carry guns. Nope. Colorado law keeps them unarmed. What's this about? How many deputies in despair? 4, last I checked. I met them. And, hypothetically, if someone got into it with one of your deputies and knocked him out, what happens? Vaughn's grip tightened. Jail. Immediately. We don't tolerate assaults on officers. Period. Even if it was self-defense. Against a peace officer? You'd need ironclad proof. You know how it works, you were military police. Damn right. Then why ask? Reacher leaned back. I'm not big on fate. Zeno preached rolling over. I don't roll. Stubborn? More like principled. Vaughn pulled over, shifting into park. My advice. Let it go. Despair's not worth the hassle. Reacher stayed silent. Go grab dinner, get a room, she said. You look like you could use both. He nodded. Appreciate the ride. Nice meeting you. The door clicked shut behind him as he stepped onto First Street. The diner was a block over. He remembered the decent coffee from breakfast. An hour later, he was still there, working through a second cup after polishing off soup, steak, and pie. The mug felt solid in his hand, nothing like the chipped dishware back in despair. Outside, the hum of Vaughn's engine faded as she drove off, leaving him alone with his thoughts and the quiet clatter of the diner. The coffee at the Hope Diner was weak and watery, but Reacher didn't care. He drained cup after cup while the waitress watched with amused disbelief, refilling his mug before he even had to ask. By the time he left, the sky outside was pitch black, just past 9, with hours of darkness still ahead. He walked a few blocks to a small grocery store, the kind of place that still had creaky wooden floors and shelves packed with essentials. Grabbing bottled water, protein bars, and a roll of heavy-duty trash bags, he paid in cash before heading back to the same rundown motel he'd crashed in the night before. The room smelled like stale cigarettes and cheap air freshener, but Reacher didn't mind. He stretched out on the lumpy mattress, planning to rest until midnight. No point in walking 34 miles in one day if he didn't have to. When his internal alarm kicked in, he rolled off the bed, stuffed his supplies into one of the black bags, and slung it over his shoulder. The night outside was thick with clouds, the stars barely visible. He moved fast, his boots hitting the pavement in a steady rhythm. The town was dead, no cars, no people, just the occasional flicker of a TV behind closed curtains. The sidewalk ran out near the hardware store, but he kept going, stepping onto the empty road. 4 miles an hour, easy. He could have walked forever. Then he stopped. Something was waiting for him in the dark. A car parked just shy of the town line. The shape was unmistakable, a cop cruiser, mostly black with faint white lettering. Before he could react, the high beams flared, blinding him. His shadow stretched impossibly long behind him. He squinted, shifting the bag to his other hand, then stepped off the road, circling wide. The spotlight followed, relentless. Fine. If she wanted a chat, he'd give her one. He walked straight toward the car, and as he got closer, the window rolled down. Officer Vaughn sat behind the wheel, her face half lit by the dashboard glow. "Figured I'd run into you," she said. Reacher didn't answer. "What's the plan?" she asked. "Just out for a walk. That all. Last I checked, walking wasn't a crime." "Not here," she said. "But 3 more steps, and it will be. Not your problem. You're really gonna do this?" Reacher shrugged. "I like to see things for myself." Vaughn exhaled, shaking her head. "Despair's not worth it. Guess I'll find out." She leaned forward, her voice dropping. "They don't play games over there. You're looking at 30 days behind bars or a bullet, your choice," she said. "If they catch me, they will. I did. Wasn't exactly hiding from you. Did you rough up a deputy back there?" "Why?" "Just remembering what you asked me earlier. Couldn't say for sure what he was. Doesn't sit right with me, lawmen getting hurt. Trust me, you wouldn't have liked him. If that's even what he was. They'll be hunting you down. How many cops they got? Less than us. 2 cars, 2 guys, tops. They won't find me. Then why go back?" "Because they told me not to." "Worth the risk. What would you do?" Vaughn crossed her arms. "I run on common sense, not pride. I'd cut my losses and stay in Hope. Place isn't half bad." "See you tomorrow," Reacher said. She shook her head. "Either I'm bailing you out in a month or reading your obituary." "Shot while resisting arrest." "Tomorrow," he repeated. "Late dinner's on me." He walked off 1 step, 2, 3, then crossed the line. Reacher vanished into the scrub the second he left the road. Hull PD had pegged him right, he'd take the bait. Despair's cops would figure the same. Last thing he needed was stumbling into one of their cruisers. That wouldn't end with a friendly chat like the one with Vaughn. He pushed 50 yards north, far enough to stay hidden but close enough to keep his bearings. The cold bit into him. The ground was rough, slowing him to a crawl. No flashlight light would just paint a target on his back. A beacon screaming, "Here I am!" By the time his internal clock hit 1:45 a.m., he'd barely covered a mile. The distant whine of a single-engine plane cut through the night, a Cessna or Piper. Maybe the same one he'd heard earlier. He tracked the sound until it faded, then kept moving. 4 hours later, he crouched behind a boulder the size of a truck, level with downtown, but 3 football fields out in the brush. His footprints were a dead giveaway, but he doubted Despair's cops had bloodhounds or choppers. As long as he stayed off roads, he was invisible. He gulped water, tore into a power bar, then turned to study the town. Elbows propped on the rock, he squinted at the dark grid. A few lit windows glowed like embers. Then, headlights first 2, then a flood. Vehicles crawled north, pausing at Main Street before swinging west toward the recycling plant. Sedans, pickups, speed-up SUVs. A parade of workers before dawn. A company town, rolling out of bed. Reacher trailed them on foot, keeping a steady pace about 400 yards to the north. The rough, cracked terrain made each step uneven as he traced the path of the road. The last truck pulled ahead, its red taillights fading into the distance like a dimming string of beads. Up ahead, the horizon blazed with an unnatural glow, not sunrise, which would break behind him in the east, but the harsh white glare of industrial arc lights. The massive complex stretched out in a perfect rectangle, a full mile long and half as wide, surrounded by towering light poles. Biggest metal recycling plant in Colorado, Vaughn had told him. No kidding, Reacher thought. Looks like it could swallow the whole state. Thick plumes of steam and oily smoke twisted through the air, catching the light. Ahead, the convoy of trucks peeled off one by one, parking in orderly rows across acres of flattened scrubland. Headlights flicked off, leaving the area bathed in the eerie glow of the plant. Reacher hunkered down a quarter mile from the entrance, watching as workers shuffled toward the narrow personnel gate, lunchboxes in hand. The vehicle entrance had to be on the far side. He figured closer to the highway for easy access. The sky behind him was turning pale, revealing the landscape in slow detail. The ground was mostly flat but broken by shallow dips and scattered rocks, just enough cover to stay hidden. The sandy earth and patchy bushes made it clear this wasn't exactly prime real estate. No hikers, no picnickers, just miles of nothing. Once the last worker disappeared inside, Reacher moved again, sticking to the low ground but searching for higher vantage points. The plant was a fortress, its perimeter a seamless white metal wall topped with a massive, unclimbable cylinder like something built to keep the world out. His first guess about its size had been way off. This place dwarfed the town, turning Despair into little more than a company dormitory. Inside, the machinery roared to life, the deep groan of heavy equipment, the sharp clang of metal, the sudden flare of cutting torches. Reacher circled northwest, moving fast. 15 minutes later, he spotted the vehicle gate wide open, a smooth, wide road leading straight to it, built for heavy haulers. Crossing that road would leave him exposed, his dark clothes standing out against the lightning sky. But who would even be watching? The local cops who were probably still in town, and he doubted the plant had patrols. Then 2 white Chevy Tahoes rolled out of the gate. Security. They split off the road. One left, one right, cruising at a steady 20 miles per hour on well-worn tracks. Great, Reacher thought. Just what I needed. He hated backtracking, but he had no choice. He pushed west, using every dip and boulder for cover until the land flattened into the graded roadbed. The shoulder was packed dirt, dotted with stubborn weeds, the pavement wide and smooth, built for trucks, not fugitives. The road stretched ahead, 2 lanes divided by a bold yellow stripe. Fresh black pavement, smooth under the morning sun. Beyond the shoulder, a wide stretch of empty space, 35 yards at least. Reacher wasn't built for speed. Even at his fastest, he barely outpaced a brisk walk. He crouched behind the last decent cover, a jagged table rock, keeping an eye out for the patrol Tejos. They rolled by less often than he'd expected, which didn't make sense, but he wasn't complaining. What was a problem? The road itself was getting crowded. He should have anticipated it. Colorado's biggest recycling plant didn't just sit there. It needed raw materials and shipped out finished product. Semi-trucks rumbled in and out non-stop. Just after 7, a flatbed roared through the gates, stacked high with gleaming steel bars, Indiana plates flashing in the sun. Moments later, another rig rolled in from the opposite direction, this one loaded with crushed cars, their twisted frames layered like some weird metallic Oregon plates. Then a Canadian container truck swung out, barely missing an incoming hauler. The Tahoes made their rounds one clockwise, one counterclockwise, but the real show was the plant itself. Massive cranes swung overhead, sparks rained down from welding torches, and the air rippled with furnace heat. The noise was constant, air hammers chattering, metal screeching, deep resonant clangs like some industrial symphony. Reacher took a swig of water, tore into another power bar, and waited for the next Tahoe pass. Then he just walked across. 2 semis barreled past, one inbound, one outbound, close enough that he could feel the wind off their trailers. He knew the risk, but what were the odds? Would a trucker even mention spotting a guy on foot? Even if they did, how fast would word trickle back to security? By then, he'd be long gone, back in the scrub where the Crown Vics couldn't follow. The plant's perimeter wall loomed ahead, 14 feet high, welded together from old car roofs, each panel slightly curved, giving it a quilted look. The top was capped with a seamless white cylinder, probably pressed from the same scrap. It took him 26 minutes to skirt the length of the place over a mile. At the far corner, he finally understood the Tahoe's sluggish patrol route. There was a second compound, just as big, its own walled-off rectangle. Tire tracks revealed the pattern. The SUVs were looping both sides in a lopsided figure 8, bottlenecking through a narrow gap between them. Suddenly, his cover wasn't so great. The clockwise Tahoe would swing wide here, cutting close. He backtracked fast, aiming for a low boulder, boots kicking up dust as he crossed the open stretch of scrub. The crunch of tires on gravel snapped Reacher's attention into focus. He hit the dirt, pressing himself flat against the earth as the sound grew louder. A white Tahoe rolled into view, moving at a steady 20 miles per hour. The tires, wide and knobby, kicked up small stones as they fought for traction on the loose terrain. The hum of the V8 engine mixed with the whine of the power steering as the SUV navigated a shallow curve, passing close enough for Reacher to catch the sharp tang of exhaust fumes. He stayed motionless, barely breathing. The truck rolled past without hesitation, no brake lights, no pause. The driver, perched high in the seat, was too focused on the road ahead to glance sideways. Amateur move, Reacher thought. A decent security detail would have swept the area. Once the Tahoe vanished into the distance, he pushed himself up, brushed the dust off his clothes, and continued west, settling behind a low boulder that gave him cover. The second compound was different, less industrial, more like a private estate. A high fieldstone wall enclosed meticulously landscaped grounds, with clusters of trees strategically placed to block any view of the nearby factory. In the distance, a massive chalet-style house stood out, its wooden beams and steeply pitched roof looking more at home in a ski resort than the middle of nowhere. Nearby, an oversized barn suggested an aircraft hangar, confirmed by the graded dirt strip running along the far wall, a makeshift runway marked by 3 windsocks. Reacher kept moving, avoiding the bottleneck where visibility was too high. Instead, he looped west again, treating both compounds as a single obstacle to skirt around. By midday, he was positioned to the south, observing the recycling plant from a new angle. The residential compound sat closer now, off to his left, while far in the distance, a faint gray smudge hinted at a cluster of buildings. Maybe a truck stop or a motel, just outside town limits. The factory churned on, smoke and flames belching into the sky, the distant rumble of machinery softened by the breeze. The sun climbed higher, baking the scrubland as Reacher watched the steady stream of trucks rolling in and out flatbeds, containers, box trucks, leaving a haze of diesel fumes in their wake. By mid-afternoon, he had circled around to the south side of town, where rows of modest ranch houses lined the streets. They were simple but well-kept, some with picket fences, others open to the scrub. Satellite dishes tilted skyward like eager listeners. A few people moved about, women, kids, a handful of men, likely the ones who hadn't landed a shift at the plant today. Reacher shifted position, scanning the scene from different angles, but nothing changed. The town held its secrets tight. The town of despair clung to the edge of nowhere, a cluster of houses squeezed tight against the barren landscape. The sky stretched endlessly overhead, dwarfing the distant Rockies that seemed more like a faded postcard than real mountains. Reacher realized this place had been settled by people who'd simply run out of steam, folks who crested the rise, took one look at the horizon, and decided that was far enough. Their kids and grandkids still lingered here, their lives tethered to the factory's unpredictable schedule. He finished off his last protein bar, crumpled the wrapper, and buried it along with his empty water bottles in a shallow hole scraped out with his boot. The hum of machinery from the plant was fading, shift, change. The sun dipped behind the peaks, painting the sky in streaks of orange and purple as the temperature dropped. Headlights flickered to life as trucks rumbled home, their beams cutting through the gathering dark. One by one, they veered into driveways, engines cutting out, doors slamming. Inside, TVs flickered blue behind curtained windows. Reacher edged closer, watching men trudge inside with empty lunchboxes, kids begging for one last game of catch, little girls racing out to show off their latest treasures. Then he spotted in the deputy from the diner, the one who'd held the cop car door like a valet. The guy stumbled out of his beat-up pickup clutching his gut and lurched past his yard into the scrub. He doubled over, retching into the dirt, then straightened with a groan, wiping his mouth on his sleeve. Reacher closed the distance. "You okay?" he called from the shadows. The deputy jerked upright. "Who's there?" "Me." "Who?" Reacher stepped into a slash of light from a neighbor's window. The deputy squinted. "You?" "Yep. We kicked you out. Didn't stick. You shouldn't be here." Reacher shrugged. "We could settle that now, if you're feeling up to it." The deputy shook his head. "Not tonight. I'm in no shape." "Wouldn't be fair if you were," Reacher said. "Whatever. I'm going inside. How's your buddy? The one with the broken jaw?" "You wrecked him good." "Too bad," Reacher said. The deputy grimaced. "Didn't see you tonight, got it?" He staggered toward his house, one hand clutching his belt like his pants were trying to escape. Reacher watched him go, then melted back into the dark, shifting his position in case the deputy had second thoughts about playing dumb. Better to stay ahead of any trouble just in case. Reacher had planned to start tracking his target just beyond the reach of a flashlight's glow, but the cops never arrived. The guy must have chickened out on calling them. He waited nearly half an hour, listening to the distant whine of a small plane struggling into the sky somewhere west of him. Evening had settled in, the last traces of daylight vanishing as clouds smothered the moon and stars. The houses around him shut their doors, leaving only faint rectangles of light behind drawn curtains. The temperature plummeted, the kind of cold that hits fast in open country. He got to his feet, stretching the stiffness from his shoulders, and headed east toward Hope. Once the glow of the houses faded, he veered left into the darkness, skirting what he guessed were the dry goods store, the gas station, and the empty motel. The road was invisible, just a vague, darker line against the black expanse of scrubland. He adjusted his path, keeping what he hoped was a safe distance, but walking blind was a nightmare. His boots caught on roots and rocks, sending him stumbling forward, arms flailing. Twice he went down hard, scraping his palms on the rough ground. Stubborn. More like reckless, he thought, brushing dirt off his jeans. The third time he tripped, it wasn't on a rock. His foot hooked on something softer, something that gave way under his weight. Instinct kicked in, and he twisted mid-fall, tucking into a roll to avoid landing right on top of it. He hit the ground hard, sharp stones digging into his back and hip. For a second, he just lay there, catching his breath before pushing himself up onto his knees. Too dark to see. No flashlight, no moon, just blackness. He crawled forward, one hand outstretched, fingers curled slightly. His knuckles brushed fabric, not fur. Cloth thin and worn. He traced the shape beneath a leg, the muscle firm under his touch. Old chinos, maybe, soft from too many washes. He moved his hand, finding the curve of a knee, then followed the line of the body up to a shoulder, a neck, an ear. No pulse. Cold skin, no warmer than the night air. The collar under his fingers felt like knit fabric, slightly rough, a polo shirt maybe. He inhaled, catching the faint scent of unwashed clothes, stale sweat, the dry tang of sun-baked skin. No blood, no perfume, just the quiet, earthy smell of a body starting to let go. He ran his hands over the hair, short but messy, coarse with a slight wave. Caucasian, but color was impossible to tell in the dark. The skull was compact, the spine straight. Man or woman? He pressed his thumb along the vertebrae, searching for clues in the dark. The shirt had no bra strap, but that didn't prove much. His fingers traced the ribcage like a doctor, checking for fractures. Light frame, sharp spine, wiry muscles, narrow shoulders too. Could have been a lean guy or a woman built like a cyclist, the type who logs miles before breakfast. Only one way to know for sure. He gripped the fabric at the hip and shoulder, rolling the body onto its side. The weight told him more probably 5'8", around 140. Too heavy for a female athlete. A woman that tall would have been lighter, maybe 105 soaking wet. He let the body settle back, then ran his hands over the face. Bony forehead, rough stubble on the chin. Smooth cheeks. Young, but not a kid. The skin was tight, dry as parchment, gritty with sand, but not enough to mean anything. The eyes were dull, lifeless marbles. The polo shirt hung open, buttons undone. A tiny embroidered logo on the chest. No wallet, no keys, nothing in the pockets. The sneakers had thick soles, the kind meant for pounding pavement. Reacher wiped his hands on his jeans and started over, methodical as a Tessa agent. Front, back, sides, no wounds, no bruises, no broken bones. Hands calloused but small, nails chewed down. No rings, no jewelry. He sat back, squinting at the sky, willing the clouds to break. No luck. Still pitch black. He'd been heading east, taken a spill, turned around, now west. He adjusted, facing north, and moved slow, counting steps. Scooped up 4 fist-sized rocks, walked 20 paces to the road's edge, and stacked them into a marker. Then backtracked, arms outstretched, until his hand brushed the corpse's shoulder. The sky stayed stubborn. Nothing left to do. He turned east, stumbling toward hope, letting the road pull him closer. Miss the town, and he'd be hiking all night. His internal clock ticked over to midnight. He'd managed nearly 3 miles an hour, even after stumbling 4 more times and veering off every half hour to double-check his bearings. The cracked pavement under his boots was loud but solid, letting him pick up the pace. Finding his stride, he finished the last stretch in under 15 minutes. The air was still biting, the night still ink-black, but he could tell fresh asphalt was coming. Then he felt it, the crunch of gravel under his left foot, the sudden smoothness under his right. He'd crossed back. Pausing, he spread his arms and tilted his face toward the starless sky. Then headlights pinned him. A spotlight flicked on, sweeping him from head to toe, before cutting out just as fast. The dome light inside the cruiser revealed Vaughn, behind the Wheel 10 uniform, blonde hair, a hint of a smirk. She'd parked just over the county line, idling in the dark like she'd been waiting. Reacher circled the hood, yanked the passenger door open, and folded himself inside. The cab smelled like perfume and crackled with radio static. "Late dinner?" he asked. "I don't dine with idiots," she said. "Told you I'd make it back. Enjoy your stroll?" "Thrilling. I'm on till 7. Graveyard shift. Breakfast then?" "Coffee with idiots doesn't count as dining. Caffeine ruins my sleep. Milkshake? Maybe." She slouched in her seat, one arm draped over the wheel. "How'd you spot me?" he asked. "I never saw you." "Carrots. And this." She tapped a black box on the dash. "Night vision traffic cam. Homeland Security's finest." She hit a key, and the screen lit up with a grainy green feed Reacher as a glowing smudge, growing larger on the road. "Caught you half a mile out. Fancied tax dollars at work." "How long were you out there?" "Hour. Thanks for the escort." Vaughn reversed, swung the cruiser around in a wide arc that kicked up dust, then accelerated toward town. "You hungry?" "Not really. Eat anyway." "Where?" "Diners open all night." "Hope has a 24-hour diner?" "Land of the free, home of the waffle." "I'd rather crash." "Long walk." "Eat first." "Why?" "Because I said so." "Since when are you my life coach?" "Someone was looking for you." "Who?" "A girl." "Don't know any." "Not you, specifically." "Asked if anyone got booted from despair after her." "They kick women out too?" "Vagrancy is an equal opportunity crime." "Who is she?" "Just some kid." "Told her you might be at the diner." "Figured you'd make it back." She shrugged. "I'm an optimist." Vaughn's words lingered in the air as Reacher stepped out of the cruiser onto First Street. The night was quiet, the kind of stillness that made footsteps echo. He headed toward 2nd Street, where the diner's neon glow cut through the dark. Inside, 3 booths were taking a lone guy nursing a coffee, a young woman scrolling on her phone, and 2 men in work, boots deep in conversation. Maybe locals who drove long hours for jobs in Kansas or Nebraska, too tired to cook when they got back. The sidewalks were empty. No sign of anyone watching the diner, No shadowy figures leaning against brick walls. Reacher pushed through the door and chose a corner booth, his usual spot back to the wall, eyes on the room. A different waitress than before approached, younger, fresh-faced, like she might have been pulling a night shift between classes. She dropped off a menu, a napkin, and a glass of water before he even had to ask. The laminated menu had glossy pictures of greasy comfort food. He pointed at the grilled cheese and added, "Coffee, black." The waitress scribbled it down and disappeared. Outside, the street stayed empty. No pacing figures, no curious glances through the glass. If he were looking for someone, he'd circle back every 15 minutes, but then again, maybe not. Smarter to just plant yourself inside and wait. His sandwich arrived, the cheese oozing between toasted bread. Not gourmet, but it'd do. Reacher wasn't picky. Food was either edible or it wasn't, and this fell squarely in the first category. He took a sip of coffee, strong and bitter, then scanned the room again. That's when it hit him. The young woman 3 booths over, blonde streaks in her hair, a college sweatshirt, denim skirt, wasn't just another customer. She was waiting for him. Stupid, Reacher thought. He'd assumed she'd be outside, peering through windows like some amateur. But she'd played it smarter, warm, patient, out of the cold. She couldn't have been older than 20. With that kind of effortless glow only small-town girls seem to have. Not quite pretty in the conventional sense, but vibrant, like she'd never spent a day worrying. Her sweatshirt had some faded lettering, maybe a university logo, and her fingers tapped lightly against her coffee mug. He exhaled, amused at his own oversight. Sometimes the obvious answer was right in front of you. The woman had sun-kissed skin, the kind that glowed like golden honey, even in the dim diner light. Her smile flashed with perfect teeth, and her eyes were the kind of blue that made you think of summer skies. She had the kind of legs that turned heads. Not too thin, not too thick, just right. Classic, Reacher thought. The word fit her like a glove. Her sneakers were scuffed but clean, paired with those little ankle socks girls always seemed to wear. A gray messenger bag sat next to her, the kind you'd see on a college student hauling books across campus. She was definitely the one he'd been waiting for. He could feel her watching him just as much as he was watching her sideways glances. Quick calculations. 15 minutes had passed and she hadn't made a move. Not out of politeness, he figured. If she was worried about interrupting his meal, she wouldn't have been staring so hard. No, this was something else. She didn't want to get tangled up with him. And honestly, he got it. Look at yourself, Vaughn had said. What do you see? He knew exactly what this girl saw. A guy twice her age, built like a linebacker, clothes rumpled, hair a mess, and an attitude that screamed back off. He wasn't exactly the kind of man women approached in diners at midnight. Not unless they were desperate. And even then, probably not. She kept fidgeting, twisting her fingers, stealing glances at him like she was debating whether to bolt. He gave it 5 more minutes before tossing cash on the table. No need for a check when he could do the math in his head. The waitress had kept her distance too, so he left a decent tip and stood. At the last second, he changed course and slid into the booth across from her. "Name's Reacher," he said. "Figured you had something to say." She blinked, caught off guard. "Why would you think that?" "Ran into a cop named Vaughn. She mentioned you." "Mentioned what?" "That you were looking for someone who'd been to despair." Her mouth opened, then shut. "You're wrong," she said. "Wasn't me." She was a terrible liar. The kind who couldn't even sell a bad excuse. Reacher had met professionals. This girl wasn't one of them. Every twitch, every darting look to the right gave her away. "All right," he said, not moving an inch. "My mistake." But he didn't leave. Just sat there, taking up space, waiting for the truth to catch up with her. Up close, the girl had an effortless kind of beauty, softer than she'd seemed from afar, with sun-kissed freckles and a mouth that moved like she was always on the verge of laughing or arguing. "Who are you?" she asked, tilting her head just slightly. "Just a guy," Reacher said. "What kind of guy?" "The kind a small-town judge called a vagrant. So take that however you want. No job." "Not in a while." She shrugged. "They slapped that label on me too." Her voice didn't give much away, no strong regional twang, nothing that screamed East Coast or Midwest. Maybe somewhere dry and open, like Arizona. Reacher figured she wasn't being honest about much else either. "In your case," he said, "I'd say they got it wrong." "Depends on the definition, doesn't it?" "Old French word," Reacher said. "Means someone drifting around with no real ties. No visible way to pay their way." "I'm in college," she shot back. "Then you got a raw deal. Just wanted me gone. Where do you study?" A beat too long. A flicker of her eyes to the side. "Miami," she said. Reacher didn't buy it. If she was lying, and she was, she'd pick the opposite coast. Probably California. Amateur liars always mirrored geography. "What's your focus?" he asked. She met his gaze, defiant. 20th century history." That part rang true. Kids clung to their expertise, proud of it, scared of tripping up on anything else. "Feels like yesterday to me," Reacher said. "Not exactly ancient history." "What does?" "The whole damn century." She blinked. Too young to get it. She'd only caught the tail end of it, through kid eyes. He'd lived more of it. "What's your name?" he asked. Another glance away. "Ben." Sure it was. Probably borrowed from someone close, a sister, a friend. People stuck to familiar lies. "Were you unfairly accused?" she countered. Reacher shook his head. "Nope. Vagrant fits. Why'd you go there?" "Liked the name." "Why'd you?" Silence. He let it sit. "Not much of a town," he added. "How much did you see?" "Enough this second time around." "You went back." Took a long look from a distance. "And still nothing special." She chewed her lip, weighing something. Then, carefully, "See anyone?" "Plenty." "The plane?" "Heard it. Guy in the big house owns it. Takes off at 7, back by 2 a.m. Every night." Reacher raised an eyebrow. "How long were you there?" "1 day." "Then how do you know the schedule?" No answer. "Maybe someone told you," he offered. Still nothing. "No law against a night flight," he added. "Who gyridies in the dark?" "Nothing to see." "Fair point." Another pause. Then quieter. "Were you in a cell?" "Couple hours." "Alone?" "Yeah." "When you went back, who'd you see?" Reacher leaned in. "Why don't you just show me his photo?" "Whose photo?" "Your missing boyfriend." Her spine stiffened. "Why would I?" "Because he's gone." "That's what Officer Vaughn thought anyway." "You trust cops?" "Some." "I don't have a picture." "Big bag like that?" "Bet you've got all sorts in there." She crossed her arms. "Show me your wallet." "Don't have one." "Everyone does." "Not me." "Prove it." "Can't prove what isn't there." "Empty your pockets." Reacher almost smiled. "Ah." The boyfriend wasn't just missing, he was running. And she'd asked about jobs for a reason. Why would he be running from anything? She asked, her fingers tightening around the strap of her bag. Reacher shrugged. Just a hunch. Who are you, anyway? Nobody special. Then how'd you know my name wasn't Anne? Or that I'm not some college kid from Miami? Used to be military police, he said. Old habits die hard. The color drained from her face, freckles standing out stark against pale skin. She shoved the photo back into her wallet and jammed it deep into her purse like she was hiding evidence. You've got a problem with cops, Reacher observed. She hesitated. Depends on the cop. That's not the usual answer from someone like you. Like me. Stable, comfortable, raised right. People change. What did your husband do for a living? Silence. Cootie cross. Still nothing. Why despair? No reply. Were you supposed to meet him there? And zip. Zip but quaffrafrat. Doesn't matter, Reacher said. Never saw him. And I'm not a cop anymore. That ship sailed a long time ago. She gripped the edge of the table. What would you do if you were me? Stay put. Your husband seems like the resourceful type. He'll turn up eventually. I hope you're right. He in school too? Lucy Anderson didn't answer. She snapped her bag shut, slid off the bench, and straightened her skirt. 5'8", maybe 130 pounds, all athletic grace and quiet tension. Thanks, she muttered. Good night. To better luck tomorrow, he said. She shouldered her bag and pushed through the door, vanishing into the cold. Reacher watched her go, then headed back to his motel. The room was stuffy, the heater under the window roaring like a jet engine. He set his mental alarm for 6:34.5 hours would have to be enough. He needed a shower before breakfast, and he wasn't about to skip either. Diner cliches exist for a reason. So at 5 to 7, Reacher slid into the same back booth, fully expecting Officer Vaughn to walk in any minute. Right on cue, her cruiser rolled up outside. He watched her step out, stretch like she'd been sitting too long, then stride toward the door. She spotted him, hesitated, then veered toward his table. Strawberry, vanilla, or chocolate? He asked. What? Milkshakes. That's all they've got. I don't do breakfast with smartasses. Not a smartass. Just a concerned citizen with a problem. Your badge says you're here to help. She exhaled through her nose. What problem? The girl found me. And husband, not boyfriend. Vaughn raised an eyebrow. She's young for that. My thought exactly. She claims they're in love. How romantic. So, did you see him? Nope. Then, what's the issue? I found someone else. Who? Not found. More like tripped over. In the dark. Who? Dead guy. Where? Between despair and hope. You're kidding. Dead serious. Why not mention this last night? Wanted to sleep on it. She leaned back, skeptical. Out of 1,000 square miles, you just happened to stumble over a corpse? Not luck, Reacher said. Logic. He was doing what I was walking east, keeping the road in sight but staying off it. Narrows the odds. Could have missed him by a step, but not by a mile. Vaughn stayed quiet. He didn't make it, Reacher added. Looked like he just ran out of gas. The guy's knees had sunk deep into the sand, like he'd collapsed forward and just stayed there. Skin and bones, dried out, no marks, no signs of a struggle. Just gone. You actually checked him over. In the dark. Used my hands, Reacher said. Your hands? Works better than my feet for that kind of thing. So who was he? White guy, short hair. Maybe 5'8", $140. Young. No wallet. Couldn't tell if he was pale or tan. You're kidding me. Wish I was. Where'd you find him? About 4 miles outside town, 8 from the county line. So definitely Despair's problem. No doubt. Call their cops. I'd rather walk barefoot over hot coals. Not my jurisdiction, she said. The waitress swung by, same one from the coffee marathon, now swamped by the breakfast rush. Small town diner, packed with regulars. Reacher got eggs and coffee. Vaughn just coffee, which he took as a win. Once the waitress was out of earshot, he leaned in. You can help me. How? I need to go back and see the spot in daylight. You drive. Quick trip in and out. That's not my town. Unofficial. Off the clock. Just a couple of tourists out for a drive. You'd find the spot again? Left a stack of rocks on the shoulder. Vaughn shook her head. I can't go snooping over there. And I definitely can't take you. You're banned. It'd be like waving a red flag. Nobody'll notice. Really. One road in, one road out, 2 cop cars. They'll notice. Right now, they're probably inhaling glazed donuts at the diner. You sure this isn't some sleep-deprived hallucination? Reacher pushed his plate aside. Kid's eyes were shriveled up, mouth like sandpaper. He'd been out there for days. The waitress dropped off their coffees, his egg sporting a sad sprig of parsley. He flicked it aside. Vaughn exhaled. I can't roll a Hope PD cruiser into Despair. What else you got? She hesitated, then took a sip. An old truck. She left him waiting on First Street, near the hardware store. No way she was letting him tail her home while she changed and grabbed the truck. Smart move. Look at yourself, she'd said. He was used to that question not ending well. The store was still closed, its window cluttered with tools and gadgets, the aisle behind the door stacked with tomorrow's sidewalk display. Reacher had always wondered why hardware stores bothered hauling stuff outside every morning. Seemed like a lot of effort for no clear payoff. Maybe it made people think of backyard projects. Or maybe they just needed the space. He gave up theorizing and leaned against a crosswalk pole. The morning was chilly, the sky a flat gray, the Rockies swallowed by low clouds. 20 minutes later, an old Chevy pickup rumbled to the curb. Not some vintage showpiece, just a beat-up navy blue work truck with steel rims. Vaughn was behind the wheel, a red windbreaker zipped tight, a khaki cap pulled low. Good disguise. If he hadn't been expecting her, he might have walked right past. He crossed the street and climbed in, the vinyl seat stiff against his back. The cab reeked of stale gasoline and the bitter tang of exhaust fumes. Beneath his boots, cracked rubber mats were coated in a fine layer of desert sand, brittle from years of wear. He yanked the door shut, and Vaughn hit the gas before it even latched. The truck's engine coughed to life, a tired 4-cylinder struggling to keep up. In and out real fast, she'd promised. But fast was turning out to be a generous term. They crawled through Hope's 5-mile stretch in 7 minutes, the landscape blurring past in dull shades of brown. Just before the town line, Vaughn's grip tightened on the wheel. If we spot anyone, you hit the floor, she muttered. Then she floored it, the truck lurching as the tires bit into the rough pavement, kicking up gravel in their wake. Reacher leaned against the window, watching the empty road stretch ahead. You make this trip often? He asked. Vaughn shot him a sideways glance. Why would I? No cars in sight, just the endless ribbon of asphalt cutting through the barren land. The truck groaned at 60. Its limit, the engine whining like an overworked mule. 7 minutes in, Vaughn eased off the gas. "Keep an eye on the left shoulder," Reacher said. 4 rocks stacked together. The sky hung low, a flat gray that left no shadows, just a dull, even glow. The roadside was littered with forgotten debris, crushed soda cans, broken glass, scraps of paper, all tangled in a ridge of pebbles pushed aside by passing tires. Reacher twisted in his seat. No one behind them. No one ahead. Vaughn slowed further, her eyes scanning the barren stretch. Reacher squinted. The rocks had felt solid in his hands last night, but now, in the harsh daylight, they looked pitifully small against the vast emptiness. "There," he said, spotting the makeshift marker 30 yards ahead. 3 stones wedged together, the 4th perched on top like an afterthought. A tiny landmark in the middle of nowhere. Vaughn rolled past it, swung the truck across both lanes, and doubled back, stopping parallel to the rocks. The engine idled, restless. "Stay here," she ordered. Reacher snorted. "Not a chance." He shoved the door open and stepped over the stones, standing alone on the shoulder. The world felt enormous, the sky pressing down. Last night, everything had been close, contained. Now, the horizon stretched forever. Vaughn joined him, and together they trudged south, counting steps 5, 10, 15. At 20, Reacher stopped, scanning the ground. Nothing. He turned, checking his bearings against the road. Dead center. He paced east, then west, kicking at the dirt. "Well?" Vaughn called. "Gone," he said. "You messing with me?" "Why would I?" She circled the spot, arms crossed. "It's not here. If it ever was." Reacher stood motionless, the silence broken only by the distant hum of the truck. He took a few more steps east, then paused. "Hold on," he said, crouching. "Take a look at this." Reacher gestured toward the ground, where a series of shallow, uneven depressions stretched across the sand, spaced about 3 feet apart. "Footprints," Vaughn observed. "From last night," Reacher confirmed. "Mine. On my way back." They pivoted west, retracing his steps toward despair. After a short distance, they reached the edge of a small, diamond-shaped clearing, empty now, but clearly disturbed. The sand was scuffed and uneven, littered with overlapping prints, drag marks, and scattered depressions where the loose earth had collapsed. "It was here," Reacher said, "but it's gone." Vaughn frowned. "We can't stay. This was supposed to be quick." Reacher scanned the road in both directions. "No one's coming." "Should have packed lunch," Vaughn muttered. Stepping into the clearing, Reacher crouched and pointed at 2 precise parallel indentations. "Kid's knees." This is where he collapsed. He shifted his focus to a patch of rough stones nearby. "And that's where I landed after tripping over him. Still sore, if you want proof." "Maybe later," Vaughn said. "We need to move." Reacher traced the edges of 4 rectangular impressions forming a larger rectangle. Dirty marks. Someone official came for him, probably 4 or 5 people, judging by the mess. He straightened, following the trail of crushed brush and footprints leading back toward the road. They hauled him out that way. Probably loaded him into a coroner's van parked near my cairn. "So it's handled," Vaughn said. "Let's go." Reacher's gaze lingered westward. "What do you see over there?" "2 sets of prints heading east, yours and the kids'. Except there's more." Circling the clearing, they found 4 distinct trails. 2 in, 2 out, Reacher said. "How can you tell?" Vaughn asked. Most people walk with their toes pointed out. The older tracks were shallow, uneven, the kid's stumbling path. The newer ones, deeper and spaced wide, were reachers. The outgoing prints were fresh, deliberate. Big guys, Reacher noted, heading back west together. Vaughn tensed. They're tracking you, or the kid, or both. Why? They found the body. Got curious. How? Buzzards, Reacher said. Only way out here. Vaughn froze for a second before snapping, back to the truck. Now, Reacher didn't object. She'd reached the same conclusion just a fraction faster. The battered Chevy sat rumbling in the quiet morning air, its engine humming steadily as if it had all the time in the world. The road stretched out empty behind them, but they didn't waste a second. They sprinted to the truck, yanked the doors open, and practically threw themselves inside. Vaughn jammed the gear shift into drive and stomped on the gas before either of them could catch their breath. Silence hung heavy between them until the tires finally bumped across the Hopetown line 8 tense minutes later. Now you've got a real problem, Vaughn said, gripping the wheel. Despair's cops might not be the sharpest, but they're still cops. They find a dead guy, they'll follow his tracks. Then they'll find you're some big guy who caught up with him, scuffled around, left a mess. You really think they won't come knocking? Reacher shrugged. Then why didn't they follow my tracks forward? Because they already know where you were headed. Hope or Kansas, take your pick. What they want is where you started. And what'll they find? A long walk in circles. Power bar repairs and empty water bottles if they dig deep enough. Vaughn shot him a sideways glance. So, a big guy with big feet, sneaking back into town the night after they kicked a big guy with big feet out. Sounds familiar. One of their deputies even saw me. You talked to him? Briefly. Perfect. The guy died of natural causes. You sure? You poked around in the dark. They'll have him on a slab by noon. I'm not in despair anymore. You can't go there. They can't come here. Small-town cops don't handle homicides. Genius. They call in the state police. And guess what? State cops go wherever they want in Colorado. And they get cooperation everywhere. Plus, you're in my logbook from yesterday. I can't pretend otherwise even if I wanted to. You wouldn't want to. I don't know a damn thing about you. Except you basically admitted to roughing up a deputy in despair. Who knows what else you've done? Nothing else. Vaughn didn't answer. Reacher exhaled. So what now? You should call it in yourself. Get ahead of it. No. Why not? Ex-soldier. Volunteering isn't in my vocabulary. Then I can't help you. This was never my mess to clean up. You could call the state police, Reacher pressed. Feel them out, see what they're thinking. They'll be calling us soon enough. Then let's get ahead of it. First intel is always the best intel. Vaughn didn't respond. Just eased off the gas as they rolled into town. The hardware store guy was unloading gear onto the sidewalk, wrestling with some collapsible ladder that looked like it could turn into half a dozen different contraptions. Vaughn took a right, then a left past the diner's back alley. The streets were wide, lined with old trees that cast dappled shadows on the pavement. She pulled into a marked spot outside a squat brick building that could have passed for a small-town post office, except for the polished aluminum letters spelling out Hope Police Department above the door. The place was locked up tight. Vaughn fished out her keys and let them in. Inside, it had that same bland, functional vibe government-issue furniture, scuffed floors, the faint smell of stale coffee. A public counter up front, 2 desks behind it, and a closed door in the corner that probably led to the watch commander's office. Vaughn bypassed the counter and headed straight for her desk. Neat, no nonsense, with an outdated computer and a chunky landline phone taking up most of the space. She rummaged through the drawer until her fingers brushed against a worn notebook. Flipping it open, she found a number scribbled in faded ink, proof that the Hope Police Department didn't exactly have the state police on speed dial. With a sigh, she punched in the digits, waded through the rings, then straightened her posture when someone picked up. "This is Officer Vaughn with Hope PD," she said, her voice steady despite the exhaustion creeping in. "We've got a missing person case, white male, early 20s, around 5'8", 140. Any chance you've got a record on him?" A pause. Her gaze darted to the side, then back. "No name yet," she admitted. "And the photo we've got is black and white, so hair color's a mystery." Silence stretched as the person on the other end typed something. Reacher watched her stifle a yawn, her shoulders sagging just slightly. The distant clatter of keys echoed faintly through the receiver. Denver, maybe, or some state office buried in paperwork. Then, a muffled voice crackled back, and Vaughn pressed the phone closer, cutting off Reacher's eavesdropping. "Thanks," she muttered before hanging up. Nothing. Despair never reported it. Reacher leaned back in the stiff government chair, its wheels squeaking in protest. "Guess they took my natural causes theory seriously." Vaughn shook her head. "Doesn't matter. An unattended death in the middle of nowhere? That county jurisdiction, at least. Should be logged in the system within minutes. So why the radio silence? Beats me. But it's not our circus." Reacher glanced around the drab office, the laminate desk pretending to be wood, the gray tweed chair that had seen better days. Not like the steel and vinyl setups he'd known in the military police. Same ghosts, though. Missing faces, grieving families. He thought of Lucy Anderson Lucky twisting her hands in the diner last night. "Kind of is our problem," he said. "Someone out there might be wondering where this kid is." Vaughn exhaled, flipping through her notebook again, this time landing on the Despair PD's listing. Another call, another round of the same questions. The response came faster this time, sharp and dismissive. She dropped the receiver back into place. "They claim they've never seen him." Reacher stayed quiet as Vaughn straightened her desk with military precision keyboard aligned, mouse parallel. Phone squared off, like it was part of some Aki-D art installation. She swiped at invisible dust, her fingers restless. "The gurney marks," she said finally. "I know," Reacher replied. "Without those, you'd think I hallucinated the whole thing." "Assuming they were gurney marks. Got a better theory?" She shrugged. "I the TD. Just saying. Those old stretchers with the skids, not wheels, could have left those grooves. And why would I make it up? Torvries becken mind des Import disc beim discor." Reacher snorted. "Not my style." "Says every retired cop ever," she shot back. "It's practically in the job description. You think you can just slip back into the middle of things like nothing happened? Would you do that after you retire?" "God, I hope not." "Same here. So what's really going on over there?" Reacher shrugged. "Could be the kid was from town. They recognized him, so he didn't fit the missing persons angle." Vaughn frowned. "That doesn't track. Any unattended death outside has to be reported to the county. It would have popped up in the system, even just as a number." State cops would have flagged it. Hey, heard there was a body in despair this morning. Might want to look into that. But they didn't. Exactly. Which means despair never reported it. And that's not adding up. What are they doing with him? No morgue, no freezer hell, not even a butcher's fridge over there. Reacher leaned back. So they're handling it another way. Like what? Digging a hole, most likely. He wasn't hit by a car. Maybe they're hiding something. You said he died naturally. He did, Reacher said. From dehydration, wandering the desert for days. Maybe because they chased him out. And that might look bad if they even care about looking bad. Vaughn shook her head. They didn't kick him out. We'd have gotten the call. They always call us. Then they haul them to the county line and dump them. This week it's just been you and that girl. That's it. They never push them west. Nothing out there but empty land. Maybe they're dragging their feet. Maybe they'll report it later. Vaughn scoffed. No way. You find a body, you call for backup, an ambulance, the coroner, boom, boom, boom. It's instinct. You don't wait. Maybe they're not as by the book as you. This isn't about cutting corners. It's about making a deliberate choice to skip protocol. And that takes a real reason. Reacher stayed quiet. Vaughn taps the table. Or maybe cops didn't find him. Could have been someone else. Civilians don't keep stretchers in their trunks, Reacher said. Vaughn sighed and stood. We should go before the day shift rolls in. And the captain. Worried they'll see you slumming with me. A little. Also worried I don't have a clue what to do next. The diner had quieted down after the morning crowd. Reacher got coffee. Vaughn stuck with water, swirling her glass absently. Let's backtrack, she said. Who was this guy? Caucasian male, Reacher said. Not Hispanic? Not a foreigner. Technically, Hispanics are Caucasian. So are some Arabs, Asians. All I saw was his hair, definitely not black. Could have been from anywhere. Dark or fair. Couldn't tell. You should have brought a flashlight. Still glad I didn't. Vaughn tilted her head. How'd his skin feel? Like skin. You can tell more than that. Olive skin, smoother, thicker than pale. Seriously? Yeah. You'd never noticed. Reacher rubbed his wrist, then his cheek. Hard to say. Vaughn slid her arm across the table. Compare. He brushed her wrist lightly. Now my face, she said. Really? For science. He hesitated, then pressed his thumb to her cheekbone. Pulled back. Thicker than yours or mine. Smoother than me, rougher than you. Okay. She touched where his fingers had been, thoughtful. Then she held out her hand. Your turn. He slid his wrist toward her. Her fingers brushed against his wrist, light as a nurse checking a heartbeat. She traced a slow path up and down before lifting her other hand to his face. The chill from her water glass lingered on her skin, sending a small shock through him. So he might not have been white, she said. But he was definitely younger. Less worn down by life. Not as rough around the edges. Thanks for that, he said dryly. You should try moisturizer. I'll keep that in mind. And sunscreen. Got it. You smoke. Used to. Another reason your skin looks like leather. Reacher shrugged. Could have been Asian, with that patchy beard. Cheekbones. Sharp, but he was already lean. More like starved. Probably started out wiry. How fast does a wiry guy waste away? Depends. 5, 6 days if he's bedridden, sick, or refusing food. Less if he's out in the cold, burning energy. Maybe 2 or 3. Vaughn fell silent for a beat. That's a hell of a lot of effort, she finally said. Why would the people in despair work that hard to keep him out? Reacher shook his head. Better question, why was he fighting so hard to stay? Had to be something worth sticking around for. Vaughn drained her glass while Reacher finished his coffee. Can I take your truck? He asked. When? No. While you're asleep. No. Why not? You'll drive straight back to despair, get arrested, and drag me into it. What if I don't go to despair? Where else is there? West. The dead guy had to come from that way. Doubt he passed through, hope you'd have noticed him. Same with the missing husband. Fair point. But west of despair? Nothing but miles of nothing. Has to be something. Vaughn hesitated. It's a long detour. Almost back to Kansas. I'll cover gas. Promise me you won't set foot in despair. Where's the boundary? 5 miles past the metal plant. Deal. With a sigh, she slid her keys across the table. Go, she said. I'll walk. Don't need you knowing where I live. The Chevy seat barely adjusted, forcing Reacher to sit stiff-kneed like he was driving a tractor. The steering had too much play, and the brakes needed a firm stomp. Still, better than walking, which he was officially done with for a while. His first stop was the motel in Hope. His room was at the far end, meaning Lucy Anderson had to be closer to the office. No other lodging in town, and she wasn't staying with friends that have been with her at the diner when she needed them. The motel's main windows faced the back, while the front had doors, plastic chairs, and frosted bathroom slits. Reacher started next door and worked his way down, looking for the faint glow of drying laundry. Women like Lucy usually kept things clean. 2 rooms showed signs, one with larger shapes, likely an older tenant. He knocked on the other door and stepped back. After a pause, Lucy cracked it open, her grip tight on the handle, her face half hidden in shadow. Reacher leaned against the motel doorframe, arms crossed. Hey, Lucky, he said. She didn't invite him in. What are you doing here? Trying to figure out why your husband took off for despair and how. She stood there in those same beat-up sneakers, the kind you'd see on a college athlete. Her legs were tan and toned, like she spent her weekends on a soccer field instead of hiding in a motel. The denim shorts she wore were practically non-existent, frayed at the edges like they'd been hacked off with a dull knife. A plain blue sweatshirt hung loose over her frame, the same shade as her eyes that darted past him, scanning the empty parking lot. I don't want you looking for him, she said. Why not? Because I don't want him found. That doesn't make sense. She stepped forward, just enough for the light to catch the tension in her face. Just drop it, okay? Then she was gone, the door clicking shut behind her. Reacher slid into Vaughn's truck, the cab already warm from the morning sun. He unfolded a map from the glove box, tracing the route with his finger. A long loop east, then north, then west again, 200 miles of nothing before he'd even hit Despair's outskirts. 4 hours there, 4 hours back, assuming he didn't push his luck. The truck rumbled to life, exhaust fumes seeping in through the cracked windows. No fancy buttons here, just manual cranks that let him adjust the airflow just right. At 60, the wind whistled through the gaps, harmonizing with the engine's rough growl. It was almost peaceful, right up until he hit the interstate. Semis roared past, their wake jerking the truck sideways like it weighed nothing. His knuckles went white on the wheel, fighting to keep it steady. He pulled over twice, once for gas, once for coffee, just to give his hands a break. The county road off I-70 was exactly as he remembered, wide, black, built for heavy loads. 20 miles ahead, the recycling plant loomed, its trucks rolling in and out like clockwork. Flatbeds, containers, even a few with Canadian plates. He eased onto the shoulder, 2 wheels in the dirt, and watched them fly by, each one rocking the old truck like a boat in rough water. The town of Despair was barely visible in the distance, just a faint smudge against the horizon with a layer of stagnant smog hanging above it. About 5 miles ahead, but still 15 miles from town, Reacher spotted a cluster of low, indistinct buildings. To his right, maybe a gas station, maybe a roadside diner, or even a full-service truck stop. The kind of place where a man could load up on greasy, high-calorie food. The kind of place where Lucy Anderson's husband and that unidentified dead guy might have stopped for a meal before rolling into Despair. If so, for the dead man, it would have been his last. Maybe someone there would remember them. Maybe the place was just outside town limits. Maybe not. Reacher checked his mirror, shifted gears, and eased the truck back onto the road, aiming for that distant smudge. 12 minutes later, he braked just before a small green sign that read, "Entering Despair. Pop." 9690 friend. 100 yards behind him, the cluster of buildings stood not gray, as they'd appeared from a distance, but a dull olive green. Not a gas station. Not a diner. Definitely not a truck stop. 6 identical prefab structures sat in a tight formation, arranged with military precision. Raw dirt roads edged with white-painted rocks ran between them. A tall razor-wire fence encircled the compound, stretching west to enclose a parking lot filled with up-armored Humvees, each sporting a machine gun mount. A slim radio mast stood nearby, fenced off like it held state secrets. Not a truck stop. Not even close. This was an army base, specifically, a forward operating base for a combat MP unit. Reacher recognized the setup. The glossy green signboard at the gate confirmed it, a regular army unit, and a solid one at that. No reservists, no National Guard. These were professionals. The guard shack had 4 soldiers inside. 2 stayed put, eyes locked on their posts. The other 2 moved like clockwork desert camo, armored vests, helmets, M16s in hand. They ducked under the barrier, split formation, and advanced in perfect sync, boots hitting the pavement at exactly 7 miles an hour. One veered right, taking position 10 yards off in the sand, rifle ready. The other circled the truck, checked the bed, then stopped 6 feet from Reacher's door. "Sir, lower your window," the soldier barked, voice sharp and clear. "And keep your hands where I can see them," Reacher thought. "For your own safety." He rolled the window down and cut his gaze left. "Sir, hands on the wheel," the soldier repeated. "For your own safety." Reacher gripped the wheel at 10 and 2 and kept staring. The soldier standing in front of Reacher was young but seasoned, his sharp eyes framed by deep squint lines behind thin black glasses. The name stitched on his vest read, Morgan. A distant air horn blared, and the corporal instinctively moved toward the curb just as an 18-wheeler roared past, kicking up a storm of dust and noise. The truck's tires screeched under the weight, rocking Reacher's vehicle before the quiet settled back in. Morgan stepped into position again, rifle angled down but ready, his stance firm but measured. "Relax, Corporal," Reacher said. "Nothing worth your time here." Morgan didn't budge. "With all due respect, sir, that's my call to make." Reacher glanced past him. The other MP hadn't moved, his rifle snug against his shoulder, sights locked on the truck's front tire. Fresh-faced, probably a peu tense, but holding steady. Morgan pressed, "Sir, why are you parked here? Do I need a reason? From where I'm standing, it looks like you're casing a secure facility." Reacher smirked. "You're wrong. Then why are you stopped? Drop the sir thing, will you?" Morgan hesitated, clearly thrown. A guy with his time in had probably memorized every regulation on civilian interactions, down to the last bureaucratic update. "Maybe I took a wrong turn," Reacher offered. "You from around here?" "No." "Your plates say Colorado." "Colorado's a big state," Reacher said. "Over 100,000 square miles, 8th largest in the country. But only 22nd in population. Maybe I'm from the middle of nowhere." Morgan blinked, momentarily thrown off. Then he regrouped. "Where are you headed?" That was the tricky part. The turnoff had been easy to miss. No way someone bound for Denver or the Springs would have taken it by accident. Claiming confusion would only make things worse, and the last thing he needed was Vaughn's name popping up in some MP report. "Hope," Reacher said. Morgan pointed south without looking away. "Straight ahead. 22 miles to downtown." Reacher nodded. The guy was sharp-focused, disciplined, boots scuffed but polished, uniform crisp despite its age. Even his glasses sat perfectly level under his helmet. Reacher had always liked soldiers who wore them. The glasses made them seem human, balancing out the armor and weapons. Another truck barreled past, this one hauling a massive shipping container. The wind whipped Morgan's pants against his legs, dust swirling around his boots, but he didn't flinch. "Sir, is this your vehicle?" Morgan asked. "Not sure that's any of your business. Near a restricted base." "It's all my business." Reacher stayed quiet. "Registration and insurance." Morgan pressed. "Glove box," Reacher said. Vaughn was a cop, no way she'd let her paperwork slide. Too much professional pride. Morgan stepped forward, his boots crunching on the gravel. "Sir, I need to verify those vehicle papers," he said, hand resting near his belt. Reacher didn't blink. "Not happening." "With all due respect, sir, you're rolling up to a secured facility in what looks like a hot-wired rig. You already peeked in the back. Nothing there but air." Morgan's jaw tightened. Reacher leaned an elbow out the window. "Relax, Corporal. This isn't some desert outpost. Nobody's planting IEDs in Colorado." Morgan's fingers twitched. "Sir, you might want to rethink your word choice. Take a breath. I was stating the obvious, what I won't do." "Not exactly a joke. Wasn't trying to be funny." Morgan exhaled sharply. "Papers. Now. You're pushing it. Just a quick look, sir." "You got Jag on speed dial?" "No, sir." "Then you really want to bet your stripes on this?" Silence. A fuel tanker roared past, its chrome siding warping Reacher's reflection into something out of a carnival mirror. The diesel stink hung in the air as Morgan regrouped. "Sir, just flash the docs. Prove you've got 'em." Reacher sighed, popped the glove box, and rummaged past crumpled napkins and dried-up pens. His fingers closed on a cracked plastic sleeve, the kind sold at truck stops next to pine-scented hang tags and dashboard junk. Inside, a faded insurance card and registration listed, one David Vaughn of Hope, Colorado. He flicked the wallet open just long enough for Morgan to catch the blur of ink. "Happy?" Reacher snapped it shut. Morgan backed off. "Appreciate it, sir." Reacher tossed the sleeve back and slammed the compartment. Morgan tapped the fender. Time to move along. Now came the choice. Forward into despair or back toward hope. A U-turn would spike Morgan's curiosity, maybe trigger a plate check. But squaring off with MPs beat tangling with small-town cops any day. Reacher cranked the wheel. "Enjoy the scenery, Corporal," he said, and rolled past the town limit sign. Population, 2,693. For now. The road arrowed straight toward the recycling plant's main gate, its left fork vanishing into scrubland. Reacher idled through a gap in the convoy of semis hauling scrap metal northbound. Then he took the turn, the truck jolting over potholes as the plant's whitewashed walls loomed ahead. Through the open window, the metallic shriek of machinery and the bite of welding fumes hit him. The security Tahoe prowled the lot, blacked out and slow, like a predator circling. Its twin was just a dust cloud on the horizon. Reacher pressed the gas, feeling the old Chevy strain as the Tahoe behind him suddenly slowed and cut across his path. The massive SUV loomed in his rearview mirror before vanishing. Ahead, the outskirts of despair came into view, a cluster of dull brick buildings baking under the afternoon sun. The road stretched ahead, uneven and winding, avoiding anything bigger than a boulder. It was a cheap patch job, never properly leveled since its days as a dirt path. A mile out, a cop car rolled into view, a white and gold Crown Vic with a light bar and push bars. It hesitated at the intersection before swinging left, heading straight for him. Reacher eased off the gas, dropping to 45, though he had no clue what the speed limit was. The cruiser was closing fast, sunlight glinting off its windshield. 10 seconds before they passed, Reacher lifted his left hand to his temple like he was nursing a headache, keeping his eyes fixed ahead. The cop blew by without slowing. But in the mirror, brake lights flared. Reacher did the math: 15 miles to the Hopetown line, the truck barely hitting 70. The Crown Vic with its police-tuned engine could easily hit 90. 3 minutes tops before it caught up. Behind him, the cruiser whipped into a U-turn. Why? This road was public, plenty of out-of-towners passed through. Unless the Tahoe's driver had recognized him. Downtown now, another Crown Vic lurched into the road, blocking his path. Reacher swerved right, fishtailing into the grid of side streets. Not his strong suit, he'd barely scraped by evasive driving back at Fort Rucker. Left, right, left, he wove through intersections, relying on instinct more than skill. A slow-moving Pontiac forced him to detour, but the streets were quiet. No sign of the cops. Luck was holding for now. He estimated the downtown grid was roughly 12 blocks by 12, which gave him 288 possible turns to avoid a head-on run-in. Staying mobile lowered the odds of a direct clash, but escaping the maze entirely seemed just as unlikely. With the second cruiser blocking Main Street to the east, hope was off the table. And to the west, those armored Tahoes from the metal plant were probably still on patrol. Not to mention the locals, plenty of them with lifted trucks that could outpace Vaughn's rusted Chevy on rough terrain. They could turn this into a full-blown manhunt in no time. Reacher took a left at random just to keep rolling. The pursuing cruiser shot through the intersection ahead, left to right, then vanished. He swung onto the same street and caught a glimpse of it in his rear view, shrinking into the distance. Now he was pointed west. The gas gauge hovered just above a quarter tank. At the next four-way, he hooked a right, drove 2 blocks north to Main, then turned east. Up ahead, the second Crown Vic still sat diagonally across the road, lights pulsing red near the dry goods store. One of the last true American land yachts, 18 feet of steel, but it left a narrow gap, 4 feet between its bumper and the curb in front, 3 in the rear. Not enough. Vaughn's Chevy was nearly 6 feet wide. Back at Fort Rucker, the evasion instructors had a saying, "Keep death off the road, drive on the sidewalk." He could do that. 2 wheels up, squeeze past the cop. But then what? A 12-mile chase in a car that topped out at 60? No chance. He turned right again, diving back into the grid. The first cruiser flashed by 3 blocks away, hunting east to west. Reacher veered left, putting distance between them. He slowed, scanning for used car lots, movie-style hideouts where he could blend in. No luck. Just the same bleak landmarks. The police station, the grocery store, the barber shop, the dive bar, the dingy rooming house, the faded hotel he'd passed before. Then the church some doomsday cult's storefront pulpit, the town's only house of worship where the local big shot played preacher. The building was a squat brick box with a tacked-on steeple, its copper lightning rod streaked green from years of weather. The brightest thing in despair, a slash of color in a town washed gray. No tire shops, no garages, nowhere to stash the Chevy or fix its busted alignment. Just more turns, more dead ends. The Crown Vic popped up 3 times in 3 minutes, twice ahead, once in the mirror. The 4th time, they met nose to nose at a 4-way, 10 feet apart, frozen. Same cop who'd cuffed him before, broad, swarthy, grinning under his tan jacket. He flicked a hand, mock polite. "After you." Reacher wasn't exactly a pro behind the wheel, but he wasn't an idiot either. Letting that cop tail him in the same direction? Not happening. He threw the beat-up Chevy into reverse and peeled backward. The cop lunged forward, tires squealing as he tried to cut Reacher off. Timing it just right, Reacher slammed the gear shift into drive and swerved past him, their doors nearly scraping. A sharp left, a quick right, another left he kept twisting until he was sure he'd lost the tail. Then he just drove, no destination in mind. Circling the same blocks over and over wasn't doing him any favors. Every turn could lead him straight into more trouble. So he stuck to the long stretches, only turning when the road forced him to. Eventually, he was just tracing lazy loops around town, keeping the speed steady, slow enough to stay under the radar, fast enough that the Chevy wouldn't choke if he needed to bolt. The same landmarks kept flashing by: the church, the dive bar, the run-down grocery store, the dingy motel. Then the rooming house. Just as he passed, the door swung open in his peripheral vision. A guy stepped out, young, built like a linebacker, sun-bleached hair buzzed short, tan like he spent his days outdoors. Blue jeans, a plain white tee under a faded gray sweater. Reacher stumped the brakes and twisted to look, but the guy was already gone, vanishing around the corner. Reacher threw the truck into reverse, ignoring the angry honk from Ensu swerving out of his way. He backed into the intersection, scanning the sidewalk. Nothing. Just empty pavement. In the rear view, the cop car lurked 3 blocks back. Reacher jammed the stick into drive and took off again, weaving through side streets. No sign of the blonde guy, but he spotted the cop twice more, cruising like he had all day to waste. Which, honestly, he did. Middle of the afternoon, half the town clocked in at the factory, the rest glued to their TVs or baking something in their kitchens. Only one road in and out Reacher was boxed in, and they both knew it. Time to stop running. Some blowhard at Fort Rucker had once drilled into them that assuming things made fools out of everyone. He'd even scrawled it on the board: ass plus you plus me. Reacher had rolled his eyes, but the guy wasn't entirely wrong. Still, sometimes you had to gamble. Right now, he was betting these small-town cops wouldn't risk hitting civilians. So he pulled over outside a diner, killed the engine, and leaned against the floor-to-ceiling window, the glass cool through his shirt. Inside, the same waitress from before was serving a handful of late lunchers, a trio, a couple, a few solo diners. Unwitting shields if it came to that. Reacher rolled his shoulders, working out the stiffness from hours crammed in the Chevy's tiny cab. He flexed his hands, cracked his neck, and waited. 2 minutes and 40 seconds later, the Crown Vic rolled up. It paused 2 blocks away, like the cop couldn't believe his luck. The truck parked, Reacher just standing there. Then the engine roared, and the cruiser shot forward, screeching to a stop right behind the Chevy, its bumper way too close for comfort. The officer kept his patrol car idling as he swung the door open and stepped onto the pavement. It felt like a scene Reacher had lived before. Same broad-shouldered cop, same tan jacket, same deep crease from a hatband pressed into his forehead. The guy couldn't have been more than 40, with thick black hair and a neck like a linebacker. He unholstered his Glock, gripping it with both hands, and braced himself against the cruiser's fender, eyes locked on Reacher over the hood. Textbook positioning, except for the diners still sipping coffee behind the diner's windows. "Freeze," the cop barked. Reacher didn't move. "Not planning on it. Get in the car. Try making me. I'll shoot. You won't." For a second, the cop faltered, his gaze flicking past Reacher to the people inside. Reacher knew this town's police department didn't have a protocol for officer-involved shootings, no paperwork, no oversight. The hesitation wasn't policy, it was self-preservation. Or maybe the guy had an aunt who liked her pancakes at noon. "Last chance," the cop growled. Reacher stayed loose, arms at his sides. "Hard pass." The cop's jaw tightened. He sidestepped toward the driver's side, keeping the gun steady, and fished the radio mic off the seat. "Bro, get to the diner." "No." He tossed it back, both hands returning to the Glock. Now the clock was running. 1 cop was manageable. 2. Less so. Reacher needed to end this before backup arrived. The only sounds were the cruiser's idle and the clatter of dishes from the kitchen. "Pathetic," Reacher said. "Can't even handle 1 guy without calling your buddy." The cop's face flushed. He edged forward, adjusting his aim, boots scraping against the sidewalk. Reacher shifted slightly, keeping the line of fire risky. 1 wrong move, and the bullet could shatter the diner's window. "Get in the car." The cop closed the gap 5 feet, then 3. Reacher pressed his back against the glass, his heel bumping the wall. The Glock's barrel hovered inches from his throat. The cop was big, arms locked in a solid stance, but Reacher knew the truth. Hesitation made men weak. The cop reached for Reacher's collar with his free hand. Bad move. Reacher twisted right, his shoulders sliding against the window, and in 1 motion, his left arm came up, clamping over the cop's gun hand. His grip was iron, bigger, stronger. He forced the barrel down, squeezing until the cop's finger went numb. Then he met the guy's eyes, flashed a cold grin, and drove his forehead straight into the cop's nose. The cop staggered, knees buckling. Reacher didn't let go. 1 sharp knee to the groin, and the fight was over. The officer dropped almost straight down, but Reacher kept twisting his wrist, using the man's own momentum to pop his elbow out of joint as he fell. A sharp cry escaped the cop's lips, and the Glock slipped from his grip without resistance. No time to waste, Reacher moved fast, darting around the Crown Vic's hood and yanking the door open. He flung the pistol onto the passenger seat, slid behind the wheel, and yanked the seatbelt tight. The leather still held the warmth of the cop's body, the air thick with the sour tang of sweat. Shifting into reverse, Reacher peeled away from the Chevy, whipped the wheel around, and lined up nose to nose with it, now facing east, parked wrong way in the opposite lane. Waiting. Less than half a minute later, the second cruiser appeared right on schedule. Distant red lights flared before the car careened around the corner, tires skidding slightly before the engine roared to life, speeding down the narrow street toward the diner. Reacher let it barrel through two intersections before flooring the gas and launching straight at it. The two Crown Vics collided head-on with a deafening crunch, hoods crumpled rear wheels, lifting off the pavement, glass shattering, steam hissing from ruptured radiators. The airbags exploded in Reacher's face, slamming him back into the seat. He braced his arms up just in time to absorb the punch of the inflating bag before it deflated again, leaving him dazed but unharmed. The other cop hadn't been so lucky. No seatbelt meant he took the full force of the airbag, now slumped sideways across the bench, blood trickling from his nose and ears. Both cars were mangled beyond recognition, though the passenger compartments had held up, thank Detroit's 5-star safety ratings for that. Reacher wasn't taking chances. He grabbed the Mossberg from between the seats, racked it twice, and put 2 booming rounds into each car's rear wheel wells, shredding tires and crippling anything else vital. Tossing the shotgun back through the shattered window, he strode to Vaughn's Chevy, backed away from the wreckage, and caught the stunned faces of the diner's patrons pressed against the glass. A couple were already fumbling for their phones. Reacher smirked. "Who you gonna call?" He spun the Chevy in a tight K-turn, swung right onto Main Street, then east, cruising at a steady 50. Once past the gas station, he pushed it to 60, keeping an eye on the rear view. No pursuit. The road noise was muted now, his ears still ringing from the shotgun blasts and airbag detonations. 12 minutes later, he rolled into Hope right at 3 in the afternoon. Vaughn's sleep schedule was a guess. She'd probably hit the pillow around 9 that morning, meaning she'd had 6 hours. 8 would put her up by 5, reasonable if her shift started at 7. Or maybe she was already awake. Daytime sleep never came easy for some. Habit, body clock, whatever. The diner seemed like the best bet. Either she'd be there or he'd leave her keys with the cashier. Turns out she was already waiting. He spotted her in their usual booth, uniform on, 4 hours early for her watch. She sat with a clean plate and a half-empty coffee cup when he walked in. The bell above the diner door jingled as he slid into the booth, across from her. Dark circles under her eyes told the story before she did. "Rough night?" he asked. "Does it show?" "Enough." She exhaled, fingers tapping the ceramic rim. "I need to tell you something. You took my truck to Despair." His voice was flat. "Figured you would." "I didn't have a choice." "Right. How long since you've been out that way?" "I avoid that town. There's a new military post right past the county line. Combat MPs." "Why station them there?" Vaughn shrugged. "Army puts bases where it wants. Not like this. These guys just rotated back from desert deployment gear. Sandblasted, faces sun-cracked. They should be overseas, not guarding some nowhere town. Maybe they're prepping for redeployment. Fresh off the plane, not heading out." The waitress refilled his mug while Vaughn sat untouched. "So what's your theory?" she asked. "MPs protect high-value targets. Convoys, bases. They don't babysit empty planes." He took a slow sip. "Question is, what's in Despair worth guarding?" Vaughn chewed her lip. "You think they turned you around? Saved you a hassle? They'd have run your plates. Did they give you trouble?" Your truck's fine, though your might be stretching it. Her brow furrowed. What's that supposed to mean? Who's David Robert Vaughn? A beat of silence. Then tight-lipped, my husband. Reacher leaned back. Didn't peg you as married. You wouldn't, she said, finally lifting her cup. I didn't mention it. Ring's usually a giveaway. Lucy Anderson doesn't wear one. Saw her husband today, coming out of a flophouse in despair. Vaughn's mug hit the table. You were off Main Street, avoiding roadblocks. Genius. Luck, he admitted. Their PD's a little short-staffed now. Her eyes narrowed. How short? 2 cruisers down. 2 cops nursing headaches. You're insane. Just consistent. You don't start fights, but you finish them. They'll come for you. Eventually. He dropped the truck keys between them. Got time to shop first. He hit a thrift store for basics threadbare tee. Socks with the tags still on. The pharmacy's fluorescent lights glared as he grabbed a razor. Then he wandered into a hardware store, smelling of sawdust and motor oil. Past stacks of lawn chairs, he found work pants stiff with newness and flannel shirts folded too neatly for their bargain bin price. The tags whispered promises of durability stitched by hands an ocean away. He picked out a pair of dark olive pants and a checkered shirt the color of dried mud. Not exactly bargain bin prices, but not wallet-crushing either. The cashier stuffed them into a plain brown bag, and he hauled it back to his motel room. After a hot shower and a close shave, he pulled on the stiff new clothes. They felt like cardboard, barely bending at the knees. Whoever stitched these together overseas must have used enough starch to armor a battleship. A few deep squats and some arm curls later, the fabric finally started to give. Outside, he walked down the row of doors until he reached Lucy Anderson's. He knocked and waited. When she answered, she hadn't changed, same long legs, cut-off shorts, and that faded blue sweatshirt. Young, guarded, and radiating distrust. You were supposed to stay away, she said. I think I spotted your husband today, he replied. Her expression flickered. Where? Despair. He's got a place there. Is he okay? Seemed fine to me. She crossed her arms. So what now? That's up to you. Her jaw tightened. Just leave him alone. I already told you I'm not a cop anymore. Just passing through, same as you. Then why go back to despair? Had some unfinished business. She scoffed. You're lying. You've got cop written all over you. You saw what I had on me. No badge, no gun. Maybe you stashed them. He gestured toward his room. Feel free to check. Her fingers dug into the doorframe like she was bracing for a fight. Just then, the motel clerk, a heavy-set woman in her 50s, stepped out of the office and started toward them, her eyes sharp with suspicion. Reacher took a step back, hands raised. Relax, he said. If I wanted trouble, you'd already know it. Lucy didn't answer. She glanced at the approaching clerk, then ducked back inside and slammed the door. The clerk stopped a few feet away, arms crossed. You need to leave that girl alone. For what? Reacher asked. Or find another place to stay. That a threat? I run a decent establishment. I'm trying to help her. She doesn't see it that way. You two talk much. I hear things. Well, you heard wrong. I'm not a cop. She gave him a once-over. Could he fooled me? Not my problem. Then maybe you should look into real crimes. Like what? Over at the metal plant in Despair. Not my business. Then ask yourself why that plane flies every night. Before he could press further, Vaughn's battered pickup tore into the lot, skidding to a stop inches from him. She leaned out the window, still in uniform. "Get in," she ordered. "Why? Now. Do I get a say?" "Not this time. Am I under arrest?" "If that's what it takes." Vaughn tightened her grip on the wheel, her knuckles pale under the streetlights. "I won't hesitate to use my weapon or my cuffs if it comes to that," she said. "Now get in the car." Reacher studied her expression through the windshield, her jaw set, her eyes steady. She wasn't bluffing. With a shrug, he slid into the passenger seat. The door clicked shut behind him, and Vaughn didn't move until she was sure he was settled. "You ever ride shotgun with a cop before?" she asked. "A full shift, start to finish." Reacher smirked. "Why would I? I was the law." "Doesn't matter," she shot back. "You're doing it tonight." "Care to explain?" "Got a heads up from Despair. You're officially a wanted man. Their boys are on the way, so tonight you stick where I can keep an eye on you." Reacher scoffed. "They can't be coming already. Half of them are probably still nursing their wounds." "All 4 deputies are rolling out," she said. "That's what they do, they deputize." "So I'm supposed to sit in your cruiser like a kid in timeout?" "Damn right. You think I can't handle myself?" "It's not about you," Vaughn snapped. "This town doesn't need a brawl in the streets." "I won't let it happen." Reacher leaned back. "Those 4 wouldn't last 5 seconds. One's already limping, and another was puking his guts out last I saw him." "So you could take them?" "Blindfolded and one-handed." "Exactly my point," she said, jerking the wheel into a sharp U-turn. "I've got a responsibility. No street fights on my watch." Reacher glanced at the clock on the dash. "When do they get here?" "Plant shuts down at 6. They'll head straight over." "How long they sticking around?" "Till the plant reopens at 6 tomorrow." Reacher shook his head. "You don't want me crammed in this car all night." "I'll do what I have to," Vaughn said. "This town stays clean in every sense." A beat passed before Reacher offered. "I could just leave." "For good?" she asked. "Temporary vacation." "To where?" "Despair, obviously. Their cops are laid up, and their deputies will be here. No trouble to find." Vaughn turned onto 2nd Street, the diner's neon sign flickering in the distance. She was quiet for a long moment before adding, "There's another one in town today." "Another what?" "Another girl. Like Lucy Anderson, but dark-haired. Showed up this afternoon, just sitting there staring west like she's waiting for news from Despair. Boyfriend. Husband. Maybe. Maybe a dead one. White, early 20s, 5'8". $140? Could be." Reacher exhaled. "I should go." Vaughn drove past the diner, circling back without purpose, just keeping the car moving. The streets were lined with small homes, picket fences tilting at odd angles, mailboxes leaning like tired sentinels. "Wait till the deputies roll in," she said. "Don't cross paths with them." "Fine. And don't let them see you leave." "Got it. And for God's sake, don't start anything over there." Reacher smirked. "Who's left to start anything with? Unless the judge wants a rematch." Vaughn handed over her truck without another word, heading home to switch to her cruiser. Reacher parked in the shadows of a side street, watching the occasional car drift past on First. The daylight bled into dusk, the world turning quiet. His internal clock ticked steadily until, at exactly 60:32, an old crew cab pickup sped into view, coming straight from Despair. The truck rolled up with 4 men packed inside, 3 passengers and a driver. all broad-shouldered, crammed tight in the cab. Reacher knew them instantly. The deputies from Despair, right on schedule. He waited a second, then fired up the Chevy's engine and pulled away from the curb. Taking a left onto First Street, he glanced in the rear view. The crew cab was already fading into the distance, slowing down to make a turn. The road ahead was clear, so he punched the gas, pushing the old pickup to 60 as he passed the hardware store. 5 minutes later, the tires thumped over the expansion joint, and the truck settled into a rattling cruise westbound. 12 miles down the road, he rolled past the abandoned lot, the boarded-up motel, the gas station, and the discount home goods store, before swinging left into Despair's tangled downtown streets. First stop, the police station. He needed to confirm there were no sudden reinforcements, no miraculous revivals. The place was dark, deserted, no lights, no movement, no patrol cars, no makeshift deputies in sticker-marked sedans. Just silence. Reacher smirked. Open season. Lawless. Like some grim dystopian flick, exactly how he preferred it. He swung the truck around in the empty diagonal parking spots and headed back toward the rooming house, pulling up to the curb and killing the engine. The window rolled down, letting in the distant drone of a single-engine plane climbing into the evening sky. 7 o'clock. That same Cessna, or maybe a Beechcraft or Piper, taking off again. You should ask yourself why that plane flies every night, the motel clerk had said. Maybe I will, Reacher thought. Eventually. The rooming house stood on a corner, 3 stories of dull brick with narrow windows and a flat roof. 4 worn stone steps led up to an off-center door. A faded maroon sign under a dim swan neck lamp read, "Rooms to rent" in amateur white lettering. Not his usual kind of place. Weekly rates usually meant hot plates and semi-permanent tenants, practically domestic life. Inside, the hallway was cramped, the brown linoleum floor swirling to match the walls under a dim ceiling bulb. The air smelled like dust and overcooked vegetables. 4 green doors, 2 in back, 2 in front, all closed. The owner would be in one of the front rooms, keeping an eye on comings and goings. Reacher went for the door at the base of the stairs' best vantage point. He knocked. After a long pause, the door creaked open, revealing a gaunt man in a dingy white shirt and a crooked black tie. 70 if he was a day, his hair as pale as his stained collar. The tie was knotted with care, but the rest of him looked like he'd given up on first impressions a long time ago. The elderly man eyed Reacher cautiously. "Help you with what?" he asked, his voice gravelly with age. "Is this your property?" Reacher countered, scanning the dimly lit hallway. The old man gave a slow nod. "Been in my family nearly 50 years. My mother ran it before me. I'm trying to find a buddy of mine," Reacher said. "Kid from California. Word is he was staying here." Silence stretched between them. The old man just stared. Reacher pressed on. "Young guy, early 20s. Built like a linebacker. Tan buzz cut. Ain't seen him." "You positive?" "Place is empty." "Funny," Reacher said, "because someone swears they saw him walk out your front door earlier." The old man shrugged. "Maybe he stopped by." "Stopped by for what?" "You just said nobody's here." "Could have been visiting me." Reacher raised an eyebrow. "You 2 pals or something?" "Maybe he heard my rates were better than the motel down the street." "What about another guy? Shorter, lean, same age?" The old man shook his head. "No guests. Big or small." "You sure about that?" "It's my house. I know who's in it." Reacher crossed his arms. "How long since you've had renters?" A pause. Then a while. How long's a while? Years. So how do you pay the bills? The old man smirked. I don't. You own this place. Same as my mother did, I rent it. Reacher glanced at the staircase. Mind if I take a look around? The old man stiffened. Why? Call it professional curiosity. You think I'm lying? Reacher shrugged. I don't take things at face value. The old man scowled. Maybe I should call the cops. Be my guest. The man shuffled off toward a shadowy corner, lifting an ancient rotary phone. Reacher tested the nearest door locked. By the time he turned back, the old man was scowling at the dead line. No answer at the station, he muttered. Guess it's just us, Reacher said. Hand over the master key. Save yourself the hassle of replacing broken locks later. With a resigned sigh, the old man fished out a tarnished brass key, its hole threaded with a frayed string and a rusted eyelet. The place was a relic, 3 floors, 11 identical rooms, each with a narrow iron cot, threadbare sheets, and a rickety kitchen table sporting a 2-burner hot plate. The shared bathrooms had clawfoot tubs and ancient high-tank toilets, but everything was spotless floors gleaming, towels folded with military precision, not a crumb in sight. Reacher checked every inch, listening for signs of recent occupation, but the rooms felt hollow, untouched. Finally, he returned the key. Sorry to trouble you, he said. Then, almost as an afterthought, town got an ambulance service? The old man squinted. You hurt. Hypothetically. If I needed a stretcher, who'd show up? Depends how bad. There's a first aid station up at the factory. Reacher noticed an infirmary next, just in case someone got injured on the job. They even had a vehicle and a stretcher ready to go. Thanks, he said, then drove Vaughn's beat-up Chevy down the street. He slowed near the storefront's church, its sign stretching across the entire building. Congregation of the End Times. One window had a poster styled like a grocery store ad. The time is at hand, a quote from Revelation. The other window declared the end is near. Inside, the place was just as grim as its warnings: rows of metal chairs, a scuffed wooden floor, a small stage with a podium. More posters hammered home the same doomsday message. Reacher scanned them before pulling away, heading for the hotel. By night, the place looked even worse than he remembered. What had seemed merely shabby in daylight now resembled an abandoned prison, maybe from some forgotten Eastern European city. The walls were bare, the windows dark. Inside, a lifeless dining room sat to the left, an empty bar to the right. The lobby stretched ahead, its reception desk unmanned. A narrow staircase, its carpet worn thin, led upward, no elevator in sight. Hotels were legally required to keep guest records, useful in emergencies like fires or tornadoes. Reacher had learned long ago that the register was the best place to start a search. These days, computers made that harder, but despair was stuck in the past. The hotel's ledger was an old red leather book, simple to flip open, easy to read. According to the entries, the last guest had checked in 7 months ago, a couple from California who stayed 2 nights. Since then, nothing. No names matching young men, no recent visitors at all. Reacher left unnoticed and climbed back into the Chevy. His next stop was 2 blocks over, the town bar where he'd have to blend in with the locals. The bar occupied the ground floor of another dull brick building, a long narrow room stretching to the back, with restrooms and a fire exit down a short hallway. The counter ran along the left side, tables and chairs on the right. No music, no TV, no distractions, just dim lighting and quiet conversation. About a third of the stools and a quarter of the chairs were taken. The after-work crowd nursing beers in tired silence. Every man in the place turned to stare as Reacher stepped inside. That unspoken barroom instinct, stranger alert. He let them look, making it clear he wasn't an easy target, then took a seat at the bar, leaving space between himself and the others. The stools had iron bases, worn mahogany seats that creaked when they turned. The counter itself was scarred and mismatched against the pine-paneled walls. The bar was lined with grimy mirrors, their surfaces dulled by years of smoke and spilled drinks, each one framed in rough-hewn wood and plastered with faded beer logos. Behind the counter stood a heavy-set bartender in his 40s, his pale face set in a permanent scowl. He leaned against the register, arms crossed, like a man who had no intention of doing his job anytime soon. Reacher turned on his stool, scanning the room. "Listen up," he called. "I'm not here for work. Just passing through, looking for a drink." Silence. Glasses hovered mid-air, eyes locked on him with open suspicion. "First guy to talk to me gets his tab covered," Reacher offered. "For a week." Still nothing. He turned back to the bartender. "Either serve me a beer or I start breaking things." The guy hesitated, then reached for the old rotary phone by the register. He dialed, waited, then hung up with a grunt. Nobody answered. "Guess it's just us," Reacher said. "Budweiser." "No glass." The bartender glanced past him, checking for backup. Finding none, he sighed, grabbed a bottle from under the bar, and popped the cap. Foam spilled over the sides as he slid it toward Reacher. Reacher tossed a 10 on the counter. "Looking for a guy. Young, built like a linebacker." "Seen him." "Not here." "Another one, then." "Skinny, wiry, about 5'8". "Never saw him either." "You work at the plant before this?" "Years ago." "Thurman moved me here." "Thurman owns the place." "Owns everything in town." Reacher took a swig of the lukewarm beer, grimacing at the metallic aftertaste. That his plane flying out every night? Who else would it be? Where's he going? Not my business. Reacher leaned in. "What if I made it worth your while? $100? For a second, the guy looked tempted. Then he shook his head. "Wouldn't change my answer." Reacher studied the mirrors, watching for movement. The room stayed still, tense. Nobody was going to help him, but nobody was going to stop him, either. The bartender wiped down the counter, as Reacher took another sip of his beer. "What happens to folks who die around here?" Reacher asked, setting the glass down. The bartender paused. "What do you mean?" "You got a funeral home in town." "Nearest one's 40 miles west," the bartender said. "Got a morgue, a cemetery, the whole setup." "Nothing like that in Despair." Reacher leaned forward slightly. "The younger guy didn't make it." "Which younger guy?" "The one I asked you about earlier." The bartender shrugged. "Didn't see any young guys, dead or alive." Reacher let the silence stretch until the bartender finally spoke again. "So, just passing through." It was the kind of empty small talk that told Reacher everything he needed to know. "Here we go," he thought. His eyes flicked toward the back exit, then checked the front door in the mirror. "Yeah," he said. "Just passing through." "Not much to keep you here." "Disagree. I think this place is full of surprises." The bartender raised an eyebrow. "Oh yeah? Who picks the cops around here?" "Mayor does." "And who's the mayor?" "Mr. Thurman." Reacher smirked. "Shocking. His town, his rules." "I'd love to have a chat with him." The bartender shook his head. "He doesn't do meet and greets." Just making conversation, Reacher said. 6 minutes in, he noted. 10 more to kill. He took another sip. You know the judge doesn't drink here. Didn't ask where he drinks. He's Thurman's lawyer, works up at the plant. I thought judges were elected. They are. We all voted for him. How many names were on the ballot? Just his. Reacher drummed his fingers on the bar. This judge got a name? Judge Garner. He live in town? Has to? Thurman's rule work for him. You live here. Where's Gardner's place? Big house on Nickel Street. Nickel. All the streets here are named after medals. Reacher nodded. Not so different from military bases naming roads after war heroes. He let the quiet settle again, waiting for the bartender to crack. And sure enough, the guy did. Fun fact, he said. 100 years ago, there were barely 5 miles of paved roads in the whole country. Reacher stayed silent. Not counting city centers, obviously, the bartender added. Those were cobblestone, not asphalt like now. Then came county roads, state highways, the interstates. Towns like ours got left behind. Used to be the main route to Denver. Now, everybody takes I-70. Reacher nodded. Explains the boarded-up motel. Yep. And the whole middle-of-nowhere vibe. If you say so. Reacher leaned in. I know those two guys were here. Sooner or later, I'll figure out who they were and why they came. Can't help you there. One of them's dead. You mentioned that. Still don't know anything about it. 11 minutes down, Reacher thought. 5 to go. He glanced around. This the only bar in town? Only one we need. Movie theater? Nope. So what do people do for fun? Satellite TV. Reacher took another slow sip. Heard there's a medical station at the plant. Yup. With an ambulance. Bold one. Big facility, covers a lot of ground. Accidents happen often. It's a factory. Things go wrong. Plant cover the bills if someone gets hurt. Thurman takes care of his own. Reacher nodded, watching the other patrons in the mirror. 3 minutes left. Then movement caught his eye. 2 deputies slipping in through the back. A glance at the mirror confirmed 2 more coming through the front. The phone. A handy little device and telling in how people used it or didn't. If 4 deputies were really coming to make an arrest, they wouldn't call ahead. No, they'd roll in quiet, take their target by surprise. So that courtesy call? Pure misdirection. It was all part of the plan, a calculated maneuver to push Reacher west, right where they wanted him. The bartender's call hadn't been to the local cops at all. No voicemail, no precinct line. Just a quick coded message to a deputy's cell, confirming Reacher's location, before switching to friendly chatter to keep him rooted in place. Classic misdirection. Reacher saw through it, but he didn't leave. If the guy wanted to play along, fine. He could help mop up the aftermath. And there would be an aftermath, no doubt about that. The deputies moved in from both sides, 2 through the back hallway, 2 through the front door. Reacher didn't turn his head. The mirrored walls gave him a clear view of the whole setup, the reflections shrinking the scene but keeping it sharp. The pair from the front included the guy he decked outside the diner, and the one who'd lost his dinner the night before. Neither looked ready for round 2. The 2 from the back were bigger, but nothing Reacher hadn't handled before. 4 against 1? He'd taken worse odds as a kid back on his dad's base in the Philippines, scrapping with older boys twice his size. Then the game changed. Two more men stood from the crowd, wiping their mouths, pushing back chairs. They split off, one joining the front, the other the back. Not giants, but solid, built like the deputies. Probably family. 13 minutes ago, the bartender hadn't been looking for backup, he'd been signaling these guys, prepping them. Reacher clenched his jaw. The beer in his gut turned bitter. Mistake. He'd been sharp, but not sharp enough. Now it was 6-on-1. 1,200 pounds of muscle against his 250. Not ideal. He exhaled slowly. Dumb sparrow speary. Where there's breath, there's hope. Zeno might have rolled his eyes at that kind of thinking, but Reacher wasn't about to resign himself to anything. He took a final sip of Bud, set the bottle down, and swiveled to face the room. Behind him, the bartender retreated toward the register. Patrons edged back, drinks clutched tight, forming a nervous huddle against the far wall. Stools emptied as guys slipped away to join the safety of the crowd. At both ends of the bar, the 6 men stepped forward, carving out an empty rectangle. Just Reacher on his stool and bare floorboards between them. No weapons, as far as he could tell. Vaughn had mentioned Colorado deputies weren't allowed to carry. The other 2? Just civilians. For now. In Colorado, plenty of folks carried personal firearms, but most didn't wait to pull them. They flashed steel early, using it to intimidate, to control a situation before it even started. Reacher had never seen anyone hesitate like this. 6 against 1, and no guns drawn. Not yet, anyway. The biggest of them stood just inside the door, his voice a low growl. "You're in so deep a bacca, couldn't dig you out." Reacher didn't move. "You talking to me?" "Damn right I am." "Then stop. You've pushed your luck too far." Reacher smirked. "Save it. Go outside and puke, that's about your speed. We ain't leaving. And neither are you. Free country. Not for you. Not anymore." Reacher stayed seated, muscles coiled, but his expression relaxed. His brother Joe had been different, methodical, patient, meeting force with just enough force to end things clean. Reacher had learned the hard way that hesitation got you hurt. At 5 years old, facing 4 older boys, fear had twisted into something fiercer. He'd struck first, fast and brutal, sending them to the hospital and earning a reputation. The lesson stuck, overwhelming force. Hit early. Hit hard. The stool left his hands before they saw it coming. A spinning blur of iron and wood aimed at the 3 in the back. Before it connected, he was already moving, elbow first, crushing the nose of the nearest man. The guy dropped like a sack of grain. Reacher pivoted, driving the same elbow into the big guy's ear, then twisted and buried it in the gut of the one with the busted jaw. A knee to the face finished him. The stool had done its job. 2 men were down, clutching broken wrists or worse. The last deputy lunged, swinging wild. Reacher took the punch on his shoulder and answered with a straight right to the jaw. The guy staggered, dazed, just as thick arms locked around Reacher from behind. The big guy still standing. Reacher slammed backward, driving him into the wall, then snapped his head back. Not perfect, but enough to loosen the grip. No guns. No mercy. Just the way he liked it. Reacher slammed backward into the guy, pinning him against the wall, the impact shattering a mirror behind them. The man gasped as the air rushed from his lungs, his grip slackening just enough for Reacher to twist free. He pivoted, meeting the next deputy in the middle of the room, sidestepping a clumsy right hook before snapping a sharp jab to the guy's jaw. It wasn't his hardest hit, but it stunned the deputy long enough for Reacher to follow up with a crushing left to the throat, dropping him like a sack of bricks. 8 strikes thrown, only 1 landed on him. Not bad, but not efficient either. Time to end this. The bartender's words echoed in his head. Mr. Dermot takes care of his own. Well, let him. These guys were just following orders. And in this town, nothing happened unless Thurman wanted it to. The deputy near the back wall was still writhing, hands clawing at his crushed windpipe. Reacher didn't hesitate. He drove his boot into the man's ribs hard enough to crack bone, then pinned his forearm underfoot and stomped down. No mercy. He moved to the other 2, the ones he'd taken down with the stool earlier. One was curled up, cradling his arm and whimpering. Reacher planted a foot on his backside and shoved him face first into the wall. The other guy was wheezing, his chest caved in from the stool's edge. A quick sweep of the leg sent him sprawling, and Reacher finished him with a kick to the skull. Just in time, the big deputy lunged, throwing a right hook that glanced off Reacher's shoulder. He stumbled, his footing shaky with bodies littering the floor. The big guy pressed forward, telegraphing a straight left that Reacher swatted aside before forcing his way back to open space. The deputy followed, swinging again, but the punch was weak, his face pale, his breath ragged. Reacher ducked, letting the blow glance off his collarbone, then stepped back as the man telegraphed a wild haymaker. A quick scan of the room. 1 stool busted, a mirror in pieces, 5 men down, and the crowd still frozen in place. Not bad. The big deputy straightened up like they were in some kind of time-out, panting. Guess you were right, he wheezed. One of us stayed on his feet long enough to get to you. Reacher smirked. You're not getting to me. Not even close. Which was weird when he thought about it. He was winning a 6-on-1 fight with barely a scratch, just sore shoulders and bruised knuckles. Better than he'd expected. Then it got worse. The big guy grinned, slipping his hands into his pockets. When they reappeared, they held 2 switchblades, polished wood handles, gleaming metal fittings. The room went dead silent except for 2 sharp clicks as the blades locked into place. Reacher's gut twisted. He hated knives. He'd rather face a pair of revolvers guns missed, especially under pressure. After action reports proved it, most shootouts ended with more bullets in walls than bodies. But knives, they didn't miss. If they touched you, they cut you. The big guy wasn't fast, but with those blades, even a glancing hit meant blood, torn flesh, maybe worse. Reacher didn't wait. He yanked a chair from under a stunned spectator and held it out like a lion tamer's prop. Distance was his best defense. Entanglement, his only shot. Reacher knew a makeshift weapon could work. A net, a coat, even a blanket could tangle up a blade. But he had none of those. Just 4 chair legs, sturdy and ready. He lunged like a fencer, then pulled back, shoving another guy off his seat. Snatching up the second chair, he hurled it straight at the big guy's head. The man flinched, raising his arm to block, and the chair slammed into his forearm. Reacher didn't wait. He stepped in fast, driving the chair legs hard, one into the solar plexus, another deep into the gut. The big man staggered, sucking in air before charging again, knives flashing in tight arcs. Reacher danced back, jabbing with the chair, landing a solid hit on the guy's upper arm. The man spun, disoriented, and Reacher struck again, cracking a leg against the back of his skull. For a second, the big guy swayed, then surged forward, blades low and deadly. Reacher shoved a third bystander aside, tossing another chair high. The big man jerked away, arms up, and the chair bounced off his elbows. Reacher was already moving. He drove a chair leg hard into the guy's side, just below the ribs. The impact sent a shock through soft tissue, and the fight drained out of him. Knives clattered to the floor as the big man clutched his stomach, frozen. Then he doubled over, vomiting blood and mucus in a sickening splatter. He stumbled, knees buckling, face turning ghostly pale. Another heave, more blood. He tried to push himself up but collapsed, curling into a tight ball. His breath came fast and shallow, one hand pressed to his gut, the other weakly slapping the floor. Silence swallowed the bar. Only ragged breathing and the metallic stink of blood hung in the air. Reacher steadied himself, adrenaline still buzzing, then quietly set the chair down. He scooped up the knives, snapping the blades shut against the bar before pocketing them. A quick scan of the room confirmed the damage. The first guy was out cold, a clean elbow strike to the nose. Brutal but survivable. The one with the busted jaw now had a rebroken nose and a splitting headache. Another had a snapped arm and likely a concussion. The guy near the wall was unconscious from a kick to the head. The deputy had cracked ribs, a broken wrist, and a damaged throat. 5 down plus the big guy now curled up like a wounded animal. Reacher checked his pulse, weak, thready. The fight was over. Everyone had chosen this. No regrets. Just results. Reacher rifled through the unconscious man's pockets, his fingers brushing against cold metal. A tarnished pewter badge lay tucked inside the shirt, 5-pointed, with 2 engraved lines. Township of Despair, Police Deputy. He slipped it into his own pocket, then pocketed a set of keys from a brass clip, leaving the meager cash behind. The bartender hadn't moved, still propped against the register like a sack of flour. "Call the plant," Reacher said. "Get an ambulance. And be careful with him, he's not looking too hot." His half-finished beer sat untouched on its napkin. He drained it in one go, set the bottle down with a quiet clink, and stepped out into the night. The drive south of Main Street was slow, the truck's dim headlights barely cutting through the dark. Street signs were rusted and peeling, names like iron and chromium flashing by before the sequence dissolved into numbered avenues. He passed steel, then platinum, and finally gold, where a narrow turnoff led to Nickel Street, a dead end lined with 16 houses. 15 were modest, one stood larger. The bartender had said Judge Gardner lived in the big one. Reacher pulled over, checking the mailbox before rolling into the driveway. The house was a weathered farmhouse, its porch sagging under years of neglect. Paint flaked off the siding like dried skin, and the decorative balls atop the porch posts had split like overripe fruit. He rapped the doorbell twice with his knuckle-old habits died hard, then waited. 23 seconds later, the door creaked open. Mrs. Gardner stood behind the screen, her white curls stiff from rollers, her ankle-length gray dress swallowing any hint of shape. "May I help you?" she asked, her tone suggesting she'd rather not. "I need to see the judge," Reacher said. "It's awfully late," she replied, though the grandfather clock behind her read 8:29. What she really meant was clear. "You're not the kind of visitor we welcome after dark." Reacher almost laughed. Vaughn had once asked him, "What do you see when you look at yourself?" He knew the answer. He wasn't exactly the picture of a friendly neighbor. "It's urgent," he said. She didn't budge. If this dragged on much longer, the judge would show up himself. Reacher could already picture it, the resigned sigh, the slow shuffle down the hall. Husbands always took over after 9, but it wasn't 9 yet. Reacher leaned forward, his hand already on the screen door handle before the woman inside could react. The hinges groaned in protest as he pulled it open, the sound sharp in the quiet afternoon. The woman took a step back, startled, but didn't slam the front door in his face. He crossed the threshold, letting the screen door snap shut behind him with a metallic clang. The air inside was thick with the lingering scent of fried onions and something sweet, maybe pie. He turned and eased the front door closed, the latch clicking softly into place. Right on cue, the judge appeared in the hallway, his tie loosened, his suit jacket missing. The old man froze, his expression shifting from confusion to recognition. "You," he said, his voice tight. Reacher nodded. "Yeah, me." The judge's jaw clenched. "What the hell are you doing here?" "You were told to stay out of despair." "Didn't stick," Reacher said. "Guess I'm stubborn. I'm calling the police." "Go ahead. But they're a little tied up at the moment." "So are the deputies." The judge's eyes narrowed. "What did you do?" Reacher shrugged. "Just a friendly chat." They needed some convincing. The judge didn't answer. Reacher took a slow breath. "Thurman's up in his plane out of reach for hours. So it's just you and me, Judge. Time to show some initiative. What do you want? A conversation. Maybe some coffee black, no sugar. And an invitation to sit down so we can keep this civil. You're breaking the law just by being here. Which is exactly what I want to discuss. Call it an appeal." The judge scoffed. "You're out of your mind." "Maybe. But I'm not armed, and I'm not threatening you. Just talking. Get out." "Or what? You'll shoot me. You're a judge. You know the paperwork that comes after." The judge hesitated, his fingers twitching like he was imagining the weight of a gun in his hand. Reacher turned to the woman, Mrs. Gardner, and let his expression harden. "What do you think, ma'am?" She swallowed, her throat working before she found her voice. "Maybe we should all just sit down." Her tone was steady, though. She wasn't panicking. 60 years in this town had toughened her up. The judge exhaled sharply, then turned and stalked into the living room. Reacher followed, taking in the floral-patterned sofa, the recliner with its lever, the massive TV hooked up to satellite. The curtains matched the upholstery, ruffled and homemade-looking. "Sit," the judge muttered. "Mrs." Gardner crossed her arms. "I'm not making coffee." "Fair enough," Reacher said. He settled into the armchair, the springs creaking under his weight. "Let's talk." Reacher leaned back in the armchair while Gardner settled into the recliner across from him. The judge's wife hesitated before turning toward the kitchen, her footsteps fading as she left. A minute later, the sound of running water and the faint clink of a coffee filter being rinsed drifted into the room. Gardner folded his hands. "There's no appeal process," he said flatly. Reacher didn't blink. "There has to be. The Constitution guarantees due process. At the very least, a judge should review it." "Then you're serious?" "Dead serious." "You'd drag this into federal court over a small-town vagrancy charge?" "I'd rather you admit you made a mistake and toss the paperwork." "No mistake was made. The law defines you as a vagrant." "Then reconsider the definition." "Why should I?" "Why shouldn't you?" Gardner's jaw tightened. "Why is it so important for you to stay in this town?" Reacher matched his tone. "Why is it so important for you to kick me out?" "It's not exactly paradise. Principles matter." The judge fell silent just as his wife returned, carrying a single steaming mug. She set it carefully in front of Reacher before retreating to the sofa. The coffee was dark and rich, served in a tall, slender china cup with a delicate rim. Reacher took a slow sip. "Perfect," he said. "Thank you, Mrs." Gardner gave a small nod. "You're welcome." Reacher glanced at the curtains. Nice drapes, by the way. She didn't respond. The judge exhaled sharply. There's nothing I can do. No appeals. If you're that determined, sue the town. Reacher set the mud down. You told me you'd welcome me if I had a job. Because employment removes the vagrancy label. Exactly. Did you get a job? I've got options. But there's another issue: this town has no law enforcement. That's dangerous. So swear me in as a deputy. Silence. Reacher pulled the pewter badge from his pocket. I've got the star. And the experience. You're out of your mind. Just filling a gap. Completely insane. I'm offering to help. Gardner stood abruptly, squaring his shoulders. Finish your coffee and get out of my house. It's too hot to chug. Then leave it. Go. Now. So that's a no on the deputizing. The judge clenched his fists, stretching to his full height, which wasn't much. His eyes flickered as he weighed the risks. Finally he hissed, I'd rather swear in every last person in despair. All 2,600 of them. You think you can take them all? Because I don't. We're keeping you out, and that's final. Bet on it. By 9:30 that night, Reacher crossed the town line again, pulling up outside the diner minutes later. He figured Vaughn might drive by, and leaving her truck parked out front would at least reassure her it was still in one piece. Inside, he spotted Lucy Anderson sitting alone in a booth, short shorts, oversized sneakers, legs stretched out. The first time he'd seen her, she hadn't struck him as stunning. Now, with that distant smile, she looked different. Better. She stood there glowing, shoulders back, chin high, like she'd shed an old skin. The transformation was startling. The woman he'd met earlier, weighed down by anxiety, had vanished. In her place was someone lighter, almost untouchable. He lingered by the register, and when she caught his eye, her lips curled into a knowing grin. It wasn't just joy, it was smug satisfaction, like she'd outmaneuvered him without lifting a finger. Handing over Vaughn's keys, the cashier asked, Staying for dinner? His stomach growled in response. The adrenaline crash had left him hollow. Breakfast felt like days ago, and the weak coffee and watery beer from the bar hadn't done much. He'd burned through whatever fuel he had left. Yeah, he said. Guess I could eat. He slid into the booth, across from her. Up close, that smile hit harder, bright, sharp, radiating confidence. Her teeth were perfect, her blue eyes gleaming. This afternoon you were Lucy, he said. Now you're lucky. She leaned in. Now I feel like lucky. What changed? Take a wild guess. Your husband called. Her grin widened, pure delight. He left despair. So you'll never catch him now. Never wanted to, she shot back. Didn't even know him before you showed up. Really, he said, mimicking the sarcastic drawl kids use these days, like she'd just told him. The sky was green. She didn't flinch. You're mixing me up with someone else. Really? He exhaled. Look, I'm not a cop. Was one, yeah. Maybe I still look like one to you, but that's not me anymore. Silence. She wasn't buying it. Your husband must have left late, he prassed. He was there at 3, gone by 7. You went back? Twice today. Proves you were hunting him. Only because you asked. Really? What'd he do? You tell me. If I already know, why not say it? She rolled her eyes. Nice try. I'm not admitting a thing. We've got lawyers, you know. We. People like me. Which you definitely know about. I'm just passing through, Lucky. Don't know a damn thing. Another smirk. Victory plain and simple. Where's he headed? He asked. She laughed. Like I'd tell you. When do you follow him? Couple days. I could tail you. Her grin turned bulletproof. Wouldn't help. The waitress swung by, and he ordered coffee and a steak. Once she left, he studied Lucy. No Lucky across the table. There's another girl in town, he said. Waiting, just like you were. Hope there's more of us. Might be waiting forever. A kid died out there recently. She shook her head. No way. I'd know. Us. People in my position. Someone's dead. People die. Healthy kids? For no reason. She clammed up. The coffee arrived weak, in a chipped mug. Nothing like Mrs. Gardner's. He took a sip, then met her gaze. Whatever you're doing, Lucy, good luck with it. That's it. No more interrogation. Just here for the steak. She was gone before his plate hit the table. She grinned as she slipped from the booth, her steps light and effortless, almost dancing toward the exit. Instead of bracing against the cold night air, she tilted her chin up and inhaled deeply, as if the parking lot had transformed into some magical woodland. Reacher kept his eyes on her until she vanished into the darkness, then stared absently at nothing until his food arrived. By 10:30, he'd finished eating and made his way back to the motel, stopping at the front desk to pay for another night. He never booked more than one night at a time, even when he planned to stay longer. It was a small ritual, a quiet reminder that he could leave whenever he wanted. The same clerk was still on shift, the stout, overly curious woman. He counted out exact change and waited for his receipt before asking, "Tell me again about the metal plant." She blinked. What part? The violations. The real crimes. You mentioned the plane flying in every night. Her eyes narrowed. So you are a cop. Used to be. Old habits die hard. She fidgeted, suddenly self-conscious. It's probably nothing. Just me overthinking things. Overthinking how? I trade stocks online. Did some digging on that place for fun? And it's pulling in way more cash than it should. Metal recycling's in a slump, but their numbers are sky high. How do you know? Tax filings. Employment records. I got curious. Because you can't mind your own business, Reacher thought. And if it were public, I'd buy shares in a heartbeat. But it's private, so who knows what they're really making? You think they're skirting regulations? Wouldn't shock me. Would that even matter these days? She hesitated. Maybe not. But then there's the plane. Reacher waited. She glanced away. Forget it. It's dumb. Try me. She exhaled. If the money's not from metal, and not from cutting corners, maybe that plane's bringing in something else. Like something they shouldn't have. Reacher stayed silent. She waved a hand. See, total nonsense. Too much free time and we fight bad combo. As she turned to scribble in a ledger, Reacher pocketed his change. On his way out, he noted the missing keys on the rack, 4 rooms occupied. His, Lucy Anderson's, the woman with the loud wardrobe, and the new arrival, the one he hadn't met yet. Something told him she wouldn't be leaving town with a spring in her step. Back in his room, he showered but couldn't shake the restlessness. Once the bar's stale sweat and spilled beer were scrubbed away, he dressed and headed back out. On impulse, he ducked into a phone booth under a flickering street lamp, flipped open the directory, and found the name he was looking for. Vaughn. D. Right there in black and white. Had an address on 5th Street in Hope, Colorado, just 2 blocks south of where he'd seen 4th Street earlier. Might as well check it out, he figured. No harm in satisfying a little curiosity. 5th Street wasn't much different from 4th, except it was lined with houses instead of businesses. Trees arched over the road, casting shadows under the moonlight. Neat little homes sat behind picket fences, mailboxes out front like silent sentinels. A quiet, well-kept neighborhood. Vaughn's place was near the eastern edge of town, closer to Kansas than Despair. The aluminum mailbox had her name on both sides, in perfectly aligned stick, on letters impressive, considering most people botched those things. Reacher imagined her measuring each one, maybe using a ruler to keep them straight. The yard was covered in golden gravel, dotted with trimmed shrubs and stepping stones leading to the front door. The house itself was a modest ranch, probably built in the 70s, with a garage on one end and what looked like bedrooms on the other. The siding and roof weren't new, but they'd aged well, blending into the quiet street. No lights inside, just a faint green glow, probably the microwave clock. No hum of appliances, no creak of floorboards. Reacher had spent enough time clearing dark buildings to know when a place was empty. So where was David Robert? Maybe he worked nights a nurse, a trucker, maybe even a late-night radio host. Or maybe he was just gone for long stretches, the kind of absence that left no trace. Vaughn had asked if she looked married. Not really, Reacher thought. Not in the way some people carried it. He backtracked to 2nd Street where her truck still sat under the diner's glow. A block farther, 1st Street stretched out under the clear sky. To his right, the plains faded into Kansas. To his left, the Rockies loomed, their snow-capped ridges catching the moonlight like distant blades. The town was quiet, the kind of quiet that felt heavy, like it had settled in for the long haul. The clock hadn't even hit midnight yet, but the streets were dead silent, no cars, no people, nothing. Reacher wasn't the type to lose sleep, but tonight, rest wasn't an option. Too many unanswered questions gnawed at him. He strolled down 1st Street before turning south toward the diner, the only place with any sign of life at this hour. Inside, he counted 4 people. The college-aged waitress, an old-timer in a seed cap hunched over his meal at the counter, a middle-aged guy buried in tractor catalogs in a booth, and a young Hispanic girl sitting alone, her dark eyes hollow with fear. She was small, maybe 19, with jet-black hair framing a face that looked like it hadn't known joy in weeks. Her hands were hidden under the table, probably clenched tight. She wore a blue Padres jacket over a scoop neck tee, and in front of her, nothing. No plate, no drink. But she hadn't just walked in. The way she sat, motionless, told Reacher she'd been there a while, waiting for something or someone. He caught the waitress's eye with a tilt of his head, the universal signal for "I need a word." She leaned in like they were sharing a secret. "That girl," Reacher murmured. "Did she order anything?" The waitress kept her voice low. "She doesn't have any money. Ask her what she wants. It's on me." He moved to another booth, keeping an eye on the girl without staring. The waitress approached her, and Reacher saw confusion flicker across her face. Then hesitation. Then quiet refusal. The waitress circled back. "She says she can't accept." Reacher didn't blink. "Tell her no strings. Tell her I'm not looking for conversation. Tell her I've been there broke, hungry, just needing a meal." The waitress went back, and this time the girl relented, pointing at the cheapest items on the menu. Reacher almost smiled, smart kid. When the waitress left to put in the order, the girl turned slightly, offering a small, dignified nod. For a second, the weight in her eyes lightened, like she'd remembered what it felt like to trust someone. The waitress returned, and Reacher ordered coffee. "Her meal's $9.50, she said. "Yours is $1.50. He handed over a 10 and 3 singles, and she grinned at the tip. "So when were you broke and hungry?" "Never," Reacher admitted. "Army fed me, and after that I always had cash." "You lied to make her feel better?" "Sometimes people need to hear the right lie." The waitress tilted her head. "You're not as scary as people say. Depends who you ask." She smirked but didn't push further, walking away before he could ask what exactly she'd heard. From his booth, Reacher watched the girl eat tuna melt, chocolate shake. Solid choices. Good protein, enough calories to keep her going. For now, at least, she wouldn't go to bed hungry. The girl ate like someone who hadn't seen a decent meal in days, though, if she kept it up, she'd be pushing 200 pounds by 30. But when you're stranded and hungry, you take what you can get. She wiped her mouth with a napkin, pushed her empty plate aside, and sat motionless, just as quiet as before. The clock in Reacher's mind ticked to midnight, and the diner's wall clock confirmed it a minute later. The old man in the seed cap shuffled out with stiff, creaky steps, while the tractor salesman stacked his papers and ordered another coffee. The girl didn't move. Reacher had seen this before: people lingering in diners near bus stations, killing time, conserving warmth. She had a stillness about her, like she'd mastered the art of waiting without complaint. The salesman finally left, and the waitress retreated to a corner with a dog-eared paperback. Reacher wrapped his fingers around his mug, soaking in the fading heat. Then, without warning, the girl shifted on the vinyl bench and stood in one fluid motion. She was tiny, maybe 5 feet tall, barely 90 pounds. Her jeans and worn-out shoes looked as cheap as her faded t-shirt. She hesitated, staring at the door before turning toward Reacher's booth. Her face was blank, but her eyes gave her away fear, loneliness, the kind of exhaustion that comes from too many bad choices. She took a breath, stepped forward, and stopped just out of arm's reach. "You can talk to me if you want," she said, her voice soft, barely above a whisper. Reacher shook his head. "I meant what I said. Thanks for dinner." Her accent was faint, but she sounded like she'd grown up in Southern California. The Padres were probably her team. "You set for breakfast tomorrow?" he asked. She hesitated, pride warring with need, then shook her head. "Lunch. Dinner. Another shake. Motel giving you trouble." "That's the problem. I paid for 3 nights. Wiped me out. You still gotta eat." She didn't answer. Reacher did the math: $30 a day, plus a little extra for emergencies. He peeled 5 crisp 20s from his roll and fanned them on the table. "I can't take this," she said. "I'd never pay you back." "Then pay it forward." She frowned. "What's that mean?" "Years from now, you'll be in some diner, and you'll see someone who needs help. So you help them. That's how it works." She nodded slowly. "I could do that." "Then take the money." She reached out, fingers brushing the bills. "Thank you." "Don't thank me. Thank whoever helped me once. And whoever helped them before that. Chain goes back forever." She hesitated, then leaned in, her hip bumping the edge of the table as she dug into her vinyl purse. She pulled out a stiff envelope, probably from a greeting card, and slid out a photograph. Holding it carefully between thumb and forefinger, she angled it toward him. "Did you see this man in despair?" she asked. The photo was a standard 6x4, glossy, no border. Fujifilm, if Reacher had to guess. Reacher had spent enough time around crime scenes to pick up a few tricks, like identifying film types by their color shifts. The print in the girl's hand had that distinct Fuji green tint Kodak always leaned warmer, more red. The camera had been decent, though not top tier. The lens was solid, but whoever shot it hadn't quite nailed the focus. The depth of field was middling, nothing artistic about it. Probably an old slur, he figured, something picked up secondhand or borrowed from a relative. These days, nobody bought film cameras new. The shot itself was recent, but it had the vibe of something from another era. Just an ordinary snapshot taken by someone who didn't know much about photography. He took the photo from her, holding it carefully between his fingers. The greens popped lush grass in the background, a faded t-shirt in the foreground. The grass looked too perfect, like one of those city parks where they overwater to keep it unnaturally green. The guy in the picture was young, maybe 19 or 20, thin but wiry. The angle suggested the photographer was shorter, probably the girl standing in front of him now. The kid wasn't relaxed. His posture was stiff, like he'd been holding the pose too long while someone fumbled with the camera. His smile was real, but a little forced, white teeth against sun-darkened skin. Hispanic but with strong indigenous features, high cheekbones, thick black hair that had a natural wave to it. He hadn't shaved in a day or two, just enough stubble to give him that scruffy look. Not tall, not short. Maybe 5'8", 140 pounds. The girl shifted on her feet. "Did you see him?" Reacher glanced up. "What's your name?" "Maria." "And his?" "Rafael Ramirez." "Boyfriend?" She nodded. "He's 20. You take this?" "Yeah." "San Diego Park?" "Yeah." "With your uncle's camera?" Her eyes flickered. "How'd you know?" Reacher didn't answer. He studied the photo again, Rafael, mid-smile, frozen in time. Maria's boyfriend, 20 years old. Lean, dark-haired, harmless. "Did you see him?" She pressed. Reacher shook his head. "No, I didn't." She left without another word. Reacher watched her go, debating whether to follow. Offering to walk her back might send the wrong message, like he was angling for more than just a good deed. Besides, Hope wasn't the kind of place where trouble lurked in the shadows. The streets were empty, the town quiet. No need to worry. He signaled the waitress, the college girl buried in her book, for another coffee. "You're never gonna sleep," she said, filling his mug. Reacher smirked. "How often does Officer Vaughn come by at night?" The waitress gave him that same knowing look. "At least once. She's married." "I know." She walked off, leaving him with the steam rising from his cup. He breathed it in, letting the warmth settle in his chest. The night air was still as Reacher glanced up and spotted Vaughn's cruiser rolling past the diner. She eased off the gas just enough to acknowledge her truck parked outside, but she didn't pull over. The cruiser drifted past the window and disappeared down 2nd Street, taillights fading into the dark. By 1A. Reacher pushed out of the diner and made his way back to the motel. The moon hung bright overhead, casting long shadows across the empty streets. A dim glow seeped from the motel office, but the rooms were pitch black. He dropped into the plastic chair outside his door, legs stretched out, hands laced behind his head, eyes fixed on the pale light above. The quiet pressed in, but it didn't bring peace. The waitress's words echoed in his mind. "You'll never sleep," and he knew it wasn't the coffee keeping him awake. He stood abruptly and retraced his steps to the diner. The place was empty except for the waitress, nose deep in her book. Without a word, Reacher snatched Vaughn's keys off the counter and pushed back outside before the door could swing shut. The truck's engine rumbled to life, and soon he was crossing the town line into despair. The road stretched empty ahead, the night swallowing every sound. Reacher eased off the gas as he rolled past the gas station, scanning the deserted streets. No cars, no pedestrians, just a hollow shell of a town under moonlight. The police station was dark, the bar shuttered, the church standing silent, its lightning rod's grounding strap dulled by the silver glow. He circled the outskirts, tires crunching over packed sand, then doubled back toward Main Street. The metal plant loomed ahead, its high walls ghostly white, the parking lot a barren expanse. Following the faint tracks left by the Tahoes, Reacher traced a slow figure 8 around the perimeter, past the dormant plant and the shadowed residential compound. He killed the engine near the junction where the two loops met, windows down, listening. At 2:05, the distant hum of a single-engine plane cut through the silence. A pinpoint of light wobbled in the southern sky, growing slowly larger as it fought the night air. Runway markers flickered to life beyond the fieldstone wall, guiding the plane in. Reacher leaned forward, tracking its approach. The white low-wing monoplane dipped and swayed, its fixed landing gear pants, as pilots called them, catching the moonlight as it lined up for touchdown. The engine's growls softened as the pilot throttled back, searching for the glide path. The town held its breath, and so did Reacher. The small plane appeared in the distance, its silhouette growing clearer as it approached. From 100 yards out, Reacher recognized it as a Piper, likely a Cherokee model. One of those dependable four-seaters you see all over the country. He wasn't an aviation expert, but he knew enough to identify the basics. The aircraft roared past, skimming just 6 feet above the fieldstone wall before vanishing behind it. The engine sputtered, then shifted into an irritated whine as it taxied across the rough terrain. In his mind's eye, Reacher pictured the plane lumbering like some overconfident beetle, its white frame gleaming under the moonlight as it jolted over uneven ground before disappearing into its hangar. Then silence. The runway lights flicked off, plunging the area back into darkness. Reacher waited another 10 minutes before starting the truck, carefully maneuvering away from the plant to avoid detection. He rolled through acres of empty parking lots, skirted the edge of the facility, and merged onto the main truck route. Headlights on, he settled into a steady pace, pushing westward toward the MPs and whatever waited beyond them. The military police outpost was quiet, just 2 sentries standing watch inside the dimly lit guard shack. They wore desert camo and vests, their MP armbands faintly visible in the orange glow of a low nightlight. One faced north, the other south, backs pressed together in practiced vigilance. Reacher gave them a quick wave as he passed, then accelerated into the open road. 30 miles later, the pavement veered sharply north toward the distant interstate, but an older, neglected route continued straight ahead, unmarked and seemingly forgotten. Reacher took it. The smooth blacktop gave way to a patchy gravel road, barely better than the rough tracks back in despair. The landscape stretched empty on both sides, nothing but the thin gray ribbon of road, cutting through the barren expanse, the Rockies looming silver in the distance. 4 uneventful miles later, a lone sign announced, Halfway County Route 37. Another mile, and a faint glow appeared on the horizon. As the road crested a long rise, the town of Halfway unfolded below a tidy grid of lit streets and pale buildings, surprisingly vibrant, for the middle of nowhere. Reacher slowed to a stop at the shoulder, taking it in. The name fit. The settlers who had pushed on from despair had covered 40 hard miles, but the way the land played tricks made it feel like 100. Still, they'd known better than to celebrate too soon. Halfway a cautious name for cautious people, maybe hoping the universe would cut them a break and prove them wrong. It hadn't. 40 miles was 40 miles. No matter how the mountains played with perspective, they'd barely scratched the journey. But the town itself? That was something else. Unlike the grim exhaustion of despair, halfway pulsed with quiet energy, its streets crisp and alive even in the dead of night. It had been rebuilt, maybe more than once, and it showed. The optimists who'd founded it had left their mark. The town didn't look like it had much history. Reacher scanned the building's boxy stucco from the 70s, tinted glass from the 80s, nothing that hinted at the 1800s. Some towns thrived while others withered, and halfway had clearly been one of the lucky ones. Maybe it was sheer stubborn optimism that kept the place alive, when others, like despair, faded into the background. It was 3:15 a.m. when Reacher rolled into town. Most of the lights were on, but the streets were quiet. A gas station glowed under buzzing fluorescence, and a diner's neon sign flickered weakly. Not much else was open. But this was the county seat, which meant certain things ran non-stop: cops, hospitals, and, inevitably, a morgue. Dead bodies didn't keep office hours. Hope and Despair didn't have morgues. Vaughn had joked they didn't even have meat lockers. But halfway? Different story. A place like this had to handle the messier side of life and death. Hospitals usually sat on the edge of town where land was cheap, and sure enough, Reacher found this one half a mile out on the second road. He tried. The complex sprawled like a small college, all low, wide buildings that looked weirdly cheerful, like sickness, was just a minor inconvenience. The parking lot was mostly empty, just a few beat-up cars near a staff entrance and one sleek sedan parked under a sign that screamed MD parking only. Steam curled from a vent in the back. Laundry, probably. Somewhere inside, night shift workers were washing sheets while the guy in the fancy car fought to keep people breathing long enough to use them. Reacher bypassed the main entrances. He wasn't here for the living. Morgues were his kind of place, hidden, practical, no nonsense. They never advertised themselves, just tucked away behind the labels like special services or, in this case, right next to the laundry. Smart. The steam would cover any telltale smoke from the crematorium. The morgue was another long, low building, fenced in with a sliding gate and a guard shack. The guy inside watched as Reacher parked, stretched, and then walked straight toward him. The guard, middle-aged, wiry, wearing a uniform with a plastic badge that just said security, slid open the bottom half of his window and leaned forward like he needed to catch every word. "Help you?" he asked, his tone suggesting he'd rather not. The place looked like it belonged in a run-down strip mall, the kind where everything's just a little too worn out to be useful. Maybe the guard was pulling double shifts to scrape by, who knew? Reacher leaned toward the open window and said, "I need info on the guy Despair PD dropped off yesterday morning." The guard barely glanced up. "Attendants are inside." Reacher nodded like it was helpful and waited for the gate to slide open. Nothing happened. "You work the day shift?" he asked. "Anything past midnight counts as morning," the guard said. "I meant actual daylight hours." "Not me. I clock out at 6. Reacher shrugged. "Then mind letting me through. The attendants might have records. They switch at 6 too. Paperwork doesn't walk away." The guard shook his head. "Can't do it." "Can't what?" "Let you in. Cops or EMTs only. And EMTs better be hauling a body." Reacher kept his voice casual. "I am law enforcement. Despair, PD. We've got a loose end to tie up. Gonna need proof. Small town budget. They don't hand out badges like candy. He fished the pewter star from his pocket, pinched between his fingers. The guard squinted at a township of despair. Police deputy then shrugged and hit the button. The gate groaned open just enough for Reacher to slip through. Inside, sulfur yellow lights buzzed over cracked pavement. A door marked "Receiving" led to a room straight out of every underfunded municipal building he'd ever seen. Scuffed desks, a wheezing computer, paperwork avalanches. The air smelled like stale coffee and industrial cleaner, with a sharp chemical undertone seeping from the closed freezer door. Two guys slouched in chairs, early 20s, wiry, the kind who could lift a body or file a form without breaking a sweat. They looked up, equal parts annoyed and intrigued. "Help you?" one asked, eyeing Reacher like he was either a problem or entertainment. Reacher flashed the star again. "Need details on a despair delivery yesterday. Young male, Doa." The guy frowned. "Despair? You sure?" His partner flopped into the desk's chair and jabbed at the keyboard while the other flipped through a clipboard. They traded a glance. "Nothing from despair yesterday," the first guy said. "Positive? You bring him in yourself?" "No." "Then maybe he wasn't Doa." "Aiku. Trust me, he was dead. Not here." Reacher crossed his arms. "Paperwork never screws up. Not this kind. Start of shift, we check every toe tag against the list. People get real upset if grandma goes missing." "Fair point. 5 in the freezer tonight. 2 women, 3 men. All older." "Last despair case we had?" "Over a year ago." Reacher exhaled. "Anywhere else he could have gone?" "Not in this county." "And no way another county would have taken him." The attendant tapped the screen. "System's clean. Your guy's a ghost." The metal plant had seen its share of accidents, ugly ones. A man, torn apart by machinery, his remains so scattered they needed 2 drawers just to hold him. Reacher gave a silent nod as the guy swiveled his chair, leaning back against the desk with his arms propped behind him. "Sorry," the man muttered. Reacher stepped back outside into the sulfur yellow glow of the streetlight, the door clicking shut behind him. Assume nothing, verify everything. The old lesson from Rucker drilled into his head. And he had. Absolutely. A mile down the road, Reacher pulled into Halfway's 24-hour diner. He ordered a rare cheeseburger, juice pooling under the bun, and washed it down with 3 cups of coffee that tasted like it had been brewing since yesterday. The chipped mug didn't help, but he wasn't picky. He flipped through a tattered newspaper, then slumped in the corner of his booth, dozing until the breakfast crowd barged in at 5, smelling like soap and morning chatter. After gassing up Vaughn's truck, he hit the road east, the mountains shrinking in the rear view as dawn crept closer. He kept a steady 40, passing the MP post just before 6. The gods was still on night shift, their dim light burning. Reveille would sound soon, and the mess hall would serve the same slop for dinner and breakfast, military efficiency at its finest. By 6 sharp, he rolled up to the metal plant, its floodlights turning night into an eerie blue noon. The lot filled fast, headlights sweeping across the gravel as workers trudged in. Reacher parked between a sagging Chrysler and a dented Ford, then joined the shuffling crowd heading for the personnel gate. Unease prickled his neck like walking into enemy territory wearing the wrong colors. The men around him gave him space, their sidelong glances more curious than hostile. The gate yawned open, hinges groaning under the weight of the corrugated metal. Inside, The crowd split left for full-timers, right for part-timers waiting in a pen like cattle. Reacher veered left, the narrow chute forcing him into the rhythm of men who didn't want to be here, but had no choice. The line of workers moved steadily past an outdated punch clock system, its mechanical arms stamping time cards with a dull, rhythmic thud. Each man pulled his card from the slot, fed it into the machine, and waited for the heavy clunk before sliding it back into place. The sound of stiff paper scraping against metal, the thump of the stamp, the click of the card returning it, all blended into a monotonous, unending cycle. The clock read 6:14, matching the time in Reacher's head perfectly. He ignored the machine, stepping past it as the line curved forward. The corridor opened into the northeast corner of the arena, and the sheer scale of it hit him like a physical force. The space was colossal, stretching so far that the lights along the opposite wall blurred into a distant, shrinking glow. The far side had to be at least half a mile away, the entire floor covering hundreds of acres, like a city of industry crammed under one roof. Reacher stepped aside, letting the line of workers file past while he took it all in. Chaos pulsed through the space. Small clusters of men moved with purpose, while others loitered, waiting for orders. Massive cranes, dwarfing anything he'd seen in a shipyard, swung overhead. Trucks the size of bulldozers rumbled past, their tires slick with oil. Towering crushers stood on concrete platforms, their hydraulic pistons thicker than ancient trees. Crucibles big enough to hold boats and retorts the size of small houses loomed in the distance. Piles of crushed cars rose like jagged skyscrapers, 10 stories high. The ground was a mess of oil slicks, twisted metal shavings, and glittering dust where the floor had dried. The air stung with fumes, chemicals, burning rubber, the acrid bite of welding torches. Noise rolled in waves, the roar of machinery, the hammering of metal, the hiss of steam. Flames flickered behind open furnace doors, casting eerie shadows. It was industrial madness, a controlled kind of hell. Reacher kept close to the north wall, skirting the activity. Ahead, the vehicle gate creaked open, revealing a line of semi-trucks waiting to leave. Inside this place, they looked like toys. The security taos were barely visible, tiny white specks against the vastness. Nearby, shipping containers were stacked 5 high, each one insignificant in the grand scheme. A row of prefab offices sat on stilts, their windows glowing. At the far end, 2 white units marked with red crosses stood out the first aid station, with an ambulance parked beside it. Beyond that, fuel tanks and chemical drums lined up like soldiers. A group of men in heavy aprons and welding masks worked over a heap of scrap, blue flames cutting through twisted metal, their distorted shadows stretching grotesquely across the floor. Reacher pressed on, weaving past workers who eyed him but didn't stop him. His path was blocked by a pyramid of faded red oil drums, stacked 10 high like a makeshift staircase. He hesitated, then climbed halfway up, balancing carefully. From this height, the full scope of the place became clear. What he thought was the southern boundary wasn't the end, it was just another wall, identical to the perimeter, splitting the space even further. There was more here than he'd realized. Much more. The facility was designed like a fortress, but the real barrier was just an inner fence with a locked gate. Outside that, the property stretched for acres, enough space for 100 football fields. The gate was massive, built for semis, with deep tire tracks leading up to it. Past the fence, towering cranes loomed over stacks of shipping containers, arranged in sharp angles. They looked haphazard, but their positions were deliberate, blocking any clear view of what was happening at ground level. Near the gate, a small checkpoint stood with two guards shuffling in bored circles, hands stuffed in their pockets. Reacher studied them for a moment before scanning further. More cranes, more barriers. The distant glow of welding sparks, thin trails of smoke, signs of work, but nothing revealing. The noise was constant but useless, impossible to pinpoint. He waited, watching the movement inside the compound. Nothing was heading toward the gate. It wasn't opening anytime soon. He turned east, where the sky was just beginning to lighten, then climbed down from his perch on the stacked oil drums. The second his boots hit the dirt, a voice cut through the quiet. "Who the hell are you?" Reacher turned slowly. Two men stood there, one big, the other a mountain. The first had a radio in hand. The second gripped a wrench the size of a Louisville Slugger, thick enough to dismantle a car barehanded. The radio guy repeated, "I said, who the hell are you?" "IPA, Inspector," Reacher deadpanned. Silence. "Kidding," he added. "You better be." "I am. Ben. Who are you?" Reacher shrugged. "You first. Plant foreman. Now answer." Reacher pulled out his badge. "New deputy. Getting to know the area." "Nobody told us about a new deputy." "Last-minute hire." The foreman lifted the radio, muttering codes and commands. Reacher didn't need to understand the specifics, the tone said it all. He glanced west, where SUVs were already turning toward him, and south, where workers were dropping tools, forming up. The foreman smirked. "Let's take a walk to security. A real deputy would want to meet the team." Reacher didn't move. The SUVs were closing in. Workers fanned out, boots scuffing dirt, tools in hand, hammers, pry bars, chisels. The giant shifted his grip on the wrench. "You can't take all of us," the foreman said. Reacher did the math. The giant alone would be a problem. 4 or 6 guys, maybe. But 200? Not a chance. The odds weren't exactly in his favor. 250 pounds of Reacher versus 20 tons of brute strength. Sure, he had a couple of confiscated switchblades tucked away, but they wouldn't do much against a few tons of makeshift firepower. Not ideal. Reacher shrugged and said, "Let's get this over with." "You've got 5 minutes." The foreman smirked. "We'll take as long as we want." He signaled to the nearest Tahoe and it rolled forward. Tires crunching over loose gravel and twisted scraps of metal. The massive guy swung open the rear door and motioned with his wrench. "Get in." Reacher hauled himself into the back seat. The interior was bare bones, cheap plastic, worn fabric, zero luxury. The giant squeezed in after him, forcing Reacher against the door. Up front, the foreman dropped into the passenger seat, slammed his door shut, and the SUV lurched forward, weaving through the gathering crowd. Faces pressed against the windows, grease-streaked, hollow-eyed, staring like he was some kind of spectacle. The security office sat at the far end of the compound, near the main gate. The Tahoe jerked to a stop beside a heap of frayed cargo straps, probably left over from hauling scrap. Reacher slid out before the giant could stop him, landing at the base of a short set of wooden steps leading to the office door. Inside, the place was a no-frills prefab box, thick plastic windows, reinforced with steel mesh, walls dented from years of rough use. It looked like a carbon copy of the halfway county morgue's break room, scuffed desks, peeling bulletin boards, chairs that had seen better days. The foreman jerked his thumb toward a seat before disappearing again. The giant dragged a chair into place, blocking the exit, then dropped his wrench on the warped plywood floor with a loud clang. Reacher settled into a cornered chair, wooden arms, scratchy tweed upholstery. Not bad, all things considered. Got any coffee? Reacher asked. The giant hesitated. No. At least, it was a response. In Reacher's experience, the hardest part of any standoff was getting the other guy to talk. Once they started, they usually kept going. What's your job here? Reacher pressed. I handle whatever needs handling, the giant rumbled, his voice deep but oddly muffled, like it had to fight its way out of that massive chest. And what exactly needs handling? Metal gets recycled. What about the restricted area? The one behind the fence? The giant frowned. Just a junk pile. Stuff too far gone to reuse. Then why the locks? Why the guards? To keep workers from dumping good scrap. Costs us money. You, management. Supervisor. Supervise me walking out of here. Not happening. Reacher glanced outside. The sun had cleared the horizon 5 more minutes, and it'd be over the east wall. He could make a run for it. The gate was open, trucks rolling out. Time it right, dodge the giant, hitch a ride on a flatbed done. The wrench was on the floor now, and big guys were always slow. I played pro football, the giant said suddenly. Not very well, I'm guessing, Reacher replied. Silence. The big guy stayed silent, his expression unreadable. Reacher considered walking out but decided to stick around. He had nowhere else to be, and curiosity kept him planted in that plastic chair. The morning light shifted through the grimy window, scattering a dull rainbow across the desk. 20 minutes passed before the door finally swung open. The foreman stepped in, radio still in hand, silhouetted against the bright chaos outside, trucks rumbling, cranes swinging, workers swarming, like ants under a shower of sparks. Mr. Thurman wants to see you, he announced. Reacher checked the imaginary clock in his head. 7 a. Vaughn would be clocking out, maybe stopping by the diner in Hope, scanning the lot for her truck, or maybe not bothering to look for him at all. I can spare him 5 minutes, he said. The foreman's jaw tightened. You'll give him as long as he wants. Last I checked, he doesn't sign my paychecks. Get up, the foreman snapped. Follow me. The next trailer over was a carbon copy on the outside, but dressed up inside plush carpet, leather chairs, a mahogany desk. The walls were lined with cheap prints of Jesus, all blue-eyed and blonde, looking more like a California beach bum than a first-century carpenter. A thick Bible sat on the desk like a prop. Behind it sat Thurman, a man in his late 60s with a pink, well-fed face and a head of carefully styled white waves. His 3-piece wool suit screamed money, and his practiced smile belonged on a late-night infomercial. Reacher could practically hear the fake sincerity, the "send me your prayers and your donations" pitch. The foreman waited for a dismissive nod before leaving. Reacher dropped into a leather chair. Jack Reacher. Clock's ticking. Thurman's voice was smooth like syrup. Jerry Thurman. A pleasure. 4 minutes and 50 seconds left. Actually, Thurman said, his jowls quivering, we'll take as long as we need. You've been stirring up trouble in my town, and now you're trespassing. Your boys started it. If they hadn't tried to strong-arm me at the diner, I'd be long gone. This place isn't exactly Disneyland. Never claimed it was. We're in the business of metal, not magic. Could have fooled me. Thurman leaned forward. The folks in Hope must have filled you in. So why poke around? I like knowing things. Clearly, Thurman said, enough to make us wonder. We've got trade secrets here, things worth protecting. Not my kind of secrets. We know that now. You ran a background check? Thurman smiled. Let's just say we did our homework. You're exactly what you claimed to be in Judge Gardner's vagrancy hearing, Thurman said, his voice dripping with condescension. Just some drifter who served in the army a decade ago. Reacher shrugged. That about sums it up. Yet here you are, sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. First you brawl with one of my men and take his badge. Then you have the nerve to ask to be deputized. He threw the first punch. On your say-so. Thurman leaned back, studying him. So, tell me why the sudden interest in our little operation? Reacher met his gaze. Better question, why are you so desperate to keep me from seeing it? With a theatrical sigh, Thurman spread his hands. We've got nothing to hide. And since you're no threat to my business, I'll prove it. You've wandered around town, met the locals, now let me show you the plant. Full access. Ask whatever you want. They climbed into Thurman's black Chevy Tahoe, nearly identical to the security fleet except for the color. The interior was all business, no frills, just worn seats and a dashboard cluttered with paperwork. The keys dangled from the ignition, a small-town habit of trust. Nobody would dare touch the boss's ride. Thurman took the wheel, Reacher riding shotgun as they rolled toward the west wall. Thurman launched into a rehearsed spiel, pointing out offices, operations, billing, procurement, then the first aid station, where he couldn't resist a jab about Reacher's handiwork filling the beds. Next came the storage tanks, 5,000 gallons each, holding gasoline, diesel, kerosene, and some industrial-grade chemical with a name Reacher didn't bother remembering. By the time Thurman started on oxygen and acetylene tanks, Reacher's attention had wandered. The place was straightforward, scrap metal in, molten metal out. A giant greasy recycling bin. Then they reached the partition wall. A truck was parked strategically in front of a gate, blocking the view. Beyond it, the usual sparks and smoke had gone quiet. Reacher tilted his head. What's back there? Junk too far gone to process, Thurman said smoothly. How do you move it in with that truck in the way? We shift it when needed. But honestly, we've got this down to a science. Hardly anything stumps us anymore. Reacher eyed him. You some kind of scientist? Thurman smiled. First and foremost, I'm a God-fearing American businessman. But I hire smart people to handle the details. Reacher said nothing as they looped back toward the east wall. A crusher groaned, flattening cars like soda cans. Nearby, a furnace roared to life, workers scrambling back from the heat wave. Overhead, a vat of molten metal crept along a track, glowing and bubbling like lava. Thurman leaned over the steering wheel, his grip tightening. Have you ever considered being born again? Reacher kept his eyes on the road ahead. One trip through was plenty. I'm not joking. Neither am I. You ought to give it some thought. My old man had a saying, why get born twice when you can just man up the first time? Thurman's fingers drummed against the wheel. He's passed then? Long time ago. A man with that kind of attitude. Well, you know where he ended up. 6 feet under at Arlington. Military. Marine Corps. Tell him I said thanks. Reacher shook his head. Save it. I didn't do the serving. Thurman exhaled sharply. You need to get right with the Lord before it's too late. The end times are coming. Revelation says so. Yeah, and it's been saying that for 2,000 years. What makes today special? There are signs, Thurman insisted, his voice dropping to a hushed, knowing tone, like he had a direct line to the divine. Certain events are already in motion. Reacher stayed silent. Outside, a crew of exhausted men struggled with a twisted pile of metal, their movements sluggish in the early morning chill. 8 and already dragging. 10 more hours of this. God's looking out for them, Thurman murmured. You sure about that? He tells me so. He keeping an eye on you too? He knows my work. And he's fine with it. He tells me so. Reacher smirked. Then why is there a lightning rod on your church? Thurman's jaw clenched. He didn't answer. The truck rolled to a stop at the gate, and he shoved it into park with more force than necessary. Had your fill? More than, Reacher said. Then I guess this is goodbye. Doubt we'll cross paths again. Thurman stuck out his hand, stiff and unnatural. Reacher shook it soft, damp, like squeezing a water balloon. He stepped out, walked through the chute, and found Vaughn's truck waiting, every window shattered. Glass crunched under his boots as he cleared the seats and dash. No way was he driving with debris jamming the pedals. 20 miles back to Hope, wind howling through the empty frames, his face numb, eyes stinging by the time he pulled up outside the diner. No cruiser. No Vaughn. Just a handful of stragglers finishing breakfast. He slid into the back booth, coffee already on the way. Vaughn come through? He asked the waitress. Left about 30 minutes ago. She okay? Quiet. Didn't say much. What about Maria? The girl from California? Act like she hadn't seen food in days. Lucy. The blonde? Gone, I think. Reacher sipped his coffee. What's Vaughn's husband do? The waitress hesitated, like the answer should have been obvious. Well, not much these days. Unemployed? She opened her mouth then stopped, suddenly aware she might have said too much. She hesitated, as if about to spill something she shouldn't, some small-town secret best left alone. Instead, she just shook her head, flustered, and hurried off with her coffee flask. When she returned minutes later with his meal, she stayed silent. 20 minutes after that, Reacher climbed back into the busted-up truck and headed south, rolling past 3rd and 4th, before swinging left onto 5th. Up ahead, Vaughn's patrol car sat parked along the curb. He eased to a stop behind it, right beside the mailbox with its neatly spaced letters. For a second, he just sat there, engine idling in the middle of the street. Then he stepped out, walked forward, and pressed a hand to the Crown Vic's hood. Still warm. She'd left the diner almost an hour ago, plenty of time to drive around. Maybe searching for her missing Chevy. Or maybe for him. Or neither. Or both. He climbed back into the truck, reversed, then swung onto her driveway, stopping just shy of the garage door. No point locking it who'd want a truck with shattered windows. He followed the winding path through the bushes to her front door, her keys dangling from his finger. A single quiet tap on the bell. Enough to wake her if she was up, not enough to disturb her if she wasn't. She was awake. The door opened, and she stood there, backlit by the dim glow inside. Fresh from the shower, her hair slicked back, wearing nothing but an oversized white t-shirt. Bare legs, bare feet, she looked younger, smaller. How'd you find me? She asked. Phone book. You were here last night. A neighbor saw you. Nice place. I like it, she said, eyes dropping to the keys on his finger. He exhaled. Got a confession. What now? All the windows got smashed. She pushed past him, stepping onto the path to glare at the truck. Damn it, she muttered, then seemed to realize she was standing outside in nothing but a t-shirt. She ducked back inside. Who did it? Could have been any of 100 people. When? This morning. Where? Stopped by the metal plant. You're an idiot. Yeah. I'll cover the repairs. He held out the keys. She didn't take them. Instead, she stepped aside. "You better come in." The house matched what he'd imagined: garage, mudroom, kitchen, then living space and bedrooms. The kitchen was the center of it all, cozy but not fussy. Painted cabinets, a wallpaper border, a dishwasher humming softly. The counters were tidy but not sterile, lived in, like someone actually cooked here. A 4-seat table with one chair missing. Little decorative touches everywhere: dried flowers, fancy olive oil bottles, antique spoons. His mother would have called it personality. Reacher had never understood how a room could have personality until he got older. Now he saw it. This kitchen was pure Vaughn. No compromises, no signs of anyone else's taste. No oil-stained rags or beer cans cluttering the counter. Just her. Back in his mother's day, kitchens were a woman's territory. She'd been French, so maybe that explained it. These days, guys were supposed to cook, or at least leave their mark grease stains, take out containers, something. But here, nothing. No trace of anyone else. Just her. From his spot near the kitchen sink, Reacher had a clear view into the living room through an open doorway. The space was bare except for a single armchair, a television, and a stack of sealed moving boxes. Vaughn glanced up from filling her coffee machine, a sturdy stainless steel Cuisinart, and asked, "Coffee?" "Always," Reacher said. "Did you sleep at all last night?" "Nope." "Then maybe skip the coffee. Keeps me going till dark." "What's your record for staying awake?" 3 days straight." "Work thing?" He gave a short nod. "Big case years back." "Military police business?" Another nod. "Someone was hurting someone else." "Details are fuzzy now." Vaughn measured grounds into the filter and flipped a switch. The rich scent of brewing coffee filled the air. "Those deputies from Despair gave up after an hour last night," she said. Reacher smirked. "They set a trap. Lured me west with that phone call, then came hunting. And you walked right into it." "They walked into it." "I knew what they were doing." "How?" "Because 20 years ago, I pulled all-nighters dealing with guys way worse than anything Despair's got." "What happened to them?" "Joined their buddies in the infirmary. All 6. Yep. Brought reinforcements for morale." "You're a walking disaster." "More like Alice down the rabbit hole." Vaughn crossed her arms. "I don't get it. You've put 8 guys in the hospital, half of them cops, and wrecked 2 cruisers. Yet here you are, still free." "That's the weird part," Reacher said. "They don't care about arrests. Just keeping people out of Despair." "What's the second weird thing?" 6 against 1, and all I got was sore knuckles. Those guys were weak. One puked mid-fight." Vaughn frowned. "The motel clerk thinks it's pollution. Toxic stuff from the plant." "Could be," Reacher said. "But why would the workers cover it up?" "Jobs," she said simply, pulling a delicate bone china mug from the cabinet. "No other options in a company town." She poured the coffee strong, dark, perfect, and set it at the table instead of the living room. Reacher eyed the boxes again. "Just move in." "Year and a half ago," she said, sitting across from him. "Guess I'm not in a hurry." "Where from?" 3rd Street. "Had a 2-story cottage, but we wanted a ranch." "We?" "David and me." Reacher paused. "So where is he?" "Not here." "Should I ask?" "Probably." "What's he do?" "Not much these days." She tugged at her t-shirt, unself-conscious, her damp hair curling at the edges. Reacher took the chair opposite her, and she leaned forward. "What else you got?" The clerk says Thurman's plant is rolling in cash. Vaughn snorted. Old news. He owns the bank. Auditors talk. He's loaded, Reacher said, swirling his coffee. The motel clerk had his own theory. Guy's probably running drugs in that little plane of his. You think so? Vaughn asked. Reacher shrugged. Doubt it. But there's definitely something shady going on. A quarter of that factory's locked down tight private military contracts, most likely. Tearing apart classified gear, selling the scraps. Armor specs, circuit designs, the works. Pentagon money flows fast if you've got the right connections. That's it. Just government business. Reacher took another sip. Perfect brew, just how he liked it. Not even close. Vaughn leaned in. Then what? Whole town's on edge. Went to see the judge about deputizing just to test the waters. Guy lost it. Said he'd swear in every local before letting an outsider near the job. They're dead serious about keeping people out. Because of the military stuff? Nah, that's the MP's problem. Any leaks? Furman calls in the cavalry. This is something else. At least 2 other groups pulling strings, stepping on each other's toes. Vermin checked me out, decided I wasn't a threat, played nice. Meanwhile, someone else smashed your windows. Cops don't get vandalized for no reason. Nobody's on the same page here. He gave you a tour? Claimed he'd show me everything. Skipped the locked section, called it a junkyard. You buy that? Not a chance. Saw smoke, Sparks who hides a scrap heap. And those missing guys, Lucy Anderson's husband, the dead kid. Town helped him vanish, but treated his wife like garbage. Makes 0 sense. Vaughn frowned. He's gone. Poof. Room empty by 7. Same time that plane takes off. Coincidence. She tapped her cup. When was the last time someone came to despair and left on their own terms? Hotel log says 7 months. Reacher paused. Met a girl last night. Maria. Pretty sure the dead guy was hers. Showed me his photo, Rafael Ramirez. You tell her. Didn't have the heart. She asked if I'd seen him. Technically, I hadn't. Too dark. The lie sat bitter on his tongue, worse than cold coffee. Vaughn leaned against the counter, the cold glass of water in her hand, dripping condensation onto the floor. The late afternoon light cut through the thin fabric of her shirt, outlining her silhouette as she stared past the window. You really think she suspects the truth? She asked, her voice low. Reacher shrugged. People know more than they admit. She's not stupid. And the body. Never made it to the morgue. I checked. No record of it being found elsewhere either. So, it never left town. Exactly. And the only place in despair with the means to dispose of a body that fast is the metal plant. Their furnaces could burn through bone in minutes. Vaughn took a slow sip of water, her fingers tapping against the glass. What else did Maria tell you? Nothing. I didn't push her. Why not? Because the women in this town aren't going to give us straight answers. They're protecting something or someone. Lucy Anderson shut down the second she found out I used to be a cop. She thought I was here to drag her husband in. Vaughn's eyes narrowed. What kind of fugitives are we talking about? Don't know yet. But Anderson was welcomed. Ramirez wasn't. She refilled Reacher's coffee, then her own glass, before sinking back into her chair. Mind if I ask you something personal? Go ahead. Why do you care so much? Bad things happen everywhere. Why this place? Reacher turned his mug in his hands. Curiosity, mostly. That's not an answer. Then call it habit. I don't like standing still. Still not an answer. He exhaled. Maria. She's caught in the middle of this. She doesn't deserve it. Her boyfriend's a fugitive, Vaughn countered. What if he's a criminal? What if he's dangerous? Didn't seem like it to me. You can tell just by looking. Sometimes. Would a girl like Maria be with a monster? Vaughn didn't answer. Richa leaned forward. I don't like towns like this. Places where one man calls all the shots, and everyone else just takes it. That kind of system needs breaking. So you're the one to do it? Someone has to. She held his gaze, then finally nodded. Fair enough. Silence settled between them. Vaughn's hand rested on the table, fingers stretched toward him. No ring. No sign of the husband who wasn't there. Reacher mirrored the gesture, his own hand inches from hers. After a moment, she spoke again. What if they weren't fugitives at all? What if they were investigating the plant, checking for violations? Possible. But Anderson played along. Ramirez didn't. Vaughn frowned. If they're dumping chemicals, that's our problem too. Our water comes from the same ground. Reacher nodded. Thurman mentioned trichloroethylene. Nasty stuff, used for stripping metal. The air between them felt charged, the unspoken questions hanging heavier than the humidity. Outside, the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows across the kitchen floor. I can't tell if this is risky or not, she said, her fingers tapping the table. Either way, I'm taking a closer look, he replied. She tilted her head. Why would an activist's wife be afraid of the police? Beats me. That Anderson guy wasn't subtle. They gave him shelter, protection, he had help. But Lucy Anderson didn't. They tossed her out like trash. Classic case of the left not talking to the right. And Ramirez ended up dead. Not dead, left to rot. So why save one and abandon the other? He leaned forward. Better question, why abandon him at all? Why not just haul him to the county line like they did with me and Lucy? Vaughn took a slow sip of water. Because Ramirez was different. A bigger threat to them. Then why not just take him out? Make him vanish. Same outcome. She shook her head. I don't get it. Maybe I'm off, Reacher said. Maybe they never even knew he was there. Could have been lurking on the edges, trying to find a way in. Desperate but not skilled enough. Vaughn pulled her hand back from the table. We need to know who he really was. Maria might have answers. She won't talk. Worth a shot. Meet me at the diner later. Later than what? After we both get some sleep. Reacher hesitated, then asked, Mind if I get personal? Go for it. Your husband, he, in prison? She blinked, then gave a small, tired smile. No, she said. He's not. Reacher walked back to the motel alone. Lucy Anderson's door stood ajar, a maid's cart parked outside. Stripped bed towels in a heap, closet empty. Gone, the waitress had said earlier. He lingered for a second, then moved on. Good luck, Lucy. Wherever you're headed. Inside his own room, he cranked the shower hot and let the water pound away the tension. The bed swallowed him whole, sleep hitting faster than the caffeine could fight it. He woke mid-afternoon with the military base gnawing at his thoughts, its position, its setup. It played out like an old tactical puzzle from his Fort Rucker days. Why here? What's the purpose? County Route 37 cut through hope, despair, halfway, and beyond. In his mind, it unspooled like a map. then twisted into a 3D schematic layers of history stacked like sediment. Once a wagon trail, just dirt and rocks. Then a half-hearted upgrade for Model Ts. Hope had patched its stretch with pride reinforced, leveled, paved thick. Despair, barely a glance. Thurman's family had let it crumble, slapping on cheap fixes when absolutely necessary. Except near the metal plant. There, the road transformed, excavated, rebuilt from the ground up. Deep foundation, concrete, rebar, smooth asphalt rolled flat by machines. A highway in disguise, strong enough to carry weight. But whose weight? After 35 miles, the freshly paved highway cut through untouched land before connecting with the interstate, leaving the original Route 37 to twist ahead, unchanged, narrow, uneven, and worn. The road had its weak stretches, its strong sections, a rhythm of neglect and necessity. No military checkpoints sat east of Despair or west of the Fork, just empty stretches of cracked asphalt. The MPs had set up camp along the sturdiest part, close enough to the town to watch, but not to suffocate it. Their base was armed with 6 reinforced Humvees, each weighing as much as a bull elephant, each fitted with a mounted M60 machine gun. Why the firepower? Reacher stretched out on the motel bed, eyes shut, hearing the echo of old instructors barking questions. This is what you know. What's your conclusion? His conclusion. Nobody was sweating over spies. At 4 in the morning, he dragged himself up and stepped into another scalding shower. He wasn't winning any awards for laundry habits, but he made up for it with obsessive cleanliness. The motel soap was a tiny white rectangle wrapped in flimsy paper, and he used every last sliver. The shampoo, thick and green, smelled faintly of sour apples. He rinsed off, lingered under the spray a moment longer, then shut the water off just as a sharp knock rattled the door. Wrapped in a towel, he crossed the room and opened it to find Vaughn in full uniform, her cruiser parked neatly behind her. She took him in his scars first, then his face. Most people did. His body was a road map of close calls, a Sampy-deed bullet hole just left of center, a jagged web of white scars low on his right side, souvenirs from a childhood brawl. A trigger, happy psycho, and a bomb blast, where the shrapnel had been someone else's bone instead of metal. Ugly, but functional. Bad news, she said. I went to the library. Libraries give bad news now? I read up on trichloroethylene. TENS for short. It's a metal degreaser. I know what it is. It's toxic. Causes cancer, breast, prostate, you name it. Heart disease, nerve damage, liver failure. The EPA says 5 parts per billion is safe. Some places hit levels 20 times that. Like where? Tennessee had a case. That's not here. This isn't a joke, Reacher. He exhaled. I know. And Thurman's dumping 5,000 gallons at a time. And we drink the groundwater. You drink bottled. Not everyone does. 20 miles of sand between here and the plant. Natural filtration doesn't make it safe. Reacher shrugged. Tell me about it. I had 2 cups of coffee in town. You feel okay? Fine. Everyone else seems fine too. For now. She fell silent. He waited. What else? Maria's gone. I can't find her anywhere. The stranger in town. Vaughn lingered in the doorway while Reacher snatched up his clothes and got dressed in the bathroom. Where exactly did you check? He called out. Everywhere, Vaughn answered. Not at the motel, not at the diner, Not browsing in the library, not out shopping, and honestly, there's nowhere else in this town she could have gone. You talked to the front desk yet? Not yet. Then that's our first stop. She sees everything. He stepped out of the bathroom, still fastening his shirt. The fabric was worn thin, the buttonholes frayed from too many washes. He dragged a hand through his hair, did a quick pocket check, then nodded. Let's move. The clerk was perched on a stool behind the motel counter, flipping through a ledger with a calculator at her side. But she had nothing useful to offer. Maria had left her room before 7 that morning, dressed the same as yesterday, walking with just her purse. She grabbed breakfast early, Reacher said. The diner waitress mentioned it. The clerk shrugged, no sign of her since. Vaughn asked to see Maria's room, and without hesitation the clerk handed over the master key. No questions, no legal fuss. Small town life, Reacher thought. Cops here had it easy, almost as easy as the military. Maria's room was a mirror of his, just with a few more belongings scattered around. A spare pair of jeans hung in the closet, neatly folded over a hanger. Above them sat a small stack, one bra, a pair of cotton underwear, and a fresh t-shirt, all folded together. At the bottom of the closet sat a beat-up suitcase, its faded blue fiberboard dented from years of being crushed under something heavy. On the bathroom shelf, a vinyl toiletry bag with tacky pink daisies lay empty, its contents soaps, shampoos, lotions lined up neatly beside it. No personal items, those would have been in her purse. Day trip, Vaughn said. She's planning to come back. Obviously, Reacher replied. She paid for 3 nights. She went to Despair, looking for Ramirez. Wouldn't surprise me. But how? She couldn't have walked. Reacher shook his head. I'd have seen her. 17 miles, 6 hours at her pace. If she left at 7, she wouldn't have made it before 1. I was on that road between 8:30 and 9. No sign of her. No buses. No traffic. Maybe there was, Reacher said. I got a ride in with some old guy heading to Denver. He wouldn't have looped around, but if he was dumb enough to pick me up, he'd have definitely stopped for her. Assuming he left this morning. Let's find out. They returned the key and climbed into Vaughn's cruiser. The engine growled to life, and they rolled west toward the hardware store. The sidewalk was cluttered with ladders, buckets, and gas-powered equipment set up in a display. Inside, the owner, a guy in a brown coat, confirmed he'd been setting it up early that morning. After a moment of thought, his eyes lit up with recognition. Yeah, he'd seen a small woman in a blue jacket standing at the edge of town, half-turned like she was waiting for a ride, hope and doubt playing across her face. Classic hitchhiker stance. Then, just before 8, he'd spotted a big green sedan heading west. Grand Marquis, Reacher said. Same as your cruiser, just without the cop gear. The store owner hadn't noticed the car pulling up or the girl climbing inside, but the conclusion was obvious. Vaughn and Reacher covered the 5 miles to the town line without purpose, scanning the empty road's smooth pavement behind them, cracked asphalt stretching ahead. Is she in trouble? Vaughn asked. Reacher shrugged. Hard to say. But I doubt she's enjoying herself. What happens when she wants to come back? Probably not her biggest concern right now. We can't roll into town in this thing. What's the alternative? Just my truck. Got shades, odd shades? It's gonna be windy without a windshield. Too late. Already sent it in for repairs. Then straight to the library? When do you sleep? Not much these days. Since when? Drop it. Your husband? I said drop it. Reacher exhaled. We need to find Maria. I know. We could walk. 12 miles there, 12 back. Not happening. I'm back on duty soon. Reacher leaned forward. She was staying in hope. Now she's gone. That gives your department grounds to investigate. She's from San Diego. On paper, maybe. Paper matters, Reacher. She was living here. With a single change of clothes? What's the worst that could happen? Despair might demand the same courtesy. They already took it. Their deputies were here last night. 2 wrongs don't fix anything. Says who? Ma, are you trying to push me? You're the one with the badge. Vaughn clenched her jaw, muttered something under her breath, then slammed the gas. The Crown Vic lurched forward, tires gripping Hope's smooth road, before fishtailing onto Despair's gravel. Dust billowed behind them as they sped west, squinting against the sun. 11 miles of nothing. Then, on the 12th, the horizon shifted. At first it looked like a shadow, a dark smear across the road. But the sky was clear. As they closed in, the shape took form, a massive shifting pile 50 feet wide, 6 feet high. From a distance, it seemed alive. By the time they were a quarter mile out, the truth was undeniable. A crowd, 2, maybe 300 people, packed tight in a wedge formation. No linked arms, every hand held something. Bats, hammers, splintered wood. A wall of bodies blocking the road, shoulders spilling into the brush. Vaughn braked 50 yards short. The crowd tightened, pressing inward, weapons raised. A single restless mass, waiting. The crowd swayed in unison, shifting their weight from one foot to the other, weapons rising and falling in a steady, eerie rhythm. It wasn't chaotic, just unsettlingly precise. Their voices rose in a low, guttural chant. At first, Reacher caught only the raw sound of it, but when he cracked the window an inch, the words became clear. Out, out. He rolled the glass back up. Vaughn's knuckles were white on the wheel. You've got to be kidding me, she muttered. Is this some kind of local thing? Reacher shook his head. Never seen anything like it. Guess Judge Gardner really did deputize the whole town. It doesn't look forced. They're into it. The chanting grew louder. Out, out, out. Reacher studied them for a beat. Keep moving. Let's see what they do. Vaughn shot him a look. Seriously? Just ease forward. She let the car roll ahead. The mob surged to meet them, closing the gap in short, deliberate steps, weapons raised. Vaughn hit the brakes again, stopping a good distance back. Out, out, out. Reacher tapped the dash. Hit the siren. Maybe it'll shake them up. They're shaking me up, Vaughn muttered. The crowd had stopped swaying side to side. Now they rocked forward and back, thrusting their bats and pipes like they were prodding an invisible enemy. They wore work clothes, faded flannels, and worn-out jeans, but their movements were primal, like some ancient tribe defending sacred ground. Vaughn flipped the siren on a piercing electronic wail that cycled through sharp pulses and frantic digital shrieks. No reaction. Not even a flinch. Can we go around them? Reacher asked. Vaughn shook her head. This thing's not built for off-road. We'd get stuck, and then we'd really be in trouble. Fake left, then cut right fast. You think that'll work? Worth a shot. She nudged the car left, but the crowd mirrored the move, flowing like liquid, seamless and coordinated. A wall of bodies blocked every angle. Vaughn exhaled sharply. Too many of them. She stopped just feet from the front line and killed the siren. The chanting swelled again. Deeper now, the rhythm shifting. Out. A thunder of weapons slamming the ground. Out. Another crash. Their faces twisted with every shout, rage, fear, something raw and ugly. Richa had never liked crowds. Solitude suited him better. People misunderstood. Agoraphobia, it wasn't about open spaces. He loved those. It was the crush of bodies, the agora, the ancient marketplace where mobs turned into something else entirely. He'd seen what happened when crowds snapped stampedes, riots, the kind of chaos that left scars on cities and memories. 200 people weren't just a group, they were a single beast, heavy, relentless, nearly impossible to stop. Vaughn gripped the wheel. Now what? Reacher kept his eyes on the crowd. No idea. Angry mobs were the worst. He'd seen them in Somalia, in Bosnia, in the Middle East, the way they moved as one, feeding off each other's fury. No rules, just momentum. And right now, momentum wasn't on their side. The mob was a living, breathing beast, the kind of animal you didn't want to corner. The rhythmic chants pounded like a drum beat, fists slamming against the car. Out. Crash. Out. Crash. Reacher kept his voice steady. Shift into reverse. Vaughn eased the lever back. The car tensed, wheels rolling just enough to put space between them and the seething crowd. Give it some room, he said. She adjusted, lining the car up dead center on the road before stopping a good 30 yards back, about the length of a baseball diamond's baseline. Now what? She asked. The mob had shifted too, reforming into a tight wedge, 6 men leading the charge, the rest fanning out behind them like a ragged tail. The chanting pulsed again, louder this time. Reacher cracked his window, the air thick with tension. Something was about to happen. He could feel it in his bones. Vaughn's fingers tightened on the wheel. What's the play here? I'd take my chances in a Humvee, Reacher muttered. We don't have a Humvee. Just saying. Then what's the move in this car? Before he could answer, the crowd went silent. A split second later, the front 6 raised their weapons, howling as they surged forward. The rest followed in a chaotic wave, hundreds of bodies sprinting, stumbling, screaming, closing the gap in seconds. Vaughn didn't hesitate. She slammed the gas, the Crown Vic lurching backward, tires shrieking. At 30 miles an hour, she spun the wheel hard, whipping the car around in a screeching half-circle before hammering the accelerator. The engine roared as they shot forward, the speedometer climbing fast. Reacher had underestimated the car with the police interceptor package. It wasn't just quick. It was a bullet. They flew over a rise, the Rockies looming ahead before Vaughn finally let off the gas, coasting to a stop a mile later. She checked the rearview, breathing hard. Nothing behind them but empty road. We need the state cops, she said, hands dropping to her lap. That was a full-blown riot back there. And if Maria's caught in the middle of it... Reacher shook his head. We don't even know if she's there. Or if the dead guy was Ramirez. You really think we're wrong? The state cops will. Right now, it's all guesswork. So, how do we prove it? We call Denver. What's in Denver? The green car. The driver. 7 hours from here, if he left this morning, he'd be there by now. We find him, ask if he gave Maria a ride where he dropped her off. You know how to reach him. No name. No number. Fantastic. He was visiting grandkids in Hope. 3 of them. You go back, ask around some family, he'll point you to him. Then we get his next stop. Probably Denver, seeing more family. And you? I'm heading back to despair. At 5:35, he stepped out of the car, 8 miles from hope, 8 miles from the town that seemed determined to swallow them whole. Reacher stood alone in the middle of nowhere, watching Vaughn's taillights disappear down the road. He turned and started walking, sticking to the pavement for speed. His mind raced through the numbers: population, logistics, weaknesses. The town had around 2,600 people, but a quarter were either too old or too young to be any real threat. That left close to 2,000, most of them tied to the factory until quitting time. Once the sun went down, they'd fan out, forming a loose perimeter. But people weren't soldiers. They'd stick together for comfort, keeping within sight of each other, 10 feet apart tops. Some would have flashlights, maybe a few dogs. At best, they could stretch a human chain about 3.5 miles long, just enough to circle the town, but not the factory too. The gaps would be thin, especially away from the main roads. A couple of trucks might patrol the outskirts, and the plant's security SUVs would be lurking. But most of these folks would get tired fast. Enthusiasm would fade by midnight, and by dawn, they'd be useless. Reacher smirked to himself. Not exactly an elite force. The horizon glowed orange as the last light faded behind the mountains. He kept moving, picturing Vaughn starting her shift back in Hope. By 7:15, he was a mile from where the crowd had gathered earlier. The darkness thickened, swallowing the landscape. No one could see him now. He veered off the road, cutting southwest through the scrub, moving fast. The town ahead was silent, too silent. No hum of engines, no distant chatter. And no plane. That was odd. He paused, turning the possibilities over in his head before pushing forward, staying low and quiet. By 8, he was closing in from the southwest, the last direction they'd expect. He already spotted one truck, an old pickup with a light bar, rumbling away in the distance. Now, crouched behind a rock, he studied the workers' housing ahead. Cheap, single-story homes, spaced far apart, thanks to cheap land and septic tanks that needed room. Between them, guards loitered, some alone, some in small clusters, all armed with bats or clubs. A weak moon cast just enough light to outline them. Guard, house, guard, house, guard. Not perfect, but manageable. The houses weren't the protection they believed them to be. Far from it. In the distance, scattered barks from restless dogs cut through the night, too loud, too frequent. Useless. A dog that wouldn't shut up was as good as a dog that never made a sound. Between the buildings, one guy stood out, second from the right, flicking a flashlight on and off in a steady rhythm. Battery conservation, probably. Reacher shifted left, positioning himself behind a pitch-black house. He hit the dirt and started crawling, slow and deliberate. The military record for a 50-yard low crawl was just over 20 seconds, but snipers could take all day if needed. Tonight he gave himself 5 minutes, fast enough to stay on track, slow enough to stay unseen. Speed drew attention. A slow, steady approach? That barely registered. He kept moving, elbows and knees working in silent rhythm, no pauses, no hesitation. 10 yards. 20. 30. By 45, the angles worked in his favor, no line of sight from between the houses. Still, he stayed low until he reached the back steps. The wooden stoop creaked under his careful weight. He avoided the center, stepping where the treads met the side rails, less noise, less risk. The door handle lifted under his grip. Doors squeaked when they sagged, so upward pressure helped. He pushed it open just enough to slip inside. The kitchen was dark, the air thick with the lingering scent of old grease. Worn linoleum, a dripping faucet, one fat drop every 23 seconds, splattering against the sink in a tiny explosion. He moved past it, down the hallway, the musty smell of old carpet and tired furniture filling his nose. The front door was cheap, hollow, with a flimsy screen door beyond it. No way to open that quietly. The screen was ancient, clogged with dust and dead bugs. He pulled a switchblade, muffled the click against his leg, and sliced an X into the lower mesh. Sitting on the floor, he crab-walked backward, pushing himself out, feet first. Instinct said head first, see the threat before it saw you. But if the threat was a bullet or a swing of an axe, legs were the better target. Nothing waited outside. No ambush, no sudden attack. He twisted free, shoulders clearing the gap, and rose in one smooth motion, ready. The night held its breath. Reacher stood on a cracked concrete stoop, its uneven surface tilting slightly where the foundation had settled wrong. Ahead, a narrow path led to a quiet street lined with houses, their windows dark. No gods in sight, they were all behind him now, clustered near the back of the property facing the wrong direction. He moved silently between buildings, avoiding open roads. The night was still, no pedestrians in sight. A lone car rolled by 2 streets over, headlights cutting through the darkness. Maybe a supervisor checking the perimeter. Reacher crouched behind a weathered fence until the engine faded, then slipped into the shadows of downtown. Pressing his back against a brick wall, he mapped his next steps. He knew the layout of Despair well enough. The main street with a diner was off limits even this late. It was probably still open, serving coffee and sandwiches to the volunteers patrolling the town's edge. The sedan he'd seen earlier might have been delivering caffeine to the night watch. Keeping to the alleys, he passed the empty storefront church. Thurman had likely been here earlier, praying for a smooth operation. Too bad for him, things weren't going as planned. The police station loomed ahead, its door locked tight. The deadbolt was new but poorly installed, the wood around it splintered from hasty drilling. Reacher fished out the deputy's keys, testing them until one finally turned with a stubborn grind. Inside, the scent of waxed linoleum filled the air. The booking ledger sat on the desk, thick and outdated. He carried it to the dim window light, flipping to his own entry. Reacher, J, male, vagrant. Recorded before he'd even seen a judge. He smirked. So much for due process. Before his name was Anderson. Female vagrant. No sign of her husband, just as expected. The town had helped him, not arrested him. Farther back, no Ramirez. No record of him at all. If the body in the dark wasn't his, then who was it? Random pages showed a pattern: 6 drifters over 3 months. Names like Bridge, King, White House. All processed, all forgotten. After his own entry, only one more name followed. Maria wasn't there. The town secret was buried in ink and paper, and Reacher was just getting started. The handwriting in the arrest ledger was unfamiliar, different from before. The usual desk officer was out with whiplash after crashing Despair's second patrol car. The most recent entry, logged just 7 hours earlier, read, Rogers, G, male, vagrant. Reacher shut the book, slid it back onto the desk, then headed for the basement stairs. He descended in the dark, pushing open the cell block door to find every overhead light blazing. But the cells stood empty. The whole town could fit inside a mile-wide circle, and right now it felt just as hollow. Leaving meant crossing the perimeter again, this time in reverse. Getting close was simple. Slipping through unnoticed took more finesse. The real challenge was walking away without every pair of eyes locking onto him. He didn't want to be the lone figure in an open field, a target for bored, watchful townspeople. Better to let the perimeter collapse around him, like water rushing past a boulder. He sifted through the key ring, found the one he needed, then stuffed the rest in his pocket. Back at the desk, he rifled through drawers until he hit pay dirt in the third one, a mess of rubber bands, dried-up pens, crumpled notes, and a plastic ruler. Among the clutter sat a dented ashtray, a half-empty pack of Camels, and 3 matchbooks. He cleared a space under the desk, propping the ledger open at a sharp angle, its pages fanned like a tent. Around it, he piled every scrap of paper he could find, crumpled memos, old posters, yellowed newspapers, building a teetering pyramid. He tucked 2 matchbooks inside, their covers bent back, matches angled outward. Then he lit a cigarette with the 3rd book, savoring the first drag. Camels had been his brand years ago, back when Turkish tobacco still meant something. He smoked halfway down, folded the cigarette into a T-shape against the matchbook, and secured it with a paper clip before nestling it at the base of his paper mound. Leaving the station door cracked to invite a draft, he slipped outside. The deputy's house wasn't far. He'd scoped it out that first night when the man stumbled home and retched in the dirt. The place was a sagging ranch, no yard to speak of, just hard-packed earth with a worn path to the door and tire ruts leading to a parking spot. The crew cab pickup sat waiting, its driver's side unlocked. Reacher slid behind the wheel, the seat sagging under his weight, the cab reeking of oil and stale sweat. He tested the key plastic head, unmistakable shape, turning it just far enough to wake the dashboard lights before climbing into the back and stretching out. It took over half an hour for the town to notice the fire. By then, the station was fully engulfed. From his hiding spot, Reacher watched smoke thicken, sparks spiral, flames claw at the sky, all while the perimeter guards remained oblivious. Then, like a switch flipping, someone finally caught the scent. Shouts erupted, confusion spreading as heads turned toward the glow. The line dissolved into chaos, people sprinting past the truck in waves, their discipline shattered, their focus locked on the burning building ahead. Reacher stayed still, letting the tide of bodies rush by, their panic drowning out everything else. Reacher tilted his head and spotted them approaching from every angle. The side streets were packed in an instant, first dozens, then hundreds of people, all moving in the same direction. The city swallowed them whole. He straightened up, watching the last stragglers vanish around corners and into alleyways. Fresh recruits, uncertain, untested. He smirked. Drawn like bugs to a porch light, he mused. Literally. Then he vaulted over the seats, twisted the key, and the engine sputtered to life. He rolled forward slowly, lights off, cutting southwest through the barren landscape. To his right, headlights flickered 4 vehicles speeding down the road. Probably the plant's security SUVs, maybe an ambulance, possibly a fire truck. He kept moving, weaving west through the empty terrain, jolting over rough ground and loose rocks. The steering wheel jerked in his grip. Through the grimy windshield, he inched forward at barely 20 miles an hour. Faster than sprinting, sure, but it still took him over 7 minutes before the pale glow of the plant's perimeter wall emerged in the dark. The compound's rough stone barrier rose ahead, nearly invisible in the night. But climbing it was no challenge, plenty of gaps between the rocks for footholds. He circled halfway, parked the truck where he estimated the massive barn would be, then slipped out and scaled the wall in seconds. The runway stretched before him 60 feet wide, nearly 1,000 yards long, smooth and well kept. At each end, a low concrete hump held floodlights designed to skim the tarmac. Beyond it, patches of desert scrub dotted the landscape, interrupted by clusters of drought-resistant plants. Tough, spiky things, silver under the moonlight, built to survive the dry heat. Reacher crossed the runway, heading straight for the barn. It stood open-faced, its cavernous interior dominated by a white Piper Cherokee, parked nose out, motionless on its landing gear. Dew glistened on its wings. Nearly 10 at night usually, it would have been in the air by now. So why wasn't it? He stepped inside, skirting the wing, before doubling back to the fuselage. A quick climb onto the wing and he peered through the window. Small planes had never impressed him, too flimsy, too much like toys. This one was no different. Thurman's Cherokee was a no-frills four-seater, worn and weathered. The doors rattled, the windshield had a crack, and the seats sagged. No paperwork in sight, just tangled seat belts and a dashboard simpler than a minivan's. Not exactly inspiring confidence. The plane had no navigation tools, no maps, no marked coordinates, not even basic cargo space. Just a few cramped compartments tucked into odd corners and 3 extra seats. Lucy Anderson had been right. Nobody takes a pleasure flight after dark. There was no scenery to enjoy. So, Thurman was moving something, either bringing it in or taking it out. Or maybe he had a side hustle, a late-night rendezvous with a friend. Or worse, maybe lay preacher had a double meaning. Reacher stepped off the wing and scanned the property. A long driveway led to a wrought iron gate, flanked by a 3-car garage and a smaller barn. The main house was impressive, wide planked wood glowing under the moonlight, steep gables like something out of a ski lodge. Floor-to-ceiling windows revealed dark paneling inside, vaulted ceilings, leather furniture that looked expensive. The kind of place that should always smell like bourbon and cigars. Reacher still had the stale taste of a half-smoked cigarette in his mouth as he circled the house, thinking about bad habits and impossible odds. Back at the barn, he gave the plane one last glance before retracing his steps across the runway. The stone wall had been easy, but the metal barrier ahead was another story, 8 feet of smooth steel, topped by a massive cylinder, like a giant pipe balanced on a shelf. Prison design. Reacher knew the type, no handholds, no way over. Climbing it would be like trying to scale a sheet of ice. He drove along the perimeter, hoping the personnel gate would be unlocked. No luck. No keyhole either, just a keypad with 10 digits, millions of possible combinations. A waste of time. His only shot was the vehicle gate. And by some miracle it stood wide open, the heavy doors swung back like an invitation. He parked the truck sideways across the track, pocketed the keys, and stepped inside. No way was he letting that gate shut behind him. The darkness of the plant swallowed him whole. The ground beneath Reacher's boots was slick with oil, the air thick with the scent of burnt metal and grease. Broken fragments of machinery crunched under his weight as he paused, sensing the looming shadows of industrial giants, the crushers, furnaces, and cranes standing like silent sentinels. To his right, the dim outlines of offices and storage tanks stretched into the darkness. Farther out, hidden in the night, lay the compound, its secrets buried behind layers of distance and shadow. He shifted his weight, ready to move toward it. Then the world exploded in light. A deafening whoomp surged through the air as power flooded the cables, flooding the yard with a harsh, unnatural glow. The sudden brilliance hit like a physical blow, forcing Reacher to slam his eyes shut and throw his arms over his head. His muscles locked, fighting the instinct to drop to his knees. When he finally cracked his eyes open, the scene had shifted. Thurman was advancing toward him, his face unreadable. The plant foreman loomed from another angle, while the hulking figure with the oversized wrench blocked the exit. Reacher stayed rooted, blinking against the lingering sting in his eyes. Thurman stopped just out of arm's reach, then sidled up beside him like they were old friends admiring the view. "Thought we agreed you wouldn't come back," Thurman said. Reacher shrugged. "Can't help what you think. Did you torch our police station? With your human barricade? Not a chance. Then why are you here?" Reacher let the silence stretch before answering. "Figured I'd say goodbye to the state. But first I wanted to check on the guys from our last chat. Clear the air, you know." Thurman's mouth tightened. "Doubt they're in a forgiving mood. Then they can tell me that to my face. Good for the soul. Infirmary's closed. Not to me. I'm telling you to leave." Reacher smirked. "That should be your town slogan. Welcome to despair now. Get out." Thurman's voice hardened. "I'm not playing around." "Sure you are," Reacher said. "Who? A guy like you puffing up like you've got authority? That's comedy. You're outnumbered." Reacher glanced at the foreman 10 feet away, hands empty but coiled tight. Then at the giant hefting his wrench like a caveman's club. An office drone and a washed-up linebacker with a fancy hammer. Not exactly intimidating. Maybe they're armed. If they were, they'd have shown it by now. They could still mess you up. Doubtful. Your first crew barely left a scratch. You willing to test that theory? Reacher tilted his head. Are you? If this goes south, it's just you and me. And your conscience. I'm here to visit the injured, and you're trying to start a brawl. Real Christian of you. God guides my actions. Funny how he always agrees with you. Be more convincing if he told you to sell this place and feed the homeless." Thurman said nothing. Reacher took a step forward. "I'm going to the infirmary, and you're coming with me." Thurman let out a tired sigh, his shoulders sagging as he motioned for his men to stay put, like a man signaling to a pair of obedient dogs. Without another word, he trudged toward the row of cabins, Reacher keeping pace beside him. They moved past the security office, Thurman's personal workspace, and the other administrative rooms Reacher had seen earlier. Operations, purchasing, invoicing before stopping outside the second white-painted unit. Thurman hauled himself up the short steps and pushed the door open. Inside, the space was unmistakably a medical bay, sterile white walls, linoleum floors, the sharp tang of disinfectant hanging in the air. Soft nightlights cast a dim glow over the room. There were stainless steel sinks, cabinets stocked with supplies, blood pressure monitors, and biohazard bins mounted on the walls. A rolling cot held a gleaming steel tray with a coiled stethoscope resting inside. 4 hospital cots lined the space, 3 empty, the 4th occupied by the deputy who looked like a ghost of his former self. His skin was sallow, his breathing ragged, his eyes glassy and unfocused. A medical chart dangled from the foot of his bed. Reacher flipped it up with his thumb, scanning the notes. The list of symptoms was brutal: fever, exhaustion, nausea, dehydration, internal distress, the works. Reacher let the chart drop back into place. "You got an actual doctor here." "Trained paramedic," Thurman replied. "That enough. Usually. For him. We're doing what we can." Reacher moved closer, studying the deputy's yellowed skin. Whether from jaundice or the eerie lighting, it was hard to tell. "You able to talk?" he asked. Thurman cut in. "He's not making much sense." But we're hopeful. The deputies had lolled weakly before he managed to focus on Reacher. His lips parted, dry and cracked, his voice barely more than a whisper. You swallowed hard, struggling. You did this to me. Not all of it, Reacher said. The deputy's breath hitched as he tried again. No, but the words dissolved into a rasp. Thurman grabbed Reacher's arm, pulling him back. We're wearing him out. Time to go. He needs a real hospital, Reacher insisted. That's the paramedics' call. I trust my team. Did he handle Tay? Thurman hesitated. What do you know about SAS? Enough to know it's toxic. It's a degreaser. Standard industrial use. Right. So, was he exposed? No. And those who wear protection. Then what's wrong with him? You tell me. Like he said you put him here. Bruises don't cause symptoms like this. From what I heard, it wasn't just bruises. Ever think about the damage you leave behind? Could have ruptured something his spleen, maybe. Reacher shut his eyes, the memory flashing back the dim bar, the thick air, the weight of the fight. He saw himself driving the chair leg into the deputy's side, the impact shuddering through muscle and soft tissue. But this was something else entirely. Reacher blinked his eyes open and said, Then he needs a full medical exam, no shortcuts. Thurman gave a slow nod. I'll arrange transport to the halfway hospital in the morning. If that's what it takes to ease your mind. My mind doesn't need easing, Reacher said. I don't start fights, but I finish them. Even if you go too far? Too far compared to what? 6 against 1, you think they were just gonna ask me politely to leave? You don't know what they planned. You do, Reacher shot back. They were following your orders. And I was following orders too, Thurman said. From above. Convenient, Reacher muttered. You should consider joining us. When the rapture comes, you won't want to be stuck down here. Reacher scoffed. So the righteous float up, and the rest of us get the place to ourselves? Sounds like a win to me. Thurman stayed silent. Reacher glanced one last time at the unconscious man on the cot, then turned and pushed through the door, boots thudding down the steps into the sweltering yard. The foreman and the ranch guy hadn't budged, frozen like statues. Behind him, Thurman's footsteps clattered down the stairs, trailing him toward the gate. The ranch guy's eyes flicked past Reacher, searching Thurman's face for some signal, fingers tightening around the tool. Reacher pivoted and closed the gap between them, stopping just inches away. You're blocking my path. The man hesitated, looking to Thurman again. Reacher leaned in. Grow a spine. That old man doesn't own you. The guy frowned. He doesn't? Not even close, Reacher said. You and the others should take charge. Unionize. Start an uprising. You'd make a decent leader. The wrench guy shook his head. Not happening. Thurman's voice cut in from behind. Leaving so soon, mister? Reacher. Yep, Reacher said. You planning to stick around? Not a chance, Reacher lied. I'm finished here. You swear? You heard me. The big man's gaze darted past Reacher again. Hopeful, but Thurman must have given some silent refusal, because he finally stepped aside grudgingly. Reacher strode past, climbing back into the deputy's battered truck still in one piece, windows unbroken. The direct route to Hope's town line was 15 miles, but Reacher took the long way, cutting north through the scrub. He figured the locals would have regrouped by now, and facing them head-on at both ends of Main Street wasn't worth the hassle. So he steered clear, jolting over uneven ground, the fire's glow guiding him like a beacon. Brick buildings burned stubbornly. He knew floors collapsing, walls funneling flames higher until they finally crumbled, scattering embers like wildfire seeds. One careless spark could wipe out half a block. He kept a wide berth roughly 4 miles out, then paralleled the road east, tires kicking up dust. When his internal clock hit midnight, he veered back onto the pavement, the truck's rattling frame settling as Hope's smooth asphalt took over. The quiet was almost eerie. Up ahead, Vaughn stood waiting, arms crossed, under the dim glow of a streetlight. She waited in the dark, her car pulled over on the shoulder with the headlights off. He eased to a stop beside her, rolling down his window to give her a quick wave, just a silent "we made it" kind of gesture. She reached out too, her fingers splayed like she was signaling him to slow down, or maybe just meeting him halfway. Their hands brushed as he braked to a perfect stop, fingertips barely touching. To him it was part victory slap, part quiet relief at escaping trouble again, and part something else entirely, something warm and unspoken. He couldn't read her reaction, but she didn't pull away immediately. "Whose truck?" she asked. "Underwood's," Reacher said. "Senior deputy. Guy's in bad shape." "What's wrong with him?" "Claims I did it." "Did you?" "I roughed him up a little, sure. But I didn't give him the runs or make his hair fall out." "So it's tip poisoning?" "Thurman says no." "You buying that?" "Not really." Vaughn held up a water bottle, sloshing the contents. "Not for drinking," she said. "Tap water from my place. I've got a contact at the state lab in Colorado Springs. They'll test it. We need to know how much Thurman's really using. Tank holds 5,000 gallons. But how fast does he go through it? No idea. Where would we find that out? Probably some office buried in paperwork. Think we can get in?" Worth a shot." Vaughn tossed the bottle onto the seat. "Go ditch the truck," she said. "I'll drive us into town. We can grab something to eat." Reacher backed the truck into the sand, leaving the keys in the ignition. Behind them, the horizon glowed faintly red. Despair was still burning. He didn't mention it. Just crossed back into Hope and slid into Vaughn's passenger seat. "You smell like an ashtray," she said. "Found a cigarette," he admitted. "Took a couple puffs for nostalgia's sake. They'll kill you." "So I've heard. You believe that?" "Absolutely," she said, hands steady on the wheel as she pulled onto the road. "How's your night been?" he asked. "Thrilling." A gum wrapper blew across the street. "Nearly wrote it up for littering." "You called Denver about Maria?" She nodded. "Old guy picked her up by the hardware store. Knew her name, knew her story. They talked the whole ride. Cool ride. It's not even 20 minutes. He didn't take her to despair. She wanted the MP base." They reached the diner just after midnight. The young waitress lit up when she saw them, grinning like she'd just won a bet. Reacher felt like he'd missed some inside joke. Vaughn didn't seem to get it either. They took a booth in the back, skipping donuts for coffee and some fancy fruit juice blend Reacher couldn't even pronounce. "You're all about the health kicks," he said. "Trying," she replied. "Your husband in the hospital. Cancer from smoking?" She shook her head. "No," she said. "He's not." They drank in silence for a minute, before Reacher leaned forward. "Did the old guy say why Maria wanted the MPs?" She didn't tell him. "But it's a strange choice, right?" "Very," Reacher said. "That's an active duty fob. Civilians don't just waltz in, even if they know someone stationed there." The woman couldn't have been military, even if she had family in the ranks. Combat MPs don't usually have female soldiers, do they? Vaughn asked. Reacher shrugged. Some do. But she wasn't one of them. Then why was she heading to the base? If she was reporting back from leave, why book extra nights at the motel and leave her things behind? Vaughn frowned. Maybe she had unfinished business. Not likely. She was too slight for combat duty. The Army has standards: height, weight, strength. Even if she barely made the cut, they'd never put her on the front lines. And she didn't carry herself like a soldier. Too quiet, too hesitant. Then what was she doing with them? Better question, what did they want with her? Vaughn leaned in. You think it's espionage? Reacher shook his head. Doubt it. If they were worried about spies, they'd have the whole facility lock down, guards at the gates, patrols inside. They're not doing that. They're focused on the truck route. So, they're guarding something heavy. Too heavy for a car. Maybe even too heavy for that small plane. Vaughn's eyes narrowed. But the plane didn't fly tonight. Exactly. It only runs when they're moving something. Tonight, nothing was happening. Moving what? Secrets. People. Reacher drained his coffee. Not people. That doesn't add up. There's a pattern here, 3 separate things happening at once. Vaughn slid the salt, pepper, and sugar shakers to the middle of the table. Break it down. Reacher pushed the salt aside. First, the military contract. Standard stuff. The MPs are there to stop thieves from hauling something big away. That's straightforward. But the town's on edge. Why? Reacher cupped the pepper in one hand, the sugar in the other. Because there's something bigger going on. Everyone's involved, but only a few know the full picture. Vaughn tapped the sugar shaker. And this is the main issue. Right. The whole town's guarding it. The pepper, that's a smaller piece. A select group handles that. And Lucy Anderson's husband? Reacher held up the sugar shaker. Their men runs the plane. Thurman runs the town. Whatever's happening, he's at the center of it. Thurman was orchestrating something big, something hidden. There was no other way it could go down. If Anderson had been involved, the whole town would have known: cops, Judge Gardner, everyone. Thurman would have seen to that. Which meant Lucy Anderson never should have been arrested, never should have ended up labeled a vagrant. So Thurman's got his own game running, with most of the town backing him, but a handful are playing their own side. Reacher gave a slow nod. And whatever those few are doing behind his back involves these young guys. Meaning they either make it through or they don't, depending on who finds them first: Thurman's crew or the others. Exactly. And now there's a new name in the mix: Rogers. Just got arrested, but I never saw him. Rogers. She frowned. That sounds familiar. From where? Not sure. Doesn't matter. He was one of the unlucky ones. The odds are stacked against them. Always. Which was Ramirez's problem. Reacher shook his head. No, Ramirez never crossed paths with anyone. Records show he wasn't arrested, wasn't helped either. Why? What set him apart? Good question, Reacher said. Got an answer. Not a clue. The clock in Reacher's mind ticked past 1 in the morning, and the diner's wall clock caught up a minute later. Vaughn checked her watch. I should get back on patrol. Reacher shrugged. Sure. Try to get some sleep. Will do. You coming with me to Colorado Springs? To the lab with the water sample? When? Today or, well, now. 10 o'clock. That's early for you. Sleep's overrated. Besides, this is my last shift before 4 nights off. And it's a long drive there and back. Still trying to keep me out of trouble? Even on your days off? Vaughn smirked. I've accepted that's a lost cause. Then why ask? She hesitated, then said, because I'd like the company. That's all. She tossed $4 on the table for her juice, straightened the salt and pepper shakers, then slid out of the booth and left. Reacher hit the shower and was in bed by 2. No dreams, just solid sleep until 8. Another shower, then a walk across town to the hardware store. He eyed the ladders outside before heading in, grabbing a new shirt and pants, darker this time, softer fabric. Not built to last, but he wasn't planning on sticking around. Back at the motel, he changed and left his old clothes folded near the trash. Maybe the maid had a brother or cousin who could use them. As he stepped outside, he noticed Maria's bathroom light was on. The clerk at the office caught him glancing at the key hook. She came back early, the clerk said. Around 6. How? The woman leaned in, voice low. In one of those army trucks. With a soldier. A Humvee. She nodded. Big thing like on TV. Soldier didn't stay, thank God. I run a decent place here. Reacher smirked. Don't worry. She's got a boyfriend. Or had, he thought. The clerk sniffed. She's too young for soldiers. Is there a rule book on that? There should be. Reacher paid his bill and walked back, running the numbers in his head. The old man had told him over the phone that Maria left the MP base around 8:30 the morning before. She didn't return until 6 that evening in a Humvee, no detours, just a straight shot down the highway through despair. Barely half an hour's drive. That meant she'd been held for nearly a full day. Whatever happened to her wasn't the military's problem anymore. Someone had stuck her in a room while her story got shuffled up the chain, phone calls, encrypted messages, maybe a tense meeting over a speakerphone. Eventually, orders came down from higher up. Let her go, give her a ride, offer empty apologies. No real answers. Reacher paused outside her motel door, listening. No shower running. He gave it a minute in case she was drying off, another in case she was pulling on clothes. Then he knocked. A long beat later, the door opened. Her dark hair was still damp, clinging heavy to her shoulders. She wore faded jeans and a plain blue tee, barefoot, her feet small, almost delicate, toes perfectly aligned. Someone had made sure she wore good shoes growing up. You all right? He asked, immediately regretting it. She looked anything but all right, drained, fragile, like the ground had dropped out from under her. She stayed silent. You went to the MPs about Raphael, he said. A nod. You thought they'd help. They didn't. Another nod. They told you it was Despair PD's problem. No response this time. Maybe I can help, he offered. Or Hope PD. You want to tell me what's going on? Her voice was quiet but firm. I can't tell you. I can't tell anyone. The way she said it wasn't defiance or fear, just finality, like she'd weighed every option and this was the only one left. Like speaking up would bring down something worse. All right, Reacher said. Hang in there. He left her there and headed to the diner. By 9:55, he was planted in the cheap plastic chair outside his room, waiting. Vaughn rolled up 3 minutes late in a beat-up Crown Vic, its black paint dull from years of hard use. An unmarked cop car, the kind detectives drove. The window whirred down. Get a promotion? He asked. My watch commander took pity on me, she said. Since you got my truck wrecked. Find your litter bug yet? Nope. And now it's a serial offense. Spotted more foil later. 2 crimes, technically. Maria's back. MPs dropped her off this morning. She talking. Not a word. He hauled himself into the passenger seat. The car was stripped down cheap plastic, worn upholstery the color of dust. Cop gear filled the dash, radios, a laptop, a dash cam, a coiled red light. No partition meant he could stretch his legs. The water sample sat on the back seat. Vaughn looked sharp in faded jeans and a crisp white button down, sleeves rolled up. She eyed him. You've changed. How's that? Your clothes, genius. Fresh this morning. Hardware store special. Better than the last set. Don't get used to. They won't last. What's the record for keeping one outfit? 8 months, Reacher said. Desert camo. First Gulf War. Vaughn never removed them. Supply chain issues left us with no extras, not even spare uniforms or sleepwear. You were deployed in the Gulf War? The whole thing. From day one till the end. What was it like? Like standing in an oven. Vaughn pulled out of the motel parking lot, turning north onto 1st Street before swinging left toward the eastern route. Reacher glanced at her. Taking the scenic route. Seems like the smarter move. Agreed, he said. The police cruiser stood out, but the roads were deserted, so Vaughn pushed the speedometer close to 90, racing toward the distant Rockies. Reacher had some familiarity with Colorado Springs. Fort Carson anchored the area, but the city leaned more Air Force than Army. Beyond the military presence, it was a postcard-worthy spot. Crisp air, sunshine, and Pikes Peak looming in the distance. Downtown was tidy, and the State Lab, a satellite branch of Denver's main facility, occupied a sturdy government building. Water was serious business in Colorado, where every drop counted. Vaughn handed over her sample, filling out paperwork while a technician wrapped the form around the bottle like it held state secrets. The guy disappeared with it, then returned to explain the process: evaporation, rates, soil absorption, aquifer depth. Halfway County's water table had been mapped down to the inch. The only missing piece was how much tea was seeping toward it. What happens if it's already contaminated? Vaughn asked. The lab tech hesitated, then nodded toward Reacher. Prostate cancer. That's usually the first sign. Hits men hardest. Back in the car, Vaughn seemed distant, lost in thought. Reacher wasn't sure what was weighing on her more than just chemicals in the water, clearly. He still didn't understand why she'd asked him along. They'd barely spoken. Maybe his presence wasn't helping at all. At a quiet intersection, she froze when the light turned green, hands tight on the wheel, eyes flicking left, then right. A horn blared behind them. She met Reacher's gaze. Would you come with me to see my husband? Vaughn turned left into the hills, then south toward Pueblo. Reacher recognized the route he'd traveled it years ago, past Fort Carson's sprawling grounds. You good with this? She asked. Fine by me. But it's just an unusual ask, he said. You didn't say meet him or see him. You said visit. People visit hospitals, prisons. You told me he wasn't locked up or sick from smoking. So where is he? I never said he wasn't in the hospital, Vaughn corrected. Just that his illness wasn't smoking related. She veered onto a wide, empty highway, then turned onto an unmarked road, pines crowding the cracked asphalt. The air smelled like resin and dry earth. Reacher kept his questions to himself. Whatever waited ahead, it wasn't just about contaminated water. The land stretching on either side of the road had no fences or warning signs, but Reacher could tell it belonged to the military. He remembered the vast, unused acres beyond Fort Carson's northern edgeland the Army had claimed decades ago during some war-fueled paranoia, then mostly forgotten. The view outside the car window screamed government property, nature stripped of personality, neither wild nor cultivated, just tired and neglected. Vaughn slowed the car and turned onto a narrow driveway flanked by two stubby brick pillars, their faded tan surfaces and yellow mortar straight out of a 1950s Army construction manual. No gates hung from the rusted hinges. A few yards in, a sleek metal billboard announced the Olympic T-By Center in corporate lettering. Another sign warned authorized personnel only, and beyond that, the overgrown shoulders of the driveway gave way to a straight stretch, leading to a circular drive in front of a cluster of low brick buildings. Reacher recognized the architecture standard surplus Army design, with green metal window frames, rounded corners, and chipped tile floors. The center of the driveway held a patch of dirt where a commanding officer might have once taken pride in a rose garden. Now another corporate sign confirmed the place had new owners. A section of the lawn had been torn up and replaced with gravel, where 5 dusty cars with Colorado plates sat parked. Vaughn pulled the Crown Vic to the end of the row, shutting it down methodically, shift, brake, key, before letting her hands drop into her lap. "Ready?" she asked. "For what?" Reacher said. She didn't answer, just pushed open her door and stepped out onto the cracked pavement. Reacher followed, and together they walked toward the entrance. 3 steps up, through the doors, and his boots hit the familiar mottled green tile of a mid-century Army building. The place still had the bones of its past, just dirtier, more neglected. A cheap plastic conduit snaked along the ceiling, holding a smoke detector that looked like an afterthought. An oak hutch that once housed a busy sergeant now held a mess of medical files and a sullen man in a gray sweatshirt. His greasy black hair hung too long, and his tone was flat when he greeted Vaughn. She ignored him, walking straight past into what might have once been a waiting room or officer's lounge. Now it was just grim-stained walls, dust, the faint stink of antiseptic, and something worse. Red emergency buttons were bolted at waist height, wires exposed. The only occupants were 2 young men strapped into wheelchairs, their shaved heads marked by jagged scars, their gazes vacant. Reacher took it in the panic buttons, the medical files, the men who weren't just patients, but prisoners of their own broken minds. This wasn't just a clinic. It was a place people got sent to disappear. The air was thick with dust, swirling in the dim light as Reacher took in the grim surroundings. This wasn't just any abandoned building, it was a place where forgotten things ended up, including people. The faded letters on the billboard outside still lingered in his mind. T-By. Traumatic brain injury. Ahead of him, Vaughn moved briskly down the narrow hallway, her footsteps echoing. He caught up to her near the middle. "Your husband had an accident?" he asked. "Not exactly," she replied, not slowing down. "Then what happened?" She shot him a sideways glance. "You're the detective. Figure it out." Reacher paused, scanning the peeling walls. The building had the stale, institutional feel of an old military facility, repurposed, neglected. The 2 men they passed were young, but their hollow stares told a different story. "War wounds," he said, piecing it together. "Your husband served Iraq." Vaughn nodded, her jaw tight. "National Guard. Second tour. They kept him longer than they should have, sent him out in an unarmored Humvee. An Eid got him in Ramadi." She turned down another corridor. This one grimier than the last. Dust bunnies clung to the baseboards, mixed with tiny black pellets mouse droppings. The overhead lights flickered. Some burned out entirely, casualties of budget cuts. This a VA hospital? Reacher asked. Private contractor, Vaughn muttered. Politically connected. Sweetheart deal-free building, fat government checks. She stopped at a faded green door, its surface scratched and dented from decades of neglect. Scrawled in wax pencil was D. Vaughn followed by a string of numbers, maybe his service ID, maybe just another case file. Ready? She asked, her voice flat. Whenever you are, Reacher said. She exhaled. I'm never ready. The door creaked open. Inside, the room was a sterile box 12 feet square, walls painted in dull greens, the air warm and stale. A small, grimy window let in weak light. A metal cabinet and footlocker sat against one wall, the latter holding a single folded pair of pajamas. The bed was a narrow hospital cot, its wheels locked, the head cranked up at an angle. Under the tented sheet lay David Robert Vaughn. He was lean, with pale skin and blond stubble, his blue eyes open but unseeing. The most jarring detail was the gaping hole in his skull, a saucer-sized abscess above his forehead, the exposed brain swollen and dark, covered by thin, plastic-like film. Hello, David, Vaughn said softly. No response. 4 IV lines snaked down from hanging bags, disappearing beneath the sheet. Tubes for waste collection ran to bottles under the bed. A breathing tube curled into his mouth, connected to a rhythmic, hissing respirator. On the wall, an old army clock ticked steadily, indifferent. David, Vaughn tried again, her voice barely steady. I brought someone to meet you. Silence. The machines kept working. The clock kept ticking. Nothing changed. Reacher knew the man in the bed wouldn't wake up, not now, not ever. He was motionless, caught in some hollow space between life and death. Vaughn leaned down, pressing her lips gently to her husband's forehead before crossing to the cabinet. She pulled a worn X-ray envelope from the stack, its edges frayed from too many touches. The faded label read Vaughn, D. She slid the film free and held it up to the window's light. 4 angles of her husband's skull stared back white bone, smudged gray matter, and a constellation of tiny bright spots scattered like shrapnel. Iraq's calling card, she said flatly. Blast trauma. Crushing, twisting, tearing his brain took the full hit. They cut away the worst of the damage, said it would help. Relieve the pressure. Supposed to give him a plastic plate later, once the swelling went down. She let out a bitter laugh. Guess what? It never did. She tucked the film back, then grabbed another chest scan this time. Ribs, shadowed organs, and a glaring white shape that looked like a melted watch. That's why I don't wear my ring anymore, she said. He wanted it on a chain around his neck. The explosion turned it to liquid and shoved it straight into his lungs. Reacher watched as she squared the stack of files, her fingers lingering too long. He thought it'd keep him safe, she murmured. What was his unit? Reacher asked. 1st Armored. Infantry. I'd. She nodded. A homemade bomb against a glorified soda can. Might as well have sent him out there in pajamas. Improvised my ass, those things work just fine. How long ago? 2 years. The ventilator hissed between them. Reacher studied the room, the single-story layout, the missing door, the deliberate gaps. You planned for him to come home different, he said. I planned for him to come home alive, she corrected. Confused, maybe? Angry. But here. Instead, he's just gone. Why? Make a fist. He did. Your forearm's the spinal cord, she said. Your fist the brainstem. Now imagine a hollow pumpkin jammed over it, that's the brain. The goo inside's glued to your skin. Shake it a little, no problem. But twist it hard, it rips free. Exactly. That's David. His brain's shredded. The stem's fine, but the rest doesn't even know it's supposed to work. Can it heal? She shook her head. Neurons don't grow back. This is it. He's got the mind of a pet store goldfish. Can't move, can't think, hell, he doesn't even know I'm here. The clock ticked. Reacher said nothing. Vaughn kept her voice steady. Modern combat medicine is incredible. He was airlifted to Germany in under 13 hours stable the whole time. A generation ago, he wouldn't have made it off the battlefield. Her fingers brushed her husband's stubbled cheek, feather light. The doctors think his spine might be completely severed. Not that it changes anything now. The rhythmic hiss of the ventilator filled the silence between the ticking clock and the quiet drip of IV fluids. Vaughn studied Reacher for a long moment before speaking again. You're not exactly a daily shaver, are you? Often enough, he said. You know your way around a razor? My father taught me. Would you shave David? Aren't the nurses supposed to handle that? They should, but they don't. And I want him looking presentable. It's the one thing I can still do for him. She pulled a plastic bag from the cabinet, stocked with travel-sized shaving gel, a half-empty pack of razors, and a worn washcloth. Reacher ducked into the hallway bathroom, returning with the damp cloth. He worked carefully, lathering David's face, navigating around the breathing tube and the hollow where part of his skull should have been. The motions came naturally when shaving himself, but this felt like handling fragile glass. Across the room, Vaughn wiped down every surface, stretching to dust the high corners and kneeling to sweep the floor. The spray cleaner's sharp scent mixed with the sterile hospital air. David's unfocused eyes stared past them, fixed on nothing. Not bad, Vaughn said when Reacher finished. Neither of us should have to do this, though. I know. They repacked the supplies in silence. Reacher broke it first. How often do you come? Not as much as I should, she admitted. It's a paradox if he doesn't know I'm here. Does it even count? Sometimes it feels selfish, like I'm just checking a box. In my memories, he's still him. Alive. Talking. How long were you together? 12 years. 8 before his deployment, 2 in Iraq, 2 like this. Reacher studied the ceiling. 34's too young for this. Tell me about it. We could both be stuck in this limbo for decades. Were you happy? Some days. Others not so much. Normal marriage stuff. What's next for you? People say I should walk away. Some days I agree, accept fate, move forward. Other days it feels like betrayal. He's already lost everything. Now I'm supposed to abandon him too? She exhaled sharply. But he wouldn't even know. Back to the damn paradox. Reacher pushed off the wall. Go take a walk. Clear your head. I'll pick you up before you hit the highway. What'll you do? Find a way to kill time. Vaughn whispered goodbye to David. They retraced their steps through the fluorescent-lit halls, past the cracked vinyl couches in the lounge. The supervisor in the gray sweatshirt nodded as they passed. Take care, Mrs. Vaughn Han. Outside, Reacher propped himself against the car while Vaughn strode toward the tree line, her silhouette shrinking against the horizon. The second she disappeared, he turned and jogged back up the steps. The supervisor looked up from his paperwork. Forget something. Who runs this place? Reacher asked. Me during this shift. How many patients? 17. Who are these people? Just patients, dude. whoever they send our way. You follow some kind of rule book here? Obviously, it's a system, same as anywhere else. Mind showing me the section that says it's fine to leave rooms filthy and mouse droppings in the hallways? The guy hesitated, throat bobbing. What's the point? They wouldn't even notice. This place is where they dump the lost causes. That what you call it? It's the truth, man. Wrong, Reacher said. This isn't a dumping ground. It's a veterans clinic. And you're a disgrace. Whoa, chill out. What's it to you? David Robert Vaughn is my brother. Seriously? Every man in here is my brother. He's a vegetable dude. You sure you're not? No. Then pay attention. Listen real close. These men gave everything. Duty, honor, service, those words mean anything to you? You do your job right because it's the right thing to do, not for a pat on the back. These veterans deserve better. Their families sure as hell do. Who even are you? Just a guy who cares, Reacher said. And I've got options. I could leak this to the press, get cameras in here, have you unemployed by lunch. But I don't play that way. I'm giving you a choice, right here, man to man. Wanna hear it? What? Do exactly what I say with a big, happy grin. Or you'll be checking in as patient 18. The color drained from the guy's face. Reacher leaned in. On your feet. What? Stand up. Now. The guy swallowed hard but pushed himself up. Attention, Reacher said, voice low and steady. Feet together, shoulders back, chin up. Hands at your sides, thumbs on the seams. Some officers screamed orders. Reacher preferred quiet precision, each word deliberate, like talking to someone who needed things spelled out. The contrast worked. The guy stiffened, posture sloppy but trying. These aren't just patients, Reacher said. They're heroes. They earned respect. This place, it's a mess. So here's the deal, you're gonna rally your crew and clean it up. Starting now. I'll be back. Could be tomorrow, could be next year. If I don't see my reflection in the floors, I'll use you as a mop. Then I'll kick you so hard you'll taste your own guts. Clear. The guy shifted, eyes darting. Finally, he muttered, yeah. With a smile, Reacher said. The guy stretched his lips, teeth dry. Bigger, Reacher ordered. The grin turned painful. Better, Reacher said. And get a haircut. Shower daily. When Mrs. Vaughn visits, you stand, greet her like family, walk her to her husband's room, which will be spotless. He'll be shaved, windows gleaming, sunlight pouring in. Floors so polished she might slip and break her neck. Are we on the same page? Got it. Are we absolutely clear? Yep. No doubts. None. Perfectly understood. Yes. Yes, what? Yes, sir. You've got 1 minute to get moving, or I snap your wrist. The guy stayed on his feet, dialing a number before switching to a radio. In under a minute, 3 men appeared in the hallway. Right at the 60-second mark, a fourth showed up. Soon after, they hauled out mops and buckets from a supply closet, filling them with water, all 5 looking lost, like they'd been handed an impossible job. Reacher didn't stick around to supervise. He headed back to the car, chasing Vaughn down the DOD road until he caught up with her a mile later. She climbed in beside him and he turned the car around, winding back through the pines and rolling hills. Thanks for showing up, she said. Anytime, he replied. You know why I asked you to come? I do. Tell me. You wanted someone to get why you live the way you do. Why you make the choices you make. And You wanted someone to see why whatever comes next is justified. Which is what? That's your call. Either way, I'm good with it. She hesitated. I wasn't honest with you earlier. I figured. You sure? He kept his eyes on the road. You knew about Thurman's military deal. And the MP base. The Pentagon looped you and probably your department too. Bet it's all in your office directory under M for military police. It is. But you avoided it, which tells me it's not just random scrap metal getting processed there. Isn't it? Reacher shook his head. It's wreckage from Iraq. Has to be. That's why some of the trucks have jersey plates shipping from the ports there. Why haul regular scrap halfway across the country in sealed containers? Thurman's operation is specialized. Classified, middle of nowhere for a reason. I'm sorry. Don't be. I get it. You didn't want to talk about it. Didn't even want to think about it. That's why you tried to steer me away. Let it go, you said. Nothing to see here. There are wrecked Humvees there, she said quietly. To me, they're like memorials. For the ones who didn't make it. Or almost didn't. Then softer, and for the ones who should have. They kept driving, cutting across the foothills toward I-70. Backtracking toward the Kansas border. Reacher broke the silence. Still doesn't explain Thurman's obsession with secrecy. Vaughn shrugged. Maybe it's respect. Maybe he sees them as memorials too. Was he ever in the service? Don't think so. Lost anyone? Not that I know of. Then respect doesn't fit. And it doesn't explain the MPs. What's there to steal? A Humvee's just a truck. The armor's basic steel if it's even intact after a blast. An M60 wouldn't survive. Vaughn stayed quiet. Reacher pressed on. And it doesn't explain the plane. Still no answer. Or all these young guys hanging around. So you're staying? He gripped the wheel. For a while. That crowd back there, they weren't just riled up. That kind of energy feels like an ending, not a beginning. They rolled into hope as the sun dipped low. Reacher turned off First Street, pulling up at the motel. Vaughn gave him a questioning look. Something I've handled earlier, he said. Inside, the clerk eyed them from behind the counter. 3 keys were missing from the hooks. Reacher had keys for room 12 and Maria's room 8, plus 1 for the woman in room 4 with the oversized laundry. He leaned on the counter and asked, "What's the deal with the lady in 4? The clerk hesitated as if mentally flipping through a file. She's from California, she said. Checked in 5 days ago, paid cash for the week. Reacher pressed. Anything stand out? She's on the curvier side. How old? Mid-20s tops. Name? Mrs. Rogers. Back in Vaughn's car, she drummed her fingers on the wheel. Another missing husband, but this one's off. He got arrested yesterday, but she's been here since before that. What's the play? Reacher stretched his legs. Fits the pattern. They were traveling together, then he slipped into despair while she set up here. When the town went on lockdown yesterday, he got flushed out, ran into the wrong crowd, and got scooped up. So where is he now? Not in a cell. Maybe he found his people again. Vaughn's eyes narrowed. The name clicked. She came in with the grocery guy. He runs a route from Topeka. Small towns, no secrets. Maria hitched the same way. Reacher frowned. Then how'd Lucy Anderson get here? Vaughn went quiet. No idea. She just showed up at the county line. Which means she came from the west. But Maria rolled in from Kansas, yet she asked to be dropped near the MP base west of Despair. How'd she even know it was there? Maybe Lucy told her. Doubt they talked. Then Ramirez must have mentioned it. He came from the west. Reacher shook his head. Why would he care about some random base? Vaughn shrugged. Your guess is as good as mine. Reacher checked his watch. Your watch commander, he easygoing? Why? Because we're borrowing his ride again. Later. How much later? 8 hours. But first, we're hitting the hardware store. They caught the place just before closing. The owner was hauling in wheelbarrows while his wife rang up Reacher's haul, a flashlight, batteries, and a wrecking bar. On the way out, he grabbed a collapsible ladder, lightweight and compact enough to fit in the Crown Vic's back seat. Vaughn invited him to dinner at 8, formal as a reservation at a steakhouse. He killed the next 2 hours in his room, napped, shaved, swapped his worn-out boxers for a clean pair. He studied himself in the mirror, indifferent. Some folks liked the look, others didn't. Either way, it wasn't changing. From 30 paces away, he still couldn't spot Vaughn's patrol car. Maybe she'd parked it in the garage, or maybe she'd been called out on duty, or maybe she'd changed her mind about tonight altogether. Then, just as he got closer, the vehicle materialized out of the shadows, a hulking silhouette at the curb, its black paint dull under the dim streetlight. Perfect. He followed the uneven stone path through her garden and pressed the doorbell. Most people took their sweet time answering, especially in the suburbs after dark. Vaughn swung the door open in under 10 seconds. She stood there in a sleek black dress that skimmed her knees, paired with soft ballet flats. Her hair was damp, her skin glowing. She looked alive, electric. Hey, he said. Get in here, she answered. The kitchen was bathed in flickering candlelight. 2 place settings, an uncorked bottle of red, glasses waiting. Something rich and savory simmered on the stove. On the counter, a salad of lobster, avocado, and grapefruit segments glistened on a bed of greens. Main course is running late, she admitted. Haven't made this dish in ages. 3 years, he guessed. Longer, she said. You look incredible. Really. Best site in Colorado. Better than the Rockies. By a mile. They should put you on postcards. Now you're just being nice. Not even a little. She studied him. You don't scrub up bad yourself. That's definitely flattery. Nope. You've got that rugged charm thing going. I do what I can. She hesitated. Is this okay? I think so. What about David? David's not here. He never was. He doesn't get a vote. Let me see your scar again. Because you wish David had come home with one instead of what happened. Maybe. He exhaled. We both got lucky. Soldiers. They're terrified of the ugly wounds, missing limbs, burns, the kind that change everything. I got off easy. David never had to live with his. She stayed quiet. And we're both lucky, he added, because we met you. Her fingers traced the raised scar tissue, feather-light. What did this? Beirut. Truck bomb. Shrapnel. Part of someone who was standing closer. She flinched. That's horrible. For him. For me. Could have been worse. Was it worth it? Nothing's been worth it since 45. Did David know that? Yeah. Soldiers see through the bullshit. Always. But they still sign up. Every damn time. Why? Wish I knew. How long were you stuck in the hospital? Couple weeks. Hellhole. Worse than where David is? By a long shot. Why are they so bad? Because broken soldiers are trash to the brass. Civilians don't care either. Her palm pressed flat against the skull, then slid around his back. She buried her face in his chest. When she lifted her head, he kissed her slow, deep. She tasted like wine and mint, smelled like citrus and something floral. Her hair slipped through his fingers. When they finally broke apart, she whispered, "We should do this." "We are." "No, I mean, it's okay, right?" "Yeah," he said. "It's okay." His right pinky found the end of her zipper, while his left hand rested against the curve of her hip. "Because you're leaving soon," she murmured. "2 days," he said. "Maybe 3. "No strings," she replied. "Nothing long-term." "Permanent isn't my style," he admitted before kissing her again. His fingers tugged at the zipper, sliding it down to reveal bare skin beneath the fabric, warm, supple, and scented faintly of lavender. He lifted her effortlessly, one arm beneath her knees, the other supporting her back, and carried her down the dim hallway. 2 doors stood ajar, one stale with disuse, the other unmistakably hers. The dress slid from her shoulders as he lowered her onto the bed, her fingers already working at the buttons of his jeans. Later, they ate first crisp bruschetta, then tender pork glazed with honey and rosemary, paired with a dry Chardonnay. Dessert was a return to tangled sheets. By midnight, they stood under the shower spray, steam curling around them. Dressing afterward, she chose all black jeans, sweater, sneakers, a narrow leather belt, while he pulled on his worn shirt and trousers. "No sidearm?" he asked. "Off-duty means off-duty," she said. He nodded. By 1 a.m., they were on the road. Vaughn took the wheel without debate. It was her department sub, and she handled it like an extension of herself. That controlled spin she'd executed earlier? Pure instinct. Reacher wouldn't have managed it half as cleanly. If he'd been driving yesterday, they'd both be in pieces by now. "Think they'll be waiting?" she asked. "Doubt it," he said. "Late hour, second night. Their mon thinks I'm gone." Religious types cling to convenient truths. "We should have gone the back way." "And missed dinner? 4 extra hours of gravel roads?" "No thanks." She smirked and accelerated onto First Street, the headlights cutting through the ink black night. No moon, no stars, just dense clouds swallowing the sky. Perfect cover. As they neared the town line, Reacher tapped the dashboard. "Lights off. Go dark." The world vanished as the beams cut out. Vaughn braked sharply. "I can't see a damn thing." "Use the night vision," he said. "Watch the screen, not the road." "Seriously? Tank crews do it. Treat it like a video game." The laptop flared to life, painting the landscape an eerie green scrub brush glowing, pale boulders, the road a luminous ribbon ahead. Tentative at first, she inched forward, steering by the screen until muscle memory kicked in. The SUV straightened, her speed creeping up to 25. "Not glancing ahead is torture," she muttered. "You're nailing it," Reacher said, resting his head against her shoulder. The thermal feed rolled on, indifferent and unblinking, capturing every silent detail of the ghostly terrain. The car crested the hill, and for a brief moment, nothing but an empty gray sky stretched across the windshield. Then the road dipped, revealing the next stretch 9 miles of barren landscape ahead. Scraggly brush, pale rocks catching the last traces of moonlight, the thin strip of pavement cutting through the desert. In the distance, a faint orange smudge lingered where the police station had burned. Reacher squinted through the glass, but without headlights. The world beyond was swallowed by darkness. If anyone was waiting up ahead, they wouldn't see the car coming either. Not yet. He remembered trudging back to Hope, crossing the county line, not spotting Vaughn's cruiser until it was right on him. That thing had been fresh off the lot, white doors, reflective decals, a light bar gleaming. Still, he'd missed it completely. I saw you half a mile out, she'd told him later. Just a tiny green blip on the screen. He'd watched the playback afterward, his own figure glowing faintly in the infrared, growing larger as he approached. Fancy tech, he'd remarked. Homeland Security budget, she'd shot back. Gotta burn it on something. Now he kept his eyes locked on the laptop, searching for any flicker of movement. The car rolled forward, quiet as a shadow, tires whispering over the cracked asphalt. 2 miles. 4. Still nothing. 6. 8. Vaughn's knuckles were white on the wheel, her breath shallow. "We're getting close," she murmured. Reacher nodded, leaning in. The screen displayed faint heat signatures, the gas station shack, the brick walls of the general store holding on to the day's warmth, a dull haze hovering where the police station had been. No green specks. No movement. This is where they were yesterday, he said. So where are they now? She eased off the gas, letting the car drift. The screen stayed unchanged, just buildings and empty streets. Human nature, Reacher muttered. They got their adrenaline rush yesterday, figured they scared us off. No way they've got the patience to do it all over again. Could be a few stragglers out there. Maybe. They'll radio ahead, warn the plant. Reacher shrugged. Doesn't matter. We're not heading there yet. The car crept forward, silent as a ghost. The vacant lots barely registered on the thermal feed, just patches of cold earth. The gas station and store stood out brighter, their structures still radiating trapped heat. Beyond them, the town's grid glowed faintly, windows leaking warmth like weak lanterns. But no figures. No patrols. No sentries. Then movement. 2 green dots materialized at the far end of Main Street, stepping out from a side road. Vaughn hit the brakes, stopping dead center in town. 6 blocks behind them, 6 ahead. Can they see us? She whispered. Reacher studied the screen. Facing the other way, I think. And if they're not, then we're invisible. What about behind us? He turned, peering into the blackness. Nothing. Just the night, thick and endless. The night air was thick with tension as Reacher kept his eyes locked on the laptop screen. They can't spot us and we can't see them, he muttered. Basic physics. A sudden burst of white light flared across the display, sharp, cone-shaped, sweeping in slow arcs. Flashlight, Reacher said. They might pick us up. Vaughn shook her head. Too far. Looks like they're pointing it west. Then the beam swung in a full circle, cutting through the darkness like a lighthouse scanning the horizon. The heat signature flared white-hot as it passed, illuminating the mist like a ghostly haze. Think they saw us? Vaughn asked, her fingers tightening on the wheel. Reacher studied the screen, considering the Crown Vic's reflective headlights polished metal, bright as a cat's eyes in the dark. They're not moving, he said. That flashlight's weak. Not enough reach. So what now? We wait. Minutes drag by 2, then 5. The engine hummed softly. Then, just like that, the beam vanished. The screen flickered back to 2 faint green dots, barely shifting against the black. Outside, the rear window revealed nothing but empty night. We can't just sit here, Vaughn said. Don't have a choice, Reacher replied. The green specks drifted left, trailing a faint glow before vanishing into a side street. The screen steadied, showing only the layout of the town. Foot patrol, Reacher said. Probably checking for fires. Vaughn scoffed. Fires. Their station burned down last night. You had a hand in that? All of it, Reacher said. You're insane. Their mistake. They picked the wrong fight. He glanced at the road ahead. Let's move while they're distracted. Now, before they turn around. Vaughn eased the car forward, rolling silently past block after block. The screen stayed steady, just buildings and streets, no movement. The tires barely made a sound on the cracked pavement. Faster, Reacher urged. Vaughn pressed the gas 20, then 30. At 40, the car's noise level jumped: engine, tires, wind, but nothing stirred in the darkness. Reacher scanned the side streets, seeing only black voids. Vaughn held her breath, eyes glued to the screen, and in seconds they were clear of town, speeding into open country. 4 minutes later, the metal plant loomed ahead. The thermal image painted the sky above it in sickly greens and yellows, heat radiating off dormant furnaces in waves. The wall itself glowed faintly, warmer at the southern end, where the hidden compound pulsed like a fever. Some junkyard, Reacher muttered. Vaughn exhaled. They've been busy in there. Not good. The parking lot was empty, the gates shut tight. Reacher ignored the visible details, focusing instead on the infrared, the real story. No guards. Vaughn asked. They trust the wall, Reacher said. And they should. It's doing its job. They crept forward, slow and silent, past the lot, past the plant's north end, onto the truck route. 50 yards later, they stopped. The Tahoe's tracks appeared on the screen, faint, just a shade lighter than the surrounding dirt, compacted and slow to cool. Reacher pointed, and Vaughn turned off-road, bouncing over uneven ground as she followed the looping path. The camera showed nothing ahead but desert until the field-stone wall of the compound emerged, its stone still holding the day's warmth. The wall appeared as a faint, uneven line in the distance, winding like a serpent about 50 yards to their right, low, unbroken, stretching endlessly into the night. Vaughn followed the tracks left by the Tahoes, looping around the compound until Reacher signaled they were directly behind the airplane hangar. They killed the engine, flicked off the dome light, and stepped out into the crisp, biting air. The darkness was absolute. Reacher's internal clock ticked to 1:30 a.m. Ideal. They moved silently toward the rough stone wall, scaled it without effort, and dropped down on the other side. The massive silhouette of the hangar loomed ahead, blacker than the sky, its presence oppressive. They picked their way forward, boots crunching over loose gravel, weaving between twisted cypress trees. The hangar stood empty, its cavernous interior swallowing any sound. The plane was gone. Reacher strained his ears, nothing but the whisper of wind. He motioned Vaughn closer. Step 1, he murmured. Confirmed. If they work by day, the plane flies at night. Vaughn exhaled. What's next? We figure out if they're smuggling things in, out, or both. By sitting here. Exactly. How long? 30 minutes, give or take. They slipped inside the hangar, swallowed by the darkness. The air was thick with the sharp tang of motor oil and creosote-treated wood. The dirt floor was packed hard, most of the space yawning empty, waiting for the plane's return. Vaughn flicked on her flashlight, muffling the beam with her palm until it cast a dim red glow. Shelves lined the walls, crammed with fuel cans, oil bottles, and small parts in cardboard boxes, filters, maybe, or spare components. Against the back wall stood a heavy winch, its steel cable coiled around a drum, an electric motor bolted to its side. More shelves held tires and miscellaneous gear, organized chaos, a workspace with no secrets. Overhead, arc lights lurked in the rafters, ready to flood the space with harsh brightness. Vaughn killed the light. No good here, she muttered. Reacher agreed. They retreated to the taxiway, a wide strip of packed dirt mirroring the runway. On either side, manicured gardens sprawled silvery shrubs and slender trees rising from gravel, xeriscaped to survive the arid climate. Close enough to watch, far enough to stay hidden. Reacher pointed. Take a spot on either side. Stay low, stay still. The runway lights will kick on behind you. Ignore them. They're angled north and south. Vaughn vanished into the shadows. Reacher crawled to the center of the garden, flattening himself between spiky bushes, a tree swaying overhead. From here, he had a clear diagonal view into the hangar. Vaughn would cover the opposite angle. Together, they wouldn't miss a thing. The plane's engine reached his ears at 2:05 a.m., a solitary hum, distant at first, then steadying as it descended. He imagined the landing light bobbing in the blackness, the pilot easing off the throttle. The runway lights flared to life, brighter than he'd anticipated. His shadow stretched ahead, tangled in the foliage. He twisted, searching for Vaughn, but she was gone. The engine's growl deepened, closer now. The night held its breath. The hangar lights flicked on, harsh and blinding. A sharp line of shadow stretched from the barn's roof, stopping just short of Reacher's hiding spot. Ahead, the massive figure from the metal plant stood inside, one hand on the switch, his own shadow stretching long and dark, close enough to reach out and grab. To his right, the distant hum of the plane's engine sputtered before cutting out entirely. A rush of wind, then the faint thud of wheels hitting the runway. The engine growled low as the plane rolled forward, then roared back to life as it taxied closer. The ground trembled beneath Reacher's feet, the noise swelling until it was deafening. Dust swirled at the propeller's wake as the plane veered sharply, wobbling on its narrow landing gear before finally stopping in front of the barn, facing out. The engine coughed once, twice, then fell silent. The runway lights dimmed. Reacher held his breath. The plane's door swung open, and Thurman stepped out, stiff and slow in his wrinkled wool suit. He climbed down, paused, then walked toward the house empty-handed. No bags, no briefcase, nothing. He vanished into the dark. The metal plant worker dragged out a steel cable, hooked it to the plane's tail, and hit the winch. The motor whined as the piper was dragged backward into the barn. The man unhooked the cable, wound it back, then killed the lights and disappeared, without checking compartments or retrieving anything. Reacher waited 20 tense minutes. Patience had kept him alive this long. When the coast was clear, he crawled out and whispered Vaughn's name. She emerged from the shadows, brushing dirt from her sleeves, and gave him a quick, relieved hug. They slipped into the darkened barn, ducking under the piper's wing. Vaughn exhaled. So they're moving stuff out, not bringing it in. Reacher frowned. But what? And where? How far can this thing go? With full tanks? Maybe 800 miles. State cops used to fly these. Depends on speed, climb rate. Half throttle gets you about 125 knots. Reacher did the math. 6 hours in the air, 3 out, 3 back. That's a 375-mile radius. Nearly 400,000 square miles of possibilities. Vaughn whistled. That's a lot of ground to cover. Any clue from his approach angle? She shook her head. He'd land into the wind, same as anyone. No fuel stash here means he's filling up elsewhere. Somewhere with late-night service. Which could be anywhere, Vaughn said. Municipal strips, private clubs. Reacher pictured the map: Wyoming, the Dakotas, the whole damn Midwest. Or maybe Thurman was just grabbing a steak dinner an hour away in Colorado and wasting their time. He glanced at her and said, "We'll have to ask him. You think he'll actually give us an answer? Sooner or later." They slipped back beneath the wing of the plane and followed their own tracks behind the barn until they reached the perimeter wall. Within minutes, they were back in the car, tracing the faint green glow of the Tahoe's tire marks in a slow loop around the industrial complex. Reacher had already picked the spot where they'd make their move. The metal barrier radiated heat on the southern side, but was cooler in the shade of the north. Vaughn guided the car along the wall, stopping midway before making a sharp left. The tires jolted out of the ruts as she inched forward, stopping just short of the barrier. The hood of the Crown Vic sat directly beneath the curve of the wall's massive cylinder, the windshield barely 2 feet from its smooth surface. Reacher climbed out and grabbed the steep ladder from the back seat. He unfolded it, adjusting the joints until it formed a rigid L shape, then tweaked the angle slightly wider for stability. With a quick heave, he wedged the feet into the gutter along the windshield's base. The ladder settled against the wall with a muted clang. "Back up a little," he murmured. Vaughn reversed, and the ladder shifted into a better position, the top now lying flat against the cylinder. "Gotta love a good hardware store," Reacher muttered. Vaughn exhaled. "I thought these walls were supposed to be impossible to breach." "We're not over yet." "Close enough. Usually they've got guards and floodlights to keep people from pulling stunts like this." She killed the engine and yanked a parking brake. The laptop screen dimmed, plunging them into near-total darkness. Vaughn grabbed the flashlight while Reacher pulled the wrecking bar from the trunk. He hoisted himself onto the hood, crouching beneath the curve of the wall before stepping carefully toward the base of the windshield. Gripping the ladder with one hand and the wrecking bar with the other, he started climbing. The aluminum groaned against the steel, sending eerie vibrations through the hollow structure. He slowed his movements to quiet the noise, finally reaching the top where the ladder bent horizontally. Crawling forward on hands and knees, he slid off sideways, sprawling across the cylinder's slick surface. The paint was smooth, almost slippery. He lifted his head, scanning the darkness. The stack of old oil drums loomed a few feet away, just within reach. The top row sat slightly lower than the wall, a short drop if he timed it right. He grabbed the ladder again, feeling it shift under his weight. "Step on the bottom rung," he called down. The ladder steadied as Vaughn climbed. Reacher hauled himself over, repositioning himself on the opposite side. Moments later, her head appeared at the top. She hesitated, then maneuvered over the edge, settling into the spot he'd just left, her body tense against the curve of the wall. He passed her the wrecking bar and wrestled the ladder up sideways, fumbling as he adjusted his grip until it balanced unevenly on the curved wall. Peering into the arena, he nudged the ladder closer before easing it down the other side, where the shorter end settled onto an oil drum 2 levels below. The longer section sloped downward like a makeshift ramp. "Hot Westos are a lifesaver," he muttered. "Solid ground beats this any day," Vaughn replied. Taking the bar back, he gripped the ladder rails and yanked hard to test its stability. Then, arms straining, he swung his legs off the wall and scrambled for footing. He descended backward, awkward at first, nearly bent double, then more upright as the angle leveled out. Stepping onto the drum, he scanned the area. Nothing moved. Holding the ladder steady, he called up, "Your turn." Vaughn followed, her movements mirroring his clumsy at the top, then smoother as she reached the drum, landing between his outstretched arms. He lingered a second before stepping back. "Piece of cake from here. Just like regular stairs." They climbed down the pyramid of drums, their footsteps echoing softly against the hollow metal. The dirt underfoot was tacky as they moved toward the vehicle gate, covering the distance in minutes. Parked near one end were the white Tahoes. At the other, 5 flatbed semis, 4 loaded with steel bars, ready for transport. The 5th, facing inward with a dark blue shipping container marked China lines. Scrap metal inbound. Reacher barely glanced at it before heading toward the offices. They bypassed security, Thurman's office, and the other administrative buildings, stopping outside the second infirmary. "Checking on the patient again?" Vaughn asked. Reacher nodded. "Might talk without Thurman around. Door could be locked." He hefted the wrecking bar. "Got a key." But the door swung open freely. Inside, the deputy wasn't talking, he wasn't breathing. The sheet still covered him, but death had settled in hours ago. His skin was cold, his eyes dull and open. His hair was tousled, as if he'd spent his last moments restless and alone. The medical chart hadn't been updated, no diagnosis, no treatment notes. "'Tis poisoning," Vaughn murmured. "Could be," Reacher said. "We're doing our best," Thurman had claimed. "Taking him to halfway tomorrow." The lie burned in Reacher's gut. "This could happen in Hope," Vaughn said quietly. "We need those lab reports." "That's the plan," Reacher replied. They stood there a moment longer before stepping out, closing the door with a quiet click that wouldn't change a thing. Moving down the row, they stopped at the purchasing office. The padlock was sturdy, the hasp solid, but the screws holding it in place, not so much. The door gave way with barely any resistance, the screws surrendering to the slightest pressure from the wrecking bar. As the hinges pulled free from the wooden frame, the door sagged open just enough to slip inside. Vaughn clicked on her flashlight, cupping the beam in her hand to dim its glow. She stepped in first with Reacher right behind her. He nudged the door shut and wedged a chair under the knob to keep it closed. The office was cramped, 3 desks, 3 phones, and a towering wall of filing cabinets stretching nearly 4 feet high. Reacher's mind automatically calculated the volume, 140 cubic feet of purchase orders, invoices, and paperwork. "Where do we even begin?" Vaughn whispered. "Start with T for tea," Reacher suggested. The T section was where logic and the alphabet said it should be, about 4/5 down the row. The drawers were packed tight, but none of the documents mentioned trichloroethylene. Instead, they were filled with suppliers like Tri-State Insurance, Thomas Telecom, and Tribune Wire, all essential, but nothing chemical. "I'll take A," Vaughn decided. "Then I'll start at Z," Reacher said. "Meet you somewhere around Mem if we don't cross paths sooner." Vaughn had the advantage he held the flashlight, leaving Reacher to work with whatever dim spill of light reached his end. Some files were obvious dead ends, but anything suspicious had to be pulled out and scrutinized. The minutes ticked by in his head, the night slipping away. Dawn wasn't far off. At one point, he found an order for thousands of gallons, only to realize it was just diesel and gasoline from Western Energy in Wyoming, shipped to Thurman Metals in Despair, Colorado. Frustrated, he shoved it back and moved to the V section. The first file he grabbed was medical supplies, saline, IV bags, stands small quantities, likely for a clinic. The supplier was Vernon Medical in Houston, but the buyer was Olympic Medical, right there in Despair. Reacher held the paper out to Vaughn. The letterhead matched the logo they'd seen on the billboards near Colorado Springs. "Thurman owns Olympic," he said. "That's where your husband is." Vaughn went still. Then quietly she said, "I don't like that." "Neither would I," Reacher agreed. "I should get him out. Or get Thurman out. How Keep digging. They returned to the files. Reacher worked through VU and skipped T already checked. He found Thurman's oxyacetylene came from Utah gases, his kerosene from Union City Fools. Still no taste. Then, just as he reached the last S drawer, Vaughn spoke up. Got it. She pulled a file labeled Kearney Chemical, New Jersey, 7 years of TACE orders. The word trichloroethylene jumped out from every page, flickering under the flashlight like a bad animation. Take the whole thing, Reacher said. We'll tally the numbers later. Vaughn tucked the file under her arm and nudged the drawer shut with her hip. Reacher moved the chair, cracked the door open, and they slipped back into the night. Before leaving, he found the loose screws and pressed them back into place, leaving the lock looking undisturbed. Vaughn led the way back through the yard, past the security office and Thurman's place, retracing their earlier path. Reacher kept pace behind her until they slipped around the massive shipping container marked with faded Chinese lettering. The night air was thick with the scent of oil and rust. Reacher paused, turning abruptly. Hand me the flashlight, he said. Vaughn passed it over and the beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the side of the container. It stood like a steel monolith, towering over them, its surface pitted and weathered from months at sea. The words China Line stretched across the side in peeling white paint, accompanied by a string of numbers and a single chalk-scrawled word. Cars. Reacher moved closer, examining the heavy double doors secured by thick metal bolts. 3 of the latches hung loose, but the 4th was clamped shut with a heavy-duty padlock, its plastic seal still intact. This wasn't shipped out, he said. It came in. Vaughn frowned. So, I want to see what's inside. Probably just junkers. Every salvage yard's got them. He shook his head. Not like this. I've seen cars hauled in on flatbeds, strapped down. Not sealed up in containers. She hesitated. You think it's military? Something from overseas? Could be. I don't want to know if it's Humvees. Nobody labels Humvees as cars, he said. Not the guys who load these things. She exhaled sharply. It's late. We should go. Give me 2 minutes. She turned away, disappearing into the shadows as Reacher wedged the pry bar into the padlock's loop. He braced himself, yanking hard, once, twice, but the lock held firm. Frustration gnawed at him. He hoisted himself up, balancing on the container's reinforced edge for better leverage. Another sharp tug. Nothing. Should have bought a bigger bar. He adjusted his grip, channeling every ounce of strength into one final pull. The lock shattered, metal fragments scattering as he landed hard in the dirt. Ignoring the sting in his shoulder, he scrambled back up, snapping the seal and wrenching the doors open. The hinges groaned in protest. Inside, 4 vehicles were stacked haphazardly, their pastel paint jobs dulled by dust and sand. They weren't Humvees. They weren't anything he recognized. Just twisted metal and shattered glass remnants of something that had seen too much desert, too many miles. Vaughn's voice cut through the silence. Satisfied. Reacher flicked off the flashlight. Not even close. The vehicles had been torn apart like they were made of paper, crushed, split open, their metal skins punctured with gaping holes big enough to drive a car through. The license plates were still intact, though pale rectangles stamped with crisp Arabic numerals, the black ink forming neat patterns against the off-white background. Reacher paused in the doorway and called back into the shadows. No military trucks here. A moment later, Vaughn emerged, her footsteps light on the concrete floor. He reached down, took her hand, and pulled her up beside him. Together, they followed the beam of his flashlight as it swept over the wreckage. "These from Iraq?" she asked. He gave a short nod. "Civilian models. Suicide bombers? Not a chance. If that were the case, there'd be nothing left but scrap." "Insurgents then," she said. "Maybe they ran through a checkpoint. Why haul them all the way out here?" "No idea. Checkpoints have heavy firepower. This damage? Something bigger. Look at the holes. What could do that? Artillery rounds, maybe. Or missiles. Fired from the ground. Had to be. The angles are too flat for airstrikes." Vaughn let out a low whistle. "Artillery against sedans. That's overkill." "You're damn right it is," Reacher said. "So, what the hell's happening over there?" They sealed the container shut, and Reacher kicked through the sand until his flashlight caught the broken pieces of the padlock. He hurled the fragments into the darkness. Then they trudged back to the pyramid of oil drums and scaled the wall again, this time heading out instead of in. Just as tough as before, since the structure was identical on both sides. But they made it, dropping onto the hood of the Crown Vic before hopping down to solid ground. Reacher stashed the ladder in the back seat while Vaughn tucked the stolen Kearney chemical file under the trunk mat. "Can we take the long way back?" she asked. "I don't want to drive through despair again." Reacher shook his head. "We're not going home." They picked up the old road west of town, merging onto the truck route a few miles later. The headlights flicked on, cutting through the Predon gloom. Just after 4 in the morning, they passed the military police outpost. 2 sentries stood in the guard shack, their faces washed in the orange glow of the nightlight. Vaughn kept her speed steady, while Reacher threw them a casual wave, no response. "Where to now?" she asked. "Where the old road splits. We're stopping there." "Why?" "Traffic watch. Got a theory I'm working on." "What kind of theory?" "Can't say. If I'm wrong, you'll think less of me. And I prefer it when a woman still respects me in the morning." Half an hour later, Vaughn swung off the smooth blacktop, looping around to park on the shoulder of the old road. Once the sun rose, they'd have a clear mile of visibility in both directions. A Crown Vic parked like this wouldn't raise eyebrows. Cop cars staked out bends like this all the time. They cracked the windows for air, reclined their seats, and dozed off. Reacher figured they had about 2 hours before anything worth watching rolled by. He woke when the first sunlight hit the windshield. Vaughn was still asleep, curled up in her seat, her cheek resting against the upholstery, hands tucked between her knees. She looked almost serene. The first truck rumbled past, just after dawn, a flatbed, semi with Nevada plates, hauling a load of twisted scrap metal. Washing machines, bike frames, crumpled road signs, all tangled together like some kind of industrial nightmare. The engine roared as it passed, exhaust popping, kicking up dust in its wake. Then it was gone, leaving nothing but the hum of the road behind. 10 minutes later, another truck roared past a flatbed just like the first, Montana plates, hauling a stack of mangled cars. The tires screeched against the pavement, loud enough to jolt Vaughn awake. She blinked, straightened up, and squinted at the truck disappearing down the road. "So," she said, rubbing her eyes, "how's that theory of yours holding up?" Reacher kept his gaze fixed ahead. "No proof yet," he admitted. "But no reason to scrap it either." "Morning," she muttered. "Same to you. Get any sleep?" "Enough." Another truck rumbled into view, this one, an olive-green military rig, built like a tank but moving slower than the semis before it. 2 soldiers sat in the cab, and the cargo bed was packed tight with supplies. "Resupply run," Reacher said. Probably from Fort Carson. Beans, bullets, the usual. Does that mean anything for us? Means the MPs won't go hungry. Doubt they're burning through ammo or med kits out here. I meant, does it help your case? Not a bit. Then came a semi heading the opposite way, stacked high with steel bars, engine growling under the weight. Black smoke belched from the exhaust. One of the 4 we saw last night, Vaughn noted. Reacher nodded. The others won't be far behind. Business as usual. You think they know we were in that container? They know someone was. And nothing. They won't do a damn thing. The next outgoing truck appeared, then another. Before the 4th rolled by, a new rig sped past, a blue shipping container with New Jersey plates, riding low on its axles. Combat Rex, Vaughn said. Reacher stayed silent. The truck vanished into the morning haze, replaced by the last of the outgoing semis. The road fell quiet again. Vaughn stretched, arms high, back arched. I feel good, she said. You should. I needed you to know about David. You don't owe me an explanation, Reacher said, eyes still scanning the horizon. Something was coming, a small, boxy shape, wobbling in the distance. Tan paint, no markings. Canadian plates. Pay attention, he murmured. The truck blew past plain, unmarked, nothing special except for how out of place it was. Bet you anything, Reacher said, we'll see that same truck heading back out in under 2 hours. Why wouldn't we? It'll unload and leave. Unload what? Whatever's inside. Which is? Vaughn shrugged. Scrap metal. Toronto, probably. Reacher shook his head. That's a hell of a drive. Canada's got steel mills. So does Detroit. Indiana's practically next door. Why haul all the way out here? Because Thurman's operation is specialized. You said it yourself. Canada's army is tiny. They don't retire equipment often. Combat Rex? Canada's not in Iraq. They have the sense to stay out. So what was in that truck? Reacher's voice dropped. My guess, nothing at all. More trucks rolled by semis from Nebraska, Wyoming, even Washington State, loaded with crushed cars and rusted machinery. Reacher watched them pass, then turned away, unimpressed. The road stretched on, empty and waiting. Reacher's eyes stayed fixed on the distant horizon, his internal clock ticking away the seconds. Vaughn stepped out of the car and retrieved the hidden file from beneath the trunk mat. She pulled the documents free from their makeshift cardboard sleeve, straightened them against her thigh, and thumbed through the pages, starting with the oldest. The first sheet was dated just under 7 years ago, a purchase order for 5,000 gallons of trichloroethylene, shipped prepaid from Kearney Chemical to Thurman Metals. The next 2 pages were identical. The 4th marked the start of a new year. 15,000 gallons in the first year, Vaughn said. Is that a lot? Reacher shrugged. We'll let the state lab decide. The following year showed the same volume, 15,000 gallons. But by the 3rd year, the numbers spiked, 5 separate orders totaling 25,000. A refill every couple of months. A 67% increase. The beginning of major combat operations, Vaughn murmured. The first wrecked vehicles. Year 4 held steady at 25,000. Year 5 matched it. David's year, she said quietly. Some of those gallons washed over what was left of his Humvee. Then came year 6 orders, 30,000 gallons. Iraq getting worse. A 20% jump. And the current year was on track to surpass even that, with 6 orders already in and a full quarter still left. Vaughn paused, shuffling the pages again. "Wait," she said. "One of these isn't the same." "How?" Reacher asked. "Not trichloroethylene. Not gallons tons. Thurman bought 20 tons of trinitrotoluene." "When?" "3 months ago." "Maybe a misfile." "From Kearney?" "Yeah." "Then it's not a misfile." "Maybe it's another degreaser." "It's not. You've heard of it. Everyone has. Invented in Germany in 1863, meant to be a yellow dye." Vaughn frowned. "Never heard of it. I don't like yellow. Turns out it decomposes exothermically." "Meaning?" "It explodes." She fell silent. "Trichloroethylene is Te," Reacher said. "Trinitrotoluene is Unt. Now that I've heard of, everyone has." "Thurman bought 20 tons of explosives?" "Why?" "Dynamite's different nitroglycerin in wood pulp." It's a stable compound. Melts, pours into shells, bombs." "Maybe he uses it to break things apart." "Boasted about his advanced techniques." "I've never heard explosions." "You wouldn't. You're 20 miles out. Could be small controlled bursts." "Is it a solvent when liquid?" "Not sure. Just know it's a reagent: carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen. Formulas all 6s and 3s. Vaughn flipped back through the stack. Whatever it is, he never bought it before. This is new. Reacher's gaze snapped forward. The tan box truck was closing in less than a mile away. He grabbed a red bubble light from the dash. "Get ready," he said. "We're stopping that truck." "We can't," Vaughn said. "No jurisdiction here." "The driver doesn't know that. He's Canadian." Vaughn might have been a small-town cop, but she handled the stop like a pro. The engine growled to life as the truck neared, and she shifted into gear. She let the truck roll past before easing onto the highway, keeping a safe distance behind it. Reacher rolled down his window and slapped the flashing light onto the roof. Vaughn flicked a switch, and the siren let out 2 sharp blasts. For a moment, nothing happened, just the hum of the engine and the empty road stretching ahead. Then Vaughn grinned. "Here we go," she said. That split second where he wonders if this is really happening. The truck's brake lights flared as it slowed, the cab dipping slightly under the shift in weight. Vaughn closed the gap, angling left toward the center line. The driver signaled, then veered onto the wide shoulder, coming to a stop with a hiss of air brakes. She swung past and pulled in behind, leaving them parked in the middle of nowhere, miles of empty highway stretching in both directions. "A full cert would be crossing the line," she said. Reacher nodded. "Just tell him to sit tight for 5 minutes. We'll send him on his way when we're done." "Done with what?" "Taking a picture." Vaughn stepped out, moving with the deliberate stride of someone used to authority. After a brief exchange with the driver, she returned. Reacher pointed toward the opposite shoulder. "Back up over there, sideways. We need a full side shot." She checked the road, then maneuvered the car in a wide arc until they were parked perpendicular to the truck. The vehicle was unremarkable: a short hood, a cab, and a long box body bolted to twin rails. The corrugated metal panels were painted a dull tan, no markings. "Camera ready?" Reacher asked. Vaughn tapped a few keys, and the laptop screen lit up with a live image of the truck. "Now, let's see the heat signature," he said. She hesitated. "Not sure this works in daylight." Another keystroke, and the screen washed out in blinding white. Everything was overheating. "Dial it back," Reacher said. She adjusted the settings until the image dimmed, then sharpened into eerie shades of green. The road in scrubland faded to a dull gray, while the truck stood out in stark contrast. The engine blazed at the front, the exhaust pipe trailing a shimmering line of heat. The rear axle glowed, the tires warmed to the touch. Inside the cab, the driver's silhouette pulsed faintly, but the real story was the cargo box. Most of it was cold except for a 5-foot section near the cab, radiating heat like a furnace. "Turn it down more," Reacher said. Vaughn tweaked the settings until the background vanished into black, leaving only the truck's hottest points glowing. The engine, exhaust, differential, cab, and that suspiciously warm section of the box. "Looks like that factory wall," she said. "Hotter on one end." Reacher gave a short nod, then waved the truck onward, peeling the light off the roof. The engine growled as the truck lurched forward, gears grinding before finding traction. On the screen, a bright plume of exhaust swirled into the air, a neon green cloud before dissolving into nothing. The road was empty again. But now they knew something was off. Vaughn squinted at the taillights disappearing into the distance. Was that just a truck heading north? Reacher kept his eyes on the road. "That's all it was." "You sure? Same thing you saw." "Is this connected to your theory?" "Pretty much sums it up." "Care to explain?" "Not yet." "When then?" "Once it's past the border." "Why wait?" "Don't want to complicate things for you." "How so?" "You're still a cop." "Since when do you worry about my job?" Reacher shrugged. "Trying to keep us both out of hot water." They swung the car around, tires crunching on gravel as they backtracked to the fork in the road. This time they took the rougher path, past crumbling farmhouses until they reached halfway. First they hit the diner for a greasy breakfast that tasted better than it looked. Then a quick stop at a roadside motel, generic beige walls, stiff sheets, and a shower that barely got warm. They slept until late afternoon, then reversed the routine, tangled in the sheets again, another lukewarm rinse, and back to the diner for an early dinner. By sunset, they were rolling east toward despair, the fading light casting a golden square on Vaughn's face from the rearview mirror. The highway hummed with trucks' Colorado plates, a New Jersey rig running empty, an Idaho hauler stacked with scrap metal. Reacher studied each one, mind ticking. "I was in the Gulf," he said suddenly. "First war." Vaughn smirked. "Let me guess, same uniform for months?" "Real charming. Mostly Saudi and Kuwait. But we slipped into Iraq a few times. And their plates were silver." "The ones in that container last night?" "Off-white. Maybe they changed the design. Or maybe they weren't Iraqi." Vaughn stiffened. "You think they were Iranian?" "Could be fighters crossing into Iraq. Or maybe we're hitting Iran without anyone noticing. Like Cambodia in the 70s? Or just bad guys commuting to work. Either way, someone's getting shelled at the border. That's not just dangerous, it's reckless. For everyone," Vaughn muttered. They passed the military outpost, 6 Humvees parked neatly, 4 bored guards. Too quiet, too prepared. As they neared despair, the road emptied. The factory loomed dark, shifts over for the day. Vaughn turned onto the old access road, tires finding the same ruts as before. When she reached the spot behind the airplane hangar, Reacher stopped her before she could kill the engine. "I go alone from here," he said. "Why?" "Because you live here." "I don't." "You can't afford to get caught breaking into places." "I already did." "Nobody knew. This time they will." "So I'm sidelined?" "Wait on the main road." If things go south, drive. I'll find my own way back. He left the ladder, wrecking bar, and flashlight in the car, but kept the confiscated switchblades one tucked into each pocket, just in case. Cutting through the scrub, he made his way 50 yards before scaling the rough fieldstone wall. The fading daylight made hiding pointless. Instead, Reacher leaned against the barn's weathered boards near the front corner, staying out of sight from the house. The sharp scent of aviation fuel and cold metal hung in the air, remnants of the plane parked inside. His internal clock ticked to 1 minute before 7. Right on cue, heavy footsteps approached long, hurried strides. The big guy from the plant. Lights flicked on inside the barn, casting a harsh glow that outlined the Piper's wings and propeller in jagged shadows. 2 minutes passed before slower footsteps followed shorter steps, the careful gait of an older man in dress shoes, stiff-jointed and carrying extra weight. Reacher exhaled, then stepped into the light. The big guy waited like a bodyguard behind the Piper's wing, while Thurman stood frozen on the path from the house, clutching a plain cardboard box the size of a six-pack. His suit was crisp, his tie neatly knotted, but his grip on the box was almost ceremonial, like he was handling something sacred. "You told me you were leaving," Thurman said flatly. "Changed my mind. You're trespassing. Probably. Leave. No. Not until I see what's in that box." Thurman's jaw tightened. "Why?" "Because I want to know what you're sneaking out of here every night." The big guy edged forward, positioning himself between them, closer to Thurman. 2 against 1, clear as day. Thurman's gaze locked onto Reacher. "You're intruding." Odd word choice. Reacher tilted his head. "On what?" The big guy cracked his knuckles. "Want me to throw him out?" Thurman hesitated, his expression calculating, like he was weighing more than just a fist fight. Reacher pressed, "What's in the box? Should I deal with him?" The big guy growled. Thurman shook his head. "Let him stay." Reacher didn't blink. "What's inside?" "Not government property," Thurman said softly. "God's property. God deals in metal now." "Not metal." For a heartbeat, no one moved. Then Thurman stepped forward, knelt, and set the box at Reacher's feet before backing away. Reacher eyed it, no obvious traps, no ambush coming. The old instructors at Rocker had drilled it into him. Stay sharp, but don't overthink it. He crouched, flipped open the flaps. Inside, crumpled newspaper cradled a small plastic jar, sterile, medical grade, its lid screwed tight. A plastic specimen jar sat on the table, the kind used for medical samples. Reacher had handled dozens just like it. This one was partially filled with a dark, gritty substance somewhere between sand and flour in texture. "What's in it?" Reacher asked. Thurman gave him a knowing look. "Ash. From what?" "Hop in and see for yourself." "You want me to fly with you?" "Tonight. I've got nothing to hide, and I don't mind proving my honesty as many times as it takes." The burly assistant boosted Thurman onto the wing, and the older man squeezed through the narrow cockpit door. After handing up a cardboard box, the man stepped aside, letting Reacher haul himself inside. Ducking low, Reacher maneuvered into the co-pilot seat, slammed the door shut, and wrestled with the seatbelt until it clicked. Beside him, Thurman flipped switches with practiced ease. The instrument panel flickered to life, pumps whirred, and the plane shuddered like an old car waking up. The engine roared to life, the propeller spinning into a blur as dust swirled outside. The Piper taxied forward, wobbling slightly before straightening out. Reacher studied Thurman's hands loose on the controls, moving with the effortless precision of someone who'd done this 1,000 times. The plane rolled down the runway, picking up speed until the wheels left the ground and the world outside tilted as they climbed into the night. Reacher glanced back as the cardboard box slid across the seat, settling against the cushion. Below, the runway lights blinked out, leaving only the faint outline of the plant's perimeter fence, a pale rectangle fading into the dark. The plane leveled off at 2,000 feet, cruising at a steady 120 knots. The compass pointed southeast, the GPS numbers ticking downward. Their man shot him a sideways glance. Nervous flyer. Not even a little, Reacher said over the engine's growl. The whole cabin rattled like a jalopy held together by duct tape, wind whistling through every gap. It reminded him of those beat-up station wagons that used to shuttle commuters from train stations barely holding on, but somehow still running. So where's this mystery destination? Reacher asked. You'll know when we get there. The compass shifted slightly south, avoiding Colorado Springs airspace. Reacher mentally mapped the route empty stretches of Kansas, the Oklahoma Panhandle. Somewhere out there, answers were waiting. The small Air Force town below seemed jumpy, better to steer clear. Thurman kept the plane steady at 2,000 feet, cruising at 125 miles per hour, the compass needle tilted slightly southeast. Reacher ran through his mental map and figured they'd cross out of Colorado near the state's southeastern edge if they stayed on course. The dashboard clock read 7:17 p. Running 2 minutes ahead. Reacher pictured Vaughn in her patrol car, hearing the engine roar as they took off, wondering why he hadn't climbed back over the wall. Thurman broke the silence. You cracked open one of those containers last night. Reacher kept his tone neutral. Did I? Who else would I've? Reacher stayed quiet. Thurman pressed on. You saw the cars. Maybe. Let's skip the games. We both know what's in them. Why bring them here? Some things governments prefer to keep quiet. And your job? Same as the wrecks hauled off I-70. We recycle. Steel's a beautiful thing, it never really dies. Those Toyotas and Puggets from overseas could have been Detroit steel in another life. Or British Rolls-Royces, Australian Holdens. Even old bikes or fridges. Most metal's been around before. Profitable business. Naturally. Then why not upgrade this tin can? You don't like my plane. Not even a little, Reacher said. Outside, the night stretched endlessly, broken only by scattered pinpricks of light, lonely farmsteads, roadside gas stations. In the distance, brighter glows marked small towns, likely Lamar and La Junta, their size exaggerated by the vast emptiness around them. Occasionally, headlights crawled along unseen roads like distant fireflies. Reacher shifted the subject. How's Underwood? The deputy. Thurman hesitated. Didn't make it. At the hospital. Before we got there. Autopsy. No family to ask for one. You notify the coroner. Waste of time. Men got sick, men died. Circle of life. He wasn't even 50. Death comes for us all. I own a town seen plenty of both ends. One goes, another arrives. Thurman slouched back, belly pressed against the control stick, hands resting low. The engine droned on, the plane shuddering as turbulence tossed it around. The GPS numbers inched forward, longitude slower than latitude. Reacher shut his eyes. They had another hour or so before hitting the state line. Colorado's empty grasslands didn't seem like their destination, Oklahoma or Texas maybe. The ride turned rougher. Reacher opened his eyes as the plane dropped sharply, then lurched upward again. Crosswinds battered them side to side. This wasn't the gentle rocking of a commercial jet. It was violent, unpredictable, like being batted around in a pinball machine. No storm clouds, just invisible thermals rolling off the plains in chaotic waves. Thurman let the plane buck freely, hands loose on the controls. Reacher adjusted his harness. Thurman smirked, scared of flying. "Flying's fine," Reacher said. "It's the crashing that bothers me." Thurman chuckled. "Crashing would be a whole different ballgame." "Oldest joke in the book," Reacher muttered. "Because it's true." Without warning, Thurman yanked the controls, sending the plane lurching violently. The nose pitched up, then dropped like a stone, wings tilting hard as crosswinds slammed into them. At first, Reacher assumed they were just hunting for steadier air until he realized Thurman was deliberately making the ride worse, riding the turbulence like a bull rider at a rodeo. The little Piper rattled and groaned, tossed around like a tin can in a hurricane. "You ever think about getting your affairs in order?" Thurman shouted over the roar. "One wrong move up here and it's all over. Could happen faster than you think." Reacher stayed silent. Thurman smirked. "I could end it right now. Roll us over. Cut the engine, we'd hit the ground at 300 miles an hour. You ever see what that does to a plane? Wings shear right off. Leaves a crater deep enough to bury a car." "Be my guest," Reacher said. "You serious?" "I double dog dare you." A sudden updraft hurled them skyward before the air gave way beneath them, sending the plane into a stomach-dropping plunge. Thurman shoved the nose down, engines shrieking as they dived at a sharp angle. The dashboard lit up with warnings, alarms barely audible over the chaos. At the last second, Thurman hauled back on the stick, the frame groaning as they leveled out. "Chicken," Reacher said. Thurman wiped sweat from his brow. "I've got nothing to fear. Then why pull up? When my time comes, I'm headed somewhere better." "Since when do you get to call the shots?" "Thought that was the big guy's job. I've done my part. Prove it. Take us down now. Or are you all talk?" Thurman didn't answer. The plane steadied, cruising smooth again at 125 knots. "Phony," Reacher muttered. "God's got work for me to finish." "Oh, he just texted you that? You don't believe in anything, do you? Neither do you not really. You ignore 1,000 gods. What's one more?" Silence. "Remember," Reacher said, "you're the one who chickened out." The rest of the flight passed in uneasy quiet. The turbulence faded, leaving only the hum of the engine. Reacher shut his eyes until Thurman shifted in his seat, flicking switches and pulling on a headset. "Approaching now," Thurman said into the mic. A crackled response echoed back. Below, a faint glow flickered to life runway lights, tiny at first, then sharpening into parallel red and white lines. The descent was rough, the plane bucking like a spooked horse as they dropped. The runway seemed too short, but Thurman wrestled the Piper down, wheels bouncing once before settling. They rolled to a stop with plenty of pavement to spare. The engine's hum deepened into a growl as the plane accelerated, veering sharply off the runway onto a stretch of empty tarmac. Through the dim light, Reacher could make out the shadowy shapes of brick buildings in the distance. Headlights cut through the darkness a hulking Humvee, its camouflage paint dull under the glow. It rolled to a stop near the Piper, and two soldiers in woodland pattern fatigues stepped out, snapping to attention, as Reacher and Thurman climbed down. Thurman handed Reacher a cardboard box before dropping to the ground himself. The soldiers saluted, rigid as statues, waiting. With a slight bow, Thurman passed the box to one of them. The soldier mirrored the gesture, then turned sharply and marched back to the Humvee, his partner falling in step behind. Reacher followed, sliding into the back seat while the soldiers loaded the box into the rear. The diesel engine rumbled to life as they swung around, heading toward a lone building with 2 lit windows. Inside, the soldiers disappeared briefly before returning empty-handed. "That's it for tonight," Thurman said. Reacher eyed him. "What was in the jar?" "People," Thurman replied. "Men, women, whatever's left after a fire. Just soot baked onto steel. We scrape it off, collect it, give them some semblance of a burial." "Where are we?" "Fort Shaw, Oklahoma. Panhandle country. They handle remains here before they're sent to the ID lab in Hawaii." "You do this every night?" "Too often." The Humvee rolled toward a cluster of buildings, classic 1950s Army base. All brick and green paint, whitewashed curbs gleaming under the lights. They stopped outside the officers' club, and Thurman hesitated. "They'll only have set one place. Wouldn't want to put them on the spot." Reacher shrugged. He knew how to scrounge up a meal on base probably better than whatever was waiting in the O Club. "I'll manage," he said. As Thurman vanished inside, the 2 privates up front twisted in their seats, uncertain. Reacher leaned forward. "You remember being in diapers?" The driver stiffened. "Sir, not exactly, sir." "Good. Because back then I was an MP major. So I'm taking a walk, and you don't need to sweat it. Unless you want me to drag your CO into this and make you look bad." The private hesitated, then asked, "Sir, what unit were you with?" Reacher grinned. "The 11th MP. The headquarters was located in Rock Creek, Virginia." The soldier nodded. "Still is. The 110th is up and running." "Good to hear," Reacher said. "Sir, have a good night. Mess hall serves chow till 10 if you're hungry." "Appreciate it," Reacher replied. He stepped out of the Humvee, watching as it disappeared into the darkness. The crisp night air bit at his skin as he stood for a moment, scanning the isolated building ahead. It didn't fit the usual mold, too small for a hospital, too flimsy for an armory. Maybe it had once been something else entirely. Inside, the entryway was tight, stairs straight ahead, doors on either side. The upper floor had been dark, but light spilled from the ground level. Reacher went left first, his usual move, but found only an empty office, fluorescent lights glaring over abandoned paperwork. Back in the hall, he tried the right door and found a young medic captain behind a desk, Thurman's jar sitting in front of him. Medics always climb the ranks faster. "Need something?" the captain asked. "I came in with Thurman. Wanted to know about that jar." "What about it? Is it really what he claims?" "You cleared for that?" "Used to be. MP background. Worked forensics with Nash Newman, probably your old boss back when you were fresh out of training. You retired by now, I'm guessing." The captain nodded. "Yeah, he's out. But I know the name." "So, human remains in there?" "Most likely. Almost definitely. Carbon. Burns off as CO2 in extreme heat. What's left is oxides, potassium, sodium, iron, calcium. Maybe some magnesium. All inorganic. And that's what's in the jar." "Exactly what you'd expect from cremated remains." "What happens to it?" "Gets shipped to the central ID lab in Hawaii. And then, nothing. No DNA left. Just ash. Honestly, it's a formality. Thurman keeps bringing it, so we play along. Can't exactly throw it out, right? So we pass it along and let Hawaii deal with it." Bet it ends up in a storage room collecting dust. Thurman ever say where he finds this stuff? Iraq, obviously. Any specifics on the vehicles? Does it matter? Could. We don't get those details. Reacher glanced around. What was this place originally? VD clinic, the medic said. Reacher spotted a phone on the desk. Mind if I use that? Go ahead. He dialed information upside down, got a number for David Robert Vaughn in Hope, Colorado. No answer. He hung up. Mess hall nearby? Follow the smell. Solid advice. Reacher backtracked, circling until the scent of grease and fried meat led him to a low annex attached to a larger building. Inside, a few eyes tracked him, but no one stopped him. He grabbed a tray cheeseburger the size of his fist, fries, beans, coffee. The burger was perfect, no surprise there. Army cooks took pride in their work. The coffee, best he'd ever had. Some things never changed. He'd spent his whole life drinking the stuff. The fries were decent, the beans passable, definitely better than the sad excuse for fish the officers were stuck with. He poured himself another cup of coffee, settled into an armchair, and flipped through military reports. The two privates would fetch him. When Thurman was ready to go, he was sure of that. They'd chauffeur their guests to the airstrip, snap a crisp salute, and wrap up their little performance with perfect timing. Just past midnight. Taxi, takeoff, climb, then an hour and a half in the air. That'd land them back in Despair by 2, right on schedule. 3 hours of free fuel, plus a 4-hour dinner, not a bad trade for a half-empty jar of soot. Thurman had called himself a born-again Christian and a businessman. Whatever kind of believer he was, there was no denying he knew how to work an angle. The mess hall shut down. Reacher finished the papers and dozed off. The privates never came. At 12:10 a.m., the distant hum of the Piper's engine jolted him awake. By the time he processed the sound, the plane was already accelerating down the runway. He rushed outside just in time to watch it vanish into the night sky. The Humvee rolled back from the airstrip and the two privates stepped out, nodding at Reacher like everything was fine. I was supposed to be on that plane, Reacher said. The driver shrugged. No, sir. Mr. Thurman said you had a one-way ticket tonight heading south on your own business. Said you were done in Colorado. Reacher muttered a curse under his breath. He replayed Thurman's words in his head, that deliberate pause, the calculating look, like he was already 10 steps ahead. Fly with me tonight. I won't ask you to join me for dinner. Reacher shook his head. Now he was stranded 90 minutes of flight time from where he needed to be, in the middle of nowhere, with no plane. Outsmarted by a 70-year-old preacher. Dumb. Intense. They were all stirred up because they're heading for the end of something. But what? And when? He had no clue. He traced the map in his mind. Oklahoma's panhandle was a wasteland of empty roads, just a few state highways and county lanes. He glanced at the Humvee. You guys mind dropping me at a road with actual traffic? Which one? Any road where cars pass more than once an hour. 287 goes south. I need north. Back to Colorado. Thurman wasn't exactly honest with you. 287 runs north too, all the way to I-70. How far? Dead on 200 miles, sir. Hitchhiking had gotten harder since Reacher left the army. People were more suspicious, less willing to stop. The west was slightly better than the east, but nighttime made it worse. The Humvee left him at 12:45 a.m. and by 1:15, his first northbound ride, a Ford F-150, blew past without slowing. 10 minutes later, an old Chevy Blazer did the same. Reacher blamed Hollywood movies had turned everyone paranoid about strangers. Never mind that. Most films showed the locals as the dangerous ones, not the hitchhikers. Still, he knew he wasn't exactly the ideal candidate for a ride. Look at yourself. Who'd stop for you? Someone like Maria from San Diego, small, harmless, desperate, would have better luck. Even Vaughn might manage. But a guy built like a linebacker? Not likely. At 1:50, a dark Toyota pickup at least slowed down to check him out before speeding off. Small victories. At 2:05, a beat-up Cadillac rolled by, its engine sputtering and rear end sagging. Behind the wheel sat an elderly woman with white hair and a frail frame, what Reacher thought of as the Q-tip type. Not exactly prime hitchhiking material. 10 minutes later, an aging Suburban lumbered into view. Newer models tended to attract self-important jerks, but the older ones? Those were workhorses, usually owned by no-nonsense folks who didn't overthink things. The kind who might actually stop for a stranger. Reacher stepped onto the road's edge, raising a casual thumb, friendly, not desperate. The Suburban's high beams flicked on as it slowed, stopping a safe distance away. Smart move. Gave the driver time to size him up without the awkwardness of standing too close. The glare made it impossible to see inside, but after a pause, the headlights dimmed and the truck rolled forward. The window lowered, revealing a heavy-set man with a flushed face, gripping the wheel like it was the only thing keeping him upright. "Where you headed?" he asked, his words thick. "North into Colorado," Reacher said. "Place called Hope. Never heard of it. Neither had I until recently." "How far?" "About 4 hours. That on the way to Denver." "Small detour." The man squinted. "You honest?" "Mostly." "You any good behind the wheel?" "Not really." "You drunk?" "Not a drop." The guy exhaled, loosening his grip slightly. "Well, I am. A lot." "So here's the deal, you drive. Keep me out of trouble, let me sleep this off. Then point me toward Denver." "Sound good?" Reacher nodded. "Deal." Hitchhiking usually meant fleeting, intense conversations, people cramming a lifetime of small talk into a short ride. Not this time. The guy flopped into the passenger seat, reclined it with a rusty groan, and was snoring before his head hit the headrest. His breath reeked of bourbon, enough to still be over the limit hours from now. Not Reacher's problem. The Suburban rattled like an old washing machine, its odometer ticking past 200,000 miles. The engine wheezed but held steady at 60. A dead cell phone sat on the console. Reacher glanced at his unconscious passenger, then plugged it into the charger. The screen lit up with a tinny jingle, no signal, just dead air and open road. Up ahead, a pair of dim red taillights glowed. A U-Haul, crawling at 55. Reacher eased closer, and as if sensing the approach, the truck sped up, matching his pace. The night stretched on, silent except for the drunk's ragged snores and the hum of tires on asphalt. Reacher hit the gas to overtake, but the Suburban groaned and refused to pick up speed. The needle barely climbed past 62, leaving him stranded in the oncoming lane longer than he liked, way longer. With a frustrated sigh, he eased back behind the U-Haul, stuck crawling just under his preferred pace. The phone in his pocket was still useless, no bars in sight. Outside, the night stretched empty in every direction, nothing but darkness pressing in. Up ahead, The U-Haul's rear panel glowed under his headlights like a moving advertisement. 3 cartoonish trucks, small, medium, large, all decked out in that signature orange and white. Big, bold letters promised automatic transmission, cushioned rides, and a laughable 19. "Do survive." Deal that in tiny print turned out to be for a tiny truck, 1 day only, plus mileage fees. Reacher snorted. U-Haul. We don't. Clever. He usually hated lazy wordplay, U for you, easy for easy, but he had to admit, U-Haul had a ring to it. Self-drive trucks would have been a disaster. The triple logos blurred as he followed, filling his vision. U for you. You for you. Then, with a bitter twist, you did this to me. The old saying rattled in his head, assume makes an ass out of you and me. He checked the phone again. Still nothing. They were deep in Comanche National grassland, as isolated as a ship in open water. The nearest cell tower had to be in Lamar, still an hour away. The drunk beside him snored loudly as the U-Haul swayed ahead. Finally, Lamar appeared, just a faint glow on the horizon, probably nothing more than a couple of streetlights, but after miles of nothing, it felt like civilization. A small airfield sat to the west, and suddenly his phone buzzed to life 2 bars. He dialed Vaughn's home number from memory. No answer. Next he called information, got patched through to Hope PD. A click, then ringing. Call forwarding night shift meant the station was empty, rerouting to whoever was on patrol. 10 nights out of 14, it'd be Vaughn. But not tonight. Hope PD, a voice answered. I need to speak with Officer Vaughn, Reacher said. The drunk shifted but didn't wake. She's off duty, the cop replied. I know. Give me her cell. Can't do that. Then call her yourself. Tell her to ring me back. No. I might wake her. You won't. A pause. Reacher pressed, it's urgent. Hurry, I'm about to lose signal. He hung up as Lamar's outskirts came into view. Dim buildings, a water tower, a gas station, glowing under fluorescent lights. The U-Haul veered toward the pumps. Reacher checked his fuel gauge. Half a tank left, but with this engine's thirst and miles still ahead, he followed suit. The phone was unplugged, its battery holding steady with weak signal bars. He slipped it into his shirt pocket. The gas station pumps were running, though the payment booth stood locked and empty. Nearby, the U-Haul driver swiped his credit card at the pump. Reacher followed suit with his ATM card, then winced as the price display spun wildly. Gas had skyrocketed over $3 a gallon. The last time he'd fueled up, it had been $1. He exchanged a nod with the U-Haul guy, a muscular young man with long hair, dressed in a snug black short-sleeved shirt and a clerical collar. Some kind of preacher, probably the type who strummed a guitar between sermons. The phone buzzed in Reacher's pocket. Leaving the nozzle in the tank, he answered. The cop from Hope said, Vaughn's not answering her cell. Try the radio, Reacher said. She's in the watch commander's car. Where? Not sure. Why's she in that car? Long story. You're the guy she's been with? Just call her. She's married, you know. I know. Now call her. Static crackled as the cop switched to his radio. Call signs, codes, repeated requests, then silence. Just empty air and the distant hum of interference. No response from Vaughn. Reacher hit the road before the preacher, pushing the old Suburban as hard as it would go. The drunk beside him reeked of booze, sweat thick with alcohol fumes. Reacher rolled down the window, letting the cold night air keep him sharp while the wind drowned out the snoring. Cell's service vanished 8 miles north of Lamar. He figured it wouldn't return until they neared I-70, still 2 hours away. Dawn would find them in Hope 5 hours behind schedule, but not a catastrophe. Then the engine gave out. No warning, just the temperature gauge creeping up. Reacher ignored it at first, blaming the strain of the long drive. But the needle kept climbing, redlining before he could react. A scorched, metallic stench filled the cab. Then, dump. Tan sludge sprayed from under the hood, streaking the windshield. The engine choked, the Suburban shuddered, and Reacher guided it to the shoulder. Not good. The drunk didn't stir. Reacher stepped out into the dark, circling to the front. Steam hissed from the hood. Thick, foamy oil and coolant soup oozed from every seam. Blown head gaskets. A death sentence without serious cash, and time in a shop. Headlights approached the U-Haul. Reacher grabbed a pen and an old invoice from the glove box, scribbling on the back, "You need a new car. Borrowed your phone. We'll mail it back." He signed it "Your Hitchhiker," pocketed the registration for the address, then jogged down the road, waving his arms under the approaching high beams. The U-Haul slowed, its lights blinding him for a second before it rolled to a stop. The classic distress signal flashing headlights. The U-Haul's beams switched to high, and the truck slowed, just as Reacher expected. A deserted stretch of road, a broken-down car, and a stranded traveler enough to catch the attention of any decent soul behind the wheel. The truck rolled to a stop a few feet ahead, half on the shoulder. The window rolled down, and the man in the clerical collar leaned out. "Need a hand?" he asked with a warm, easy grin. "Stupid question, huh?" "Just a ride," Reacher said. "Engine shot. Want me to check it out?" "No," Reacher said flatly. He didn't need the preacher spotting the drunk guy slumped in the passenger seat from a distance. He was hidden below the window line, but up close, he'd be impossible to miss. Ditching a busted truck was one thing. Leaving a passed-out passenger was another. Waste of time. "I'll have to call a tow or just torch the thing." "I'm heading up to Yuma," the minister offered. "You're welcome to ride along, even if just part of the way." Reacher nodded, pulling up the mental map. The road to Yuma would cross the route to Hope, in a couple of hours the same stretch he'd taken earlier in the old guy's Grand Marquis. He'd still need another lift for the last leg west. With luck, he'd make it by mid-morning. "Appreciate it," he said. "I'll bail out halfway there." The minister flashed another easy smile. "Hop in." The U-Haul was a beast, a standard pickup frame straining under a bulky cargo box, oversized and sluggish. It groaned its way up to 60 and refused to go faster. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of hot oil and stale plastic, but at least the cloth seats lived up to their promise of comfort. Reacher fought the urge to doze off. He wasn't about to mimic the drunk guy's lack of manners. "What's in the back?" he asked. "Donated furniture," the minister said. "We run a shelter in Yuma." "We? My congregation. What kind of work do you do there?" "We feed the homeless, help folks get back on their feet." "What denomination?" "Anglican." "Pretty standard, nothing too wild." "You play guitar during services?" The minister chuckled. "We try to keep things welcoming. Place I'm headed has an end times church." The minister shook his head. "That's more of a fringe group than an actual denomination." "What's their deal?" "You ever read Revelation?" "Name rings a bell," Reacher said. "Officially, it's the revelation of St. John the Divine," the minister explained. "But it's been through the ringer, translated, copied, mistranslated, copied again." Started in ancient languages, passed through Greek, Latin, and finally Old English. By now, it reads like a fever dream. Honestly, some of our shelter residents make more sense. So, what's it actually say? Your interpretation's as good as mine. You're kidding. Not even a little. People take it to mean the righteous get whisked away, the rest suffer plagues and disasters. Then Christ comes back for a big showdown. Spoiler, nobody wins. That the rapture. The rapture's just the first act. The plagues and the war come later. When's all this supposed to go down? Any minute now, apparently. Reacher thought back to Thurman's smug little speech at the factory. There are signs, he'd said, and certain events could speed things up. Reacher leaned forward in his seat, his voice low. So what sets it off? The minister kept his eyes on the road, fingers drumming the wheel. Honestly, I doubt there's a single switch. More like divine timing if you believe in that sort of thing. And let's hope it's not left to human hands. Any warning signs? The man chuckled, shaking his head. You ever seen those folks who dissect scripture like it's some hidden Beatles track played in reverse? They fixate on prophecies like a red heifer born in Israel. They scour ranches for the right shade of rust-colored calf, then ship them overseas like some twisted breeding program. Desperate to kick things off, convinced they'll be front row for the grand finale. He sighed. Funny how sure they are they'll make the cut. Almost arrogant, really. Like they've got a direct line to the guest list. That's the big sign. A cow. Some insist there's gotta be an all-out war in the Middle East first. They were downright disappointed with Iraq, not enough chaos for their taste. Reacher raised an eyebrow. You don't buy it. The minister smirked. Would you? I'm Anglican. We're professionals at polite skepticism. The cab fell silent after that, the hum of tires on asphalt, the only sound. Reacher fought exhaustion while the minister hunched forward, eyes locked on the unspooling highway, gripping the wheel like it was the only thing keeping him awake. No room for small talk now, just the road, the dark, and the creeping dread of missing their turn. 2 hours in, the Hope Junction appeared like a mirage, a narrow, uneven crossing with a stop sign barely visible in the gloom. By the time Reacher barked a warning and the U-Haul's brakes screeched in protest, they'd overshot it by a football field's length. Reacher stepped out into the biting wind, waving the truck off before trudging back alone through the empty expanse. Dawn was a distant rumor over the plains, but Colorado stayed stubbornly black. No bars on his phone, no cars, just the occasional set of headlights streaking past, none turning his way. He planted himself on the shoulder, collar up against the chill, arms crossed tight. The horizon bled pink, indifferent to whatever might come next, a good day, a bad one, or the last. The end is near, Thurman's flock had promised. Maybe a rogue asteroid was closing in, hushed up by suits in D. Maybe some rogue faction was prying open a Soviet-era missile silo. Or maybe, in some lab, a single cracked vial was about to rewrite history. Or maybe not. Reacher stamped his feet, breath fogging in the cold, when a pair of headlights pierced the eastern dark. Big, steady, a semi-maybe, rolling straight at him, backlit by the newborn dawn. 4 ways this could go. He squared his shoulders and waited. The truck could do one of 4 things when it reached the intersection. It might swing right and go north, or veer left toward the south. Maybe it would hesitate at the stop sign before rolling west, leaving him stranded. Or best case scenario, it could stop, cross the main road, and let him hop in. Odds of a good outcome. 25% tops. Worse if it was some company rig with strict no-rider rules thanks to liability headaches. Reacher stood firm as the truck closed in. At a quarter-mile out, he made out the shape of a bulky white panel van. 300 yards closer, he spotted the refrigeration unit bolted to the roof. A grocery hauler. Normally, that would have tanked his chances. Food delivery guys hated stopping. Schedules were tight, and getting a heavy rig moving again ate up precious minutes. But the stop signs gave him an edge. The engine noise dropped as the driver braked early, air hissing. Reacher threw up his thumb, then both arms for good measure. I need this ride, bad. The truck halted at the east sideline, no turn signal blinking. A promising sign. With no cross-traffic, it lurched forward, diesel growling, gears grinding, rolling straight at him. For a second, it seemed like the driver would blow right past. Then the brakes shrieked, and the rig shuddered to a stop, the cab 40 feet past the junction. Reacher jogged over and hauled himself onto the step. The window slid down, revealing a wiry guy who looked comically small behind the wheel. "Gonna rain," the driver said. "Rain's the last thing I'm worried about," Reacher replied. "Car died on me." "First stop's Hope," the guy offered. "You're the supermarket run from Topeka. Left at 4 this morning. Want in? Hope's exactly where I'm headed." "Then quit wasting time and get in." Dawn caught up fast, painting the sky a washed-out gold. The driver killed the headlights and settled in, hands loose on the wheel, driving with the same no-nonsense precision as Thurman flew his plane. Reacher asked if he often picked up hitchhikers. "About 1 in 5 mornings," the guy admitted. Reacher mentioned the women who'd ridden with him before. Tourists the driver dismissed. "More than that," Reacher countered. "You think?" "I know." "How much?" "All of it." The guy's grip tightened slightly on the wheel. "Wives and girlfriends," he muttered. "Trying to stay close while their men pass through." "Makes sense," Reacher said. "It's a hard time for them. You know what their men are." "Yeah," Reacher said. "I do. And nothing. Not my problem. You won't tell anyone. There's a cop, Vaughn. She deserves to know. She's tangled up in this 2 ways." The driver exhaled. "I know her. She won't like it." "Maybe she will, maybe she won't." "Not my fight," the guy insisted. Reacher shook his head. "It's everyone's fight." He checked the burner phone again, still no signal. The radio scan came up empty too, just static humming over dead air. The truck rattled on, tires thumping over cracked pavement, carrying them deeper into the vast, silent heart of the country. Reacher leaned against the diner counter, swirling the last of his coffee. "Where does despair get its supplies?" he asked. The local shrugged. "No clue. And honestly, not my problem." "You ever visit?" "Once, just to see what the fuss was about." "Once was plenty." "Why do folks stick around?" "Beats me. Maybe they're just stuck in their ways." "Other options?" "Tons," the guy said. "Halfway's booming west of here. Denver's exploding. Hell, even Topeka's got openings, good pay, solid schools, decent neighborhoods. This country's full of chances if you're willing to take 'em." Reacher checked his phone. Still, no bars. By the time they rolled into Hope, the sky had turned heavy with clouds, the air sharp with cold. He stepped out on First Street, scanning the quiet town. His phone finally had service, but he didn't make a call. Instead, he headed toward 5th, cutting east. From a distance, the curb outside Vaughn's place was empty. No cruiser, no unmarked sedan. Just pavement. He angled toward the driveway. The old blue Chevy sat snug against the garage, fresh glass in its windows, the edges still marked with dealer stickers. The ladder and tools lay in the bed, right where they should be. Reacher took the stone path to the door and rang the bell. The chime echoed inside. 30 seconds later, the door opened. Vaughn stood there, still in last night's black clothes, her expression unreadable. "Hey," she said. "Tried calling you," Reacher said. "Twice. Busy day. Where'd you go?" "Here." "There. You should come in." The kitchen hadn't changed, spotless. 3 chairs at the table, a half-finished glass of water by the sink. The coffee pot gurgled quietly. "Sorry I didn't check in sooner," Reacher said. "Don't apologize to me. Something's off. Coffee. After you tell me what's wrong." "Nothing's wrong." "Bull." Vaughn exhaled. "Last night we shouldn't have done what we did." "Which part?" "You know which part." "I started feeling guilty. So, when you didn't come back with the plane, I turned everything off and drove to Colorado Springs. Told David everything. At midnight. They let me in," she said flatly. "They were kind about it." Reacher studied her. "What'd he say?" "That's low. It's a fair question. David's not the same. Hasn't been for a long time. And you're not the first woman to face this. Wars leave behind more than bodies, they leave choices." Vaughn turned away, grabbing a mug from the cupboard. She filled it and handed it to him. "What was in Thurman's box?" "You saw it. I was over that wall right after you." "Did you really think I'd wait in the car?" "Didn't spot you. Wasn't planning on it. But I saw you. Saw the whole thing. Fly with me tonight." "He dumped you somewhere, didn't he?" Reacher nodded. "Fort Shaw, Oklahoma." Vaughn leaned against the kitchen counter, her fingers tapping against the glass of water. "An army base?" she asked, skepticism heavy in her voice. Reacher exhaled. "Yeah. And I walked right into it. You're not as sharp as you pretend to be." "Never said I was." She set her glass down. "So what was inside?" "Just a plastic container. And inside that," Reacher met her gaze. "Ash. The kind left behind when people burn. Scraped right off the wreckage." Vaughn sank into a chair. "That's awful." "Worse than awful," Reacher corrected. "It's messy." "How?" He took the seat across from her. "Relax, your husband wasn't in a Humvee. Those don't end up like that. They crack open, bodies spill out. This was something else." "How can you be sure?" "Because only tanks burn that way. Once they go up, there's no walking away. Just ash." Vaughn swallowed hard. "David wasn't burned." Reacher stayed silent. "But why is this messy?" she pressed. "It's the first domino in a long line. We're using heavy armor overseas, no shock there. But losing them, that's the problem. We feared the Soviets might take a few out, but not some ragtag insurgents with homemade bombs. Yet here we are, 4 years in, and they've cracked how to punch through our best armor. Not exactly great for the headlines. Thank God the Cold War's over. Imagine the Soviets laughing at this. No wonder the Pentagon's shipping the wrecks back under wraps." Vaughn pushed up from the table, refilled her glass from the fridge, and took a slow sip. "Got a call today," she said. "State lab. My water's hovering at 5 parts per billion ta. Barely safe, but if Thurman keeps dumping, it'll get worse." "He might stop," Reacher said. "Why would he?" "That's the last piece of the puzzle. We're not there yet." "Then, what's the second piece?" Reacher leaned forward. What does Thurman do with the wrecked tanks? Recycles the steel. Why station MPs to guard scrap metal? She frowned. I don't know. Exactly. Nobody cares about steel. They're guarding something else. Like, only one answer. Tank armors layered with depleted uranium leftover from nuclear fuel. Hard as hell, perfect for stopping shells. So Thurman's not just a recycler. He's handling uranium. And that's what the MPs are really there for. Because that stuff's toxic, slightly radioactive. Not something you want floating around. How bad is it? Tank crews don't drop dead sitting behind it. But after an explosion, dust, shrapnel, inhale that and you're done. That's why they haul the wrecks home. And why the MPs are sweating. Terrorists could turn it into a dirty bomb. It's heavy, like a lead brick. They'd need serious transport to steal it. A semi, at least. Reacher took a sip of coffee while Vaughn stared into her water. They're cutting it up at the plant, she murmured. Hammers, torches. That's gotta kick up dust. No wonder everyone looks half dead. Reacher nodded. The deputy died from it. Hair falling out, sores, organs shutting down. That wasn't chemicals or old age. It was radiation. You're sure? Positive. He told me himself. Right before he died, he tried to say, the then stopped. Like he knew. His voice was ragged, broken between words. You did this to me. At first, I thought it was an accusation that he blamed me. But the pause wasn't punctuation, just labored breathing. What he actually said was, the you did this to me. Not you. Uranium. The chemical symbol rolled off his tongue like a curse, a warning, or maybe a desperate confession. Metal workers' shorthand, I figured. He was telling me the uranium had poisoned him. Vaughn twisted the cap off her water bottle, her gaze distant. The truth settled over her better than some fears, worse than others. Why are you so sure there aren't Humvees at the plant? She asked. Reacher leaned back. The Pentagon doesn't mix missions. Despair's facility. Strictly uranium recycling. Humvees get processed somewhere cheaper, somewhere simpler. They're just glorified trucks. But we saw cars, Vaughn pressed, in that shipping container. From Iraq or Iran. Exactly. Reacher's nod was sharp, which brings us to point 3. Those vehicles didn't end up here by accident. Depleted uranium isn't just for armor, it's in artillery shells, tank rounds. Hard, dense, perfect for punching through things. Her fingers tightened around her glass. So those cars were hit with dew rounds. They're contaminated. That's why they're being smuggled here to get stripped down quietly. Because imagine the headlines. Tanks blow up civilian cars with radioactive shells. Thurman wasn't wrong. Some secrets even governments can't spin. Vaughn set her water down abruptly, as if the liquid had turned toxic. What the hell's really going on over there? Your guess is as good as mine. She exhaled, her hand hovering near her glass before pulling away. Tell me about dirty bombs. Reacher shrugged. Same as regular bombs, just messier. Blast wave, shrapnel, chaos except the shrapnel's laced with radioactive junk. Dew's nasty when it vaporizes. Birth defects, cancers. But here's the kicker. Even if the radiation isn't lethal, panic is. One dirty bomb detonates downtown and the whole city evacuates. Doesn't matter if it's safe. Fear does the real damage. How much uranium would they need? Enough to make it count. Vaughn's eyes darkened. They're already stealing it. That truck we saw the cargo area glowed just like the plant wall. Reacher shook his head. No, that was different. Silence stretched between them. Then he stood. Walk with me to the motel. Vaughn hesitated. People are talking. Let them. I'm leaving tomorrow. Tomorrow, maybe sooner. Depends on a phone call. I'm finished here, Reacher said, sliding his phone back into his pocket. Who are you calling? Vaughn asked. Just a number. Doubt anyone picks up. She glanced around. And all this other mess. So far, it's just the Pentagon airing its laundry behind closed doors. Not exactly illegal. What's waiting at the motel? My guess. Room 4's cleared out. They moved through the humid morning air, cutting across 2 blocks north from 5th Street, before turning west toward the rundown motel. They skipped the front desk and went straight to the row of rooms. The door to number 4 hung open. A housekeeping cart parked beside it. Inside, the mattress was bare, towels tossed in a heap near the bathroom. The maid buzzed a vacuum over the carpet as Vaughn scanned the empty closet. Mrs. Rogers is gone, she said. Reacher nodded. Now we figure out when and how. Back at the office, the clerk perched on her stool behind the counter. Only 2 keys were missing now, Reacher's and Maria's. The clerk straightened up, hands flat on the counter, ready to help. Reacher eyed the phone near her elbow. Did Mrs. Rogers get a call? Last night around 6, the clerk said. Good news. She looked thrilled. And then, checked out right after. Where'd she go? Took a cab to Burlington. What's in Burlington? Mostly the airport shuttle to Denver. Reacher gave a short nod. Appreciate it. The clerk hesitated. Something wrong? Depends who you ask. Hunger gnawed at him and the coffee in his system had long worn off. He led Vaughn another block north to a diner, nearly deserted between meal rushes. He slid into the same booth where he'd sat with Lucy Anderson nights before, Vaughn settling across from him. The waitress dropped off water and silverware before taking their coffee order. Vaughn leaned in. All right, spell it out for me. What's really happening? Reacher tapped the table. All those young guys, what tied them together? No idea. Young male from California. And the only white one we saw was bronzed like he'd spent months in the sun. So, Reacher exhaled. Lucy Anderson sat right here with me. At first, she was cautious but warming up. Asked to see my wallet to make sure I wasn't some investigator. Then I mentioned I used to be a cop, and she freaked. I figured her husband was on the run. She got more hostile the next day. Makes sense. Then I spotted her husband in despair. Checked his rooming house spotless, like it was scrubbed for inspection. Why's that matter? Because I misremembered, Reacher said. The waitress set down fresh coffee, steam curling from the mugs. He took a slow sip. I didn't tell Lucy I was a cop. I said I was military police. That's why she panicked. The rooming house? Clean like a barracks. Those guys were soldiers. She thought I was hunting them. Vaughn's eyes narrowed. Deserters. Reacher nodded. Anderson's tan? Iraq. But he wasn't going back. Where is he now? Canada. That's why Lucy wasn't worried about me tailing her. No jurisdiction. It's an independent country, and they're granting asylum across the border, Reacher said. Vaughn's fingers tightened around her coffee mug. That trunk, it had Ontario plates. Exactly, Reacher replied. Like a shuttle service. The heat signature on the camera wasn't stolen uranium. It was Roger's husband stashed in a concealed compartment. Body heat, just like the driver. The thermal shade matched perfectly. Vaughn sat frozen, her untouched coffee cooling in front of her. The waitress swung by twice, topping off Reacher's mug without a word. Finally, Vaughn broke the silence. So, what's the California link? Probably some anti-war group running an underground railroad, Reacher said. Could be military families helping out. They set up a clean system ship guys up here under legitimate cargo. Then their Canadian contacts smuggle them across. There was a couple at the Despair Motel months back, California plates. Bet anything they were recruiters, lining up supporters. And those same supporters made sure nobody asked too many questions. That's why your truck got vandalized. They thought I was digging where I shouldn't. Vaughn shoved her mug aside and rearranged the condiments in a precise row. Her finger flicked the pepper shaker, knocking it over. A splinter group, she muttered. The few rebels working under Thurman's nose. Aiding deserters. Reacher stayed quiet. Do you know who they are? She demanded. Not a clue. I want names. Why? To turn them in. I'll hand the FBI a list myself. Fine. She glared at him. You don't care. Not really. Vaughn was too composed to make a scene, but her restraint made her exit sharper. She slapped cash on the table and stormed out. Reacher trailed behind, knowing she expected it. She cut through the quiet edge of town maybe, heading for solitude. Maybe the motel clerk's phone logs. Maybe her police station computer. Her strides were furious, but Reacher caught up easily, matching her step for step. You knew, she accused. Since before yesterday. How? Same way I pegged those hospital patients as military. All young men. You waited until that truck was safe in Canada before telling me. Yeah. Why? I wanted Rogers to make it. Vaughn halted. You were an MP. 13 years, he confirmed. You chased deserters. Plenty of them. And now you're helping them. Reacher said nothing. Vaughn's voice turned brittle. Did you even know him? Never met him. But I've met thousands just like him. She started walking again. Reacher keeping pace until she stopped abruptly outside the police station. The brick facade looked bleak under the overcast sky. They had orders, she said. You had orders. David followed his. Why can't they? Why can't you? Reacher stayed silent. Soldiers don't get to pick and choose, she snapped. They go where they're sent. You swore an oath. They're traitors. And so are you. I can't believe I let you near me. You're pathetic. You make me sick. Reacher exhaled. Duty's a house of cards. What's that supposed to mean? I went where they pointed. Followed every order. Watched 10,000 guys do the same. And we were glad too deep down. Sure, we complained, soldiers always do. But we believed in the deal. Because duty's a contract, Vaughn. It goes both ways. We give, they give. Break that, and the whole thing collapses. The men and women in uniform deserve leaders who only send them into harm's way when it truly matters. Too often, those calls are wrong, but at least there used to be some semblance of honor behind them. Not anymore. Now it's just political games and empty promises. The troops see right through it. Guys like Anderson and Rogers watch their friends come home in boxes or missing limbs, and they ask themselves, what's the point? You think walking away fixes anything? No. What fixes it is civilians actually giving a damn when they vote. That's their job, holding the suits accountable. But that's broken too. So, don't lecture me about desertion. Why should the brutes on the ground be the only ones expected to stick around when everyone else has checked out? 13 years in, and you're okay with guys abandoning their posts? I get why they do it. Because I was one of them. I had my share of good years, wish they could I've had theirs too. Loved the service. Hate what it's become. It's like watching someone you care about shackle themselves to a sinking ship. Loyalty only goes so far. If you were still in, would you have left? Reacher shook his head. Doubt I'd have the guts. That takes courage. More than most people realize. Nobody wants to hear their loved ones died for nothing. Doesn't make it less true. I hate you. No, you don't, Reacher said. You hate the politicians, the brass, the voters who didn't pay attention. And you hate that David re-upped instead of walking away when he had the chance. Vaughn turned toward the street, eyes shut, lip trembling. When she finally spoke, her voice was barely audible. I begged him. Told him we could disappear, start over anywhere. Change our names, leave it all behind. But he wouldn't. Stubborn damn fool. Then she broke, right there on the sidewalk. Her knees gave, and Reacher caught her, holding tight as she sobbed into his shoulder. Her tears soaked through his shirt, her whole body shaking with the weight of it, the knock on the door, the hospital smells, the slow beep of machines keeping time with a life already gone. They walked aimlessly after, the air thick with the promise of rain. Vaughn wiped her face on Reacher's sleeve, fingers raking through her hair like she could comb out the grief. Eventually, they circled back to the station, her gaze lingering on the sign bolted to the brick. Hope Police Department. Why didn't Ramirez make it? She asked. Because he wasn't like the others, Reacher said. Then, nodding toward the building. One call from your desk will clear it up. Maria's waited long enough. Who am I calling? The MPs near Despair. They know you. They'll play ball. And say what? Ask for Ramirez's file. When they pretend they don't know him, remind them Maria was just there. They'll fold. The fax machine at the Hope Police Department was an ancient relic, its bulky frame perched awkwardly on a rolling cart. It had never been pretty, and years of use had left it smudged and battered, but it still did its job. 11 minutes after Vaughn hung up the phone, the machine shuddered to life, humming as it spat out a single sheet of paper. The response was disappointingly sparse. Just a bare-bones summary after 21 hours of bureaucratic back and forth. Then again, when the Army asked questions and the Marines answered, cooperation was never smooth. The report confirmed Rafael Ramirez had been a Marine Corps private. At 18, he'd been shipped off to Iraq. By 19, he was back for a second tour. By 20, he'd had enough. He went AWOL before his third deployment. He made it 5 days before getting picked up in Los Angeles, then spent 3 weeks in custody awaiting court-martial at Pendleton. Reacher glanced at Vaughn. Let's go talk to Maria. They found her curled up in her motel room, the bed dented where she'd been sitting, waiting, trying to stay warm. When she answered the door, her expression was already braced for bad news. Reacher's face didn't help. They led her outside, settling her into a plastic lawn chair under the bathroom window. Reacher dragged over a chair from room 9. Vaughn took one from room 7, and they formed a tight circle on the cracked concrete. Raphael was a Marine, Reacher said. Maria stayed silent. He did 2 tours in Iraq, Reacher continued. Didn't want a third. So 4 weeks ago, he ran. Headed to LA, maybe he had friends there. Did he call you? Vaughn cut in gently. You're not in trouble, Maria. We just need the truth. Maria swallowed. He called almost every day. How was he? Reacher asked, terrified. Of being caught. Of going back. What happened over there? Not to him exactly. But he saw things. Said we were killing the people we were supposed to save, and they were killing us. Said it was all just madness. So he ran. Kept calling. Maria nodded. But then the call stopped for a few days. Reacher pressed. He lost his phone. Was moving around, trying to stay hidden. Then he got a new one. How'd he sound then? Worse. More scared. What happened next? He said he found people, or they found him. They promised to get him to Canada through some town called Despair. Told me to wait here and hope for his call, then meet him up there. Did he call from Despair? No. Why'd you go to the MPs? To see if they'd arrested him. But they said they'd never heard of him. Army and Marines don't talk. Reacher exhaled. Here's the thing, he wasn't missing his phone those days. The Marines caught him in LA. He was in jail. Maria stiffened. He didn't tell me that. Couldn't. But my guess? They cut him a deal. 5 years in Leavenworth or go undercover and bust the whole escape route to Canada. Names, routes, everything. They dropped him off in LA and let him go. That explains why the MPs never followed up. They got wind of the situation and were ordered to shut you out. Maria frowned. Then where's Raphael? Why hasn't he reached out? Reacher leaned back. My old man was a Marine. They live by a code. Did Raphael ever mention it? Unit, Corps, God, Country, Maria recited. Yeah, Reacher said. That's their loyalty ladder. Raphael's first duty was to his unit, his squad, his brothers. Guys just like him. Maria shook her head. I still don't get it. My guess. He took the deal but couldn't go through with it. Betraying his own would have eaten him alive. He probably made it as far as Despair, but never checked in with the Corps. Instead, he camped out on the outskirts, torn up inside. Didn't want to see who was involved, because then he'd have to turn them in later. Days passed. No food, no water. His mind started playing tricks. Finally, he tried walk into hope to find you, to figure out another way. Maria's voice wavered. So where is he now? Reacher met her eyes. He didn't make it. Collapsed halfway. He's gone. And his body. Despair took care of it. Maria went quiet, then the tears came. Vaughn pulled her close while Reacher kept his voice steady. He was a good man, Maria. Just a kid pushed too far. But in the end, he held on to what mattered. He repeated it, rearranging the words, but nothing eased the weight in the air. After 20 minutes, Maria was drained, and Vaughn guided her inside. When Vaughn returned, she fell into step beside Reacher. How'd you piece it together? Only explanation that made sense. You really think he wrestled with it like that? Chose to die rather than sell them out? Marines, no sacrifice. Or maybe he played the Corps from the start, planned to bolt for hope and disappear with you. Vaughn frowned. That walk doesn't take 4 days. No, Reacher agreed. It doesn't. So he probably did the right thing. Hope Maria sees it that way. You think he gave up the guys in California? Hard to say. If he didn't, this isn't over. Reacher smirked. You say that like it's a problem. Things could spiral. You've got names from the Despair Motel register. Make a call, see if they're still breathing or locked up in some federal black site. Vaughn exhaled. I'm sorry about earlier. Don't sweat it. They walked in silence before Reacher added, and you weren't wrong the other night. If you hadn't done what you did, you'd be dead too. You want to hand those bastards that win? Not me. You deserve better. Vaughn side-eyed him, starting to sound like goodbye. Maybe. Why stick around? The Pentagon's cleaning house quietly, not a crime. And we've decided the rest isn't either. Reacher shrugged. Got one last thing to settle. They hit the diner, where Reacher devoured his first real meal since a mess hall burger at Fort Shaw. 4 coffees later, he wiped his mouth. Time to visit those MPs. Now that you've broken the ice, maybe they'll talk face to face. Vaughn raised an eyebrow, driving through despair again. Reacher shook his head. Take your truck. We'll cut across country. They peeled the stickers off the new windshield, wiped off the smudges, and hit the road by early afternoon. Vaughn drove 5 miles west on Hope Stretch, then a tense 9 into Despair's territory. The crisp morning air made the mountains seem deceptively close before fading into the hazy distance. A few miles outside Despair, they veered off the main road, tires crunching over dry scrub, as they began a wide arc around the town. Keeping it just within sight on their left, they moved at a crawl, the Chevy's undercarriage, scraping against stubborn undergrowth while loose tools clattered in the bed. Every so often, a dry riverbed offered smoother passage, letting them pick up speed before they were forced back to navigating around massive boulders. The sun burned high overhead, its glare reflecting off the windshield's edge as they backtracked from dead ends 4 times before finally putting the town behind them. Then the plant came into view, its white walls blinding under the midday sun. The parking lot was deserted, no cars, no movement, no signs of life. Not even a wisp of smoke from the chimneys. Reacher frowned. What day is it? Just a normal work day, Vaughn said. No holiday. None. Then where the hell is everyone? They edged closer, kicking up a thick dust trail behind them visible for miles, but no one seemed to be watching. After stopping 2 miles out, they waited. 5 minutes passed, then 10. Still nothing. Vaughn drummed her fingers on the wheel. What's bothering you? I like things to make sense, Reacher said. And this doesn't. What part? The way they're obsessed with keeping people out. Shutting down the compound just because I got close. Finding Ramirez's body and handling it like it was routine. They've got procedures for this like they were expecting trouble. Even the diner waitress knew exactly what to do when I showed up. Why go to all that effort? Pentagon's involved. They want secrecy. Maybe. But the Pentagon wouldn't ask for this. Despair's already in the middle of nowhere. The plant's 3 miles outside town, and the real secrets are locked behind walls inside it. That's enough for them. They don't need the whole town playing guard. Unless Thurman pushed for it himself. Oh, he did. No question. But why? For the Pentagon or for something else? Like what? Only one answer. And it doesn't make sense. We'll know soon enough if the MPs even talk to us. What's the answer? Depends on what they say. The guard shack was manned by 4 soldiers overkill, in Reacher's opinion. Probably a lieutenant's doing. Sergeants knew how to stretch resources. But officers loved paperwork and keeping men busy. Still, he doubted the grunts minded. After Iraq, sitting around in Colorado was practically a vacation. The real question was whether their CO had been there too. If he had, maybe he'd be willing to listen. Vaughn pulled the truck up near the base entrance, careful not to block the gate but close enough to show she meant business. She parked with precision, the way a cop would outside a station, respectful but ready. Almost instantly, the same two guards Reacher had seen earlier stepped out of the shack. Morgan, the specialist with the glasses and a permanent squint, and his quiet peeve partner. Reacher made sure his hands were visible as he stepped out. Vaughn did the same, introducing herself as a Hope PD officer. Morgan snapped a sharp salute. Too sharp. Reacher knew what that meant. The MPs had run her place despite his efforts, and now they knew about her husband. That might actually work in their favor. Morgan turned to Reacher. "Sir." "Ex-MP," Reacher said. "Did your lieutenant's job back when dinosaurs roamed." "Which unit, sir?" "Din. Rock Creek, Virginia," Morgan said, like he was reciting facts. Reacher shrugged. "Visited a couple times to get my tail handed to me. Mostly stayed on the road." "Where exactly?" "Every base you've ever heard of, plus 100 more." "Sir, I'll need you to move your vehicle." "Relax, Corporal. We'll move it after we talk to your lieutenant." "About what, sir?" "That's between him and us. I can't justify disturbing him without specifics." Reacher sighed. "Skip the script. You know this is important. Is this about the missing Marine?" "Way more interesting." "Sir, I need details." "You also need a winning lottery ticket and a vacation." But here we are. 5 minutes later, they were inside one of the prefab buildings, sitting across from Lieutenant Connor. The guy was young, mid-20s, but he had the look of someone who'd seen real action, sand-scarred uniform, sun-baked skin. Competent, probably on the fast track for promotion. "Is this official Hope PD business?" Connor asked. Vaughn nodded. "Yes. Both of you. Mr. Reacher is consulting." Connor leaned back. "What do you need?" Reacher cut to the chase. "We know about the D-salvage at Thurman's." Connor's expression tightened. "That's a problem. For us too," Reacher said. "Homeland Security requires towns to track chemical hazards within 20 miles. We should been notified. You're outside the radius. 15 to the town line. 20 to Main Street." "It's classified," Connor said. "Can't go in a public register." Reacher nodded. "We get that. But a quiet heads up would have been nice." "Sounds like you got one. Now we need to confirm a few things. Trust but verify. Take it up with the Pentagon." "Bad idea. They'll wonder how we found out." "First guess?" "Your guys talked." "My guys don't talk." Reacher smirked. "Sure they don't." Connor leaned back in his chair, arms crossed. "You really think the Pentagon's gonna take your word for it?" Reacher cut in. "What exactly are you asking for?" "We deserve to know the transport schedule for that depleted uranium," the man insisted. "Brout's timing the whole deal." Connor smirked. "Afraid it'll spill onto Main Street?" "Damn right I am." "Relax. It's not going anywhere." Vaughn frowned. "What's that supposed to mean?" Connor shrugged. "Colorado's throwing a fit. They want to shut down the interstate, roll out an armed escort like that's sustainable. Best they can manage is once every 5 years. And the first shipment hasn't happened yet. Earliest they're looking at is 2 years out." Reacher's jaw tightened. "So it's just piling up at the plant? Steel goes out, D stays put. How much are we talking?" "Last count, 20 tons. You've seen it?" Connor shook his head. "Thurman sends reports. Monthly. That sit right with you?" "Why wouldn't it?" Reacher's voice dropped. Because he's sitting on a radioactive stockpile with enough explosives to level a city. And what's he gonna do? Build a dirty bomb in his garage? Back in the truck, Vaughn drummed her fingers on the wheel. So that's a no on the transport, but a yes on the stockpile? Exactly. Good news or bad news? Reacher squinted at the sky. The sun hung low behind thick clouds. 4 hours till dark. Plenty of time to figure it out. Rain's coming. Probably. Which means more tat in the water. Yep. Vaughn shot him a look. We're not sitting here in a downpour. Nope. We're heading back to the Holiday Inn in Halfway. Separate rooms this time. Reacher grinned. Dream on. Same room, same deal. The room wasn't identical, but close enough. Same bland wallpaper, same stiff sheets. They fell into the same rhythm. Shower, bed, skin against skin. Vaughn hesitated at first, then gave in. Afterward, she traced the scar on Reacher's chest with her fingertip. David was better, she said quietly. Reacher didn't flinch. She needed to believe it. Maybe it was true. The rain started an hour later, pounding the roof like a drum. He stretched out, listening. Vaughn got up to shower and he flipped through the Gideon Bible left on the nightstand. When she returned, damp hair clinging to her neck, she asked, "Why does it matter?" "Borman stash." Reacher set the book aside. 20 tons of dew. 20 tons of who? Guy's an end times fanatic. Preacher I talked to said these people are itching to kick things off. Thurman practically smirked when he mentioned precipitating events. Whole town's waiting for something to blow. Vaughn scoffed. He can't just trigger the apocalypse. Reacher's voice turned grim. Fanatics don't wait for destiny. They make it happen. They're trying to breed red cows over in Israel, Reacher said, staring out at the rain. Vaughn frowned. How would that even matter? Beats me. Cows aren't exactly a threat. Apparently, they also need a full-scale war in the Middle East. We've already got plenty of that. Not big enough. How much worse could it get? Plenty, Reacher said. What if another country jumped in? Nobody's that stupid. Unless someone fired the first shot for them. Vaughn crossed her arms. How would that even work? Reacher leaned forward. Picture this, a dirty bomb goes off in Manhattan. Body. Or Chicago. What's our first move? Evacuate. Then investigate. Right. Hazmat teams combing through the rubble. What do they find? Evidence. Exactly. Say they trace it back to what? And depleted uranium. It's easy to get, but do. Only comes from maybe 20 places worldwide. Nuclear powers. Bingo. Now, a list of 20 suspects doesn't narrow it down. But what if we got a little push in the right direction? Vaughn tilted her head. How? Remember Oklahoma City? They ID the Ryder truck in hours. Forensic teams are good at piecing things together. But uranium fragments all look the same, right? Sure. Unless the bomber skimped on materials. Maybe they padded it out with something else like car parts. Say the hazmat guys find scraps of Padits or Toyotas only sold overseas. Or even Iranian license plates. Vaughn went quiet processing. Iran's already messing with uranium. They brag about it. There you go. What happens next? We assume the worst. And then, we hit Iran. They hit Israel. Suddenly, the whole region's on fire. Precipitating events, Reacher muttered. Makes you wonder who's really pulling the strings. These are the same people who think a red cow means the apocalypse. Also the ones who insist on burying ashes properly. Maybe that's just smoke and mirrors keep everyone from looking too close. Vaughn shook her head. We've got nothing solid. Just an end times fanatic with enough ton and DU to level a city, access to Iranian cars, and a fleet of shipping containers last spotted near the Middle East. You really think this could happen? Anything's possible. No judge would sign off on this. It's not even circumstantial, it's a conspiracy theory. Reacher shrugged. Good thing I'm not asking for a warrant. Just waiting for nightfall. The rain didn't let up. 2 hours later, under the cover of darkness, Vaughn hesitated. If you're serious, call the state police. Or the FBI. Reacher shook his head. That means giving my name. Not happening. Then talk to the MP lieutenant. He already knows you. And it's his jurisdiction. He's eyeing a promotion. He won't risk it. Vaughn exhaled, watching the downpour. You're not a one-man justice system. What's really bothering you? Besides the legality. Yeah, besides that. I don't want you going in there. The radiation won't touch me. Fine. Then I don't want to go. You mentioned fertility problems and birth defects before, she said. I'm not pregnant. Hopefully. Same here. But these things can stick around. I might want kids someday. Reacher considered that a step forward. It's the dust that's dangerous, he said. This rain will settle it. And you don't have to go inside, just drop me off. Half an hour later, they were on the road. The storm had turned the streets into shallow rivers, forcing drivers to crawl along like they always did in desert towns unused to heavy rain. Vaughn flicked her wipers to full speed, their frantic rhythm matching the downpour. Once they turned east, the old Chevy became the only vehicle for miles, the rain hammering against the roof like a drum roll. This works in our favor, Reacher said. You think? Nobody's out in this. We'll have the whole place to ourselves. 30 minutes later, they passed the military police checkpoint. 4 soldiers huddled under rain capes, their orange security light refracting through the droplets on the glass like scattered gemstones. Would Thurman even fly in weather like this? Vaughn asked. Reacher shook his head. No need. They weren't working today. Up ahead, a faint blue glow marked the plant smaller than before, as if it had retreated into the distance. But as they neared, they realized only the far section was lit up the restricted compound, humming with activity. Guess they're back at it, Vaughn muttered. Good, Reacher said. Might have left the gates unlocked. They hadn't. Both the personnel and vehicle entrances were sealed tight, the main facility dark, while the hidden section blazed under the storm. You sure about this? Vaughn asked. 100%. Where then? Same spot as last time. The Chevy's tire spun in the waterlogged ruts, fishtailing before finding traction. Vaughn backed in, positioning the truck just right. Good luck, she said. And don't do anything stupid. Reacher grinned. Worst I'll get is a cold. Stepping out, he was drenched instantly. Kneeling in the mud, he adjusted the ladder into its familiar L-shape flashlight in one pocket, wrecking bar hooked in the other. He hoisted it into the truck bed, wedging it against the cab before letting it fall forward. The impact sent a metallic clonk echoing through the hollow structure, the sound bouncing back seconds later like a delayed echo. Climbing up, rain pounded his back, the wrecking bar clanging against each run. The curved surface of the cylinder was slick with water, making every movement a struggle. He pulled out the flashlight, flicked it on, and squinted into the darkness. He clenched the wrecking bar between his teeth, studying the swirling water below. The exact midpoint of the cylinder was his target, where the current split in opposite directions. A perfect divide. He adjusted his position, then lowered himself from the ladder, settling onto the slick surface. The sensation was unsettling wet fabric, clinging to wet metal, no grip at all. Water pooled around him, threatening to send him skidding like a loose tire on a flooded road. For a long moment he stayed perfectly still. The plan was simple: twist at the waist, flip the ladder inside, and reverse his position. But physics wasn't on his side. The slightest shift could send him sliding Newton's laws in action. Twist left and his lower half would spin right, sending him straight off the edge. A clever design, really. 14 feet down wasn't fatal unless he landed on a pile of jagged scrap. But without the ladder, getting back out would be a problem. Maybe the inner gates had simpler controls. Maybe he could MacGyver a new ladder from debris. Or maybe he'd be stuck forever. Worry about that later. With a nudge, he pushed forward, rolling onto his stomach. His hands squeaked against the wet metal as he slid, the wrecking bar clattering beside him. Then free fall. 1 heartbeat, 2, 3. The ground came up slower than he expected, but he hit clean, knees bent, rolling to absorb the impact. The flashlight spun away, the bar clattered off, and the air rushed from his lungs. But nothing was broken. Just mud, grease, and a fresh layer of grime. He stood, wiping his hands on his soaked pants, and retrieved the flashlight still glowing a few feet away. With the bar in one hand and the light in the other, he paused behind a stack of rusted oil drums before moving out. The yard was a maze of shadows, cranes, crushers, heaps of twisted metal. Beyond them, the inner compound glowed, its lights forming a shallow T-shape. The crossbar stretched half a mile, a brilliant blue line, while the vertical base was barely 14 feet tall. An open gate, an obvious trap. Reacher smirked, like moths to a flame. He trudged forward, the flashlight beam cutting through rainbow-streaked puddles of oil and rain. Every step added another layer of mud to his shoes, making him taller with each stride. He scraped his soles against scraps of rebar and I-beams, but the sludge kept building. By now he was drenched hair plastered to his forehead, water stinging his eyes. Up ahead, the white Tahoe sat parked near the main gate, ghostly in the dark. 300 yards. 7 minutes of slow, slogging progress. When he reached them, he turned right, checking the gate's inner panel. No surprises, just another gray keypad, another 3 million combinations to guess. No easy way out. He stepped back from the file cabinet and tucked the folded paper into his pocket, the numbers now his to keep. The rain outside hadn't let up, drumming hard against the roof as he slipped out the door. Nearly a mile later, the inner gate loomed ahead, still wide open, the floodlights cutting through the downpour like a blade. The glow was blinding up close, stretching out in a harsh beam that swallowed the darkness whole. Reacher hugged the wall, moving slow, listening past the rain. Nothing. Just the steady hiss of water on concrete. He waited, counting seconds, then stepped into the light. His shadow stretched behind him, long and sharp. No shouts, no alarms, just him, exposed under the glare like a man walking into an interrogation room. The ground was a mess of deep ruts, water pooling around his boots. Ahead, shipping containers rose in precise angular stacks, forming a maze of steel. He slipped between 2 V-shaped towers, stepping into a hidden arena. 8 massive stacks circled a space the size of a football field, sheltering a graveyard of machines, cranes, bulldozers, coils of wire, all scarred from hard use. Leather aprons and goggles lay discarded like shed skins. Then he saw it. To his right, a mountain of wrecked tanks towered 30 feet high, twisted metal jutting like the bones of some long-dead beast. Gun barrels bent at sick angles, turrets peeled open like tin cans. The stench of scorched steel hung in the air, even through the rain. Some of the wreckage still bore flecks of desert camo, but most was blackened, as if the desert itself had burned them. He turned away, forcing his gaze left. 100 yards east, an 18-wheeler stood ready, its Peterbilt tractor gleaming under the lights. The trailer held a blue shipping container, standard issue, nothing special at first glance. But something about it pulled him forward. He circled the rig, boots sinking in mud, taking in every detail. The truck was old, but cared for, the kind of machine that had seen miles but wasn't done yet. And then he stopped. Because the container wasn't just any container. The truck was a beast gleaming chrome smokestacks, bunk beds tucked behind the cab, and enough antennas to start a radio station. Next to it, the shipping container looked like an afterthought, its dull paint and dented sides barely holding together. The doors were sealed tight, secured with 4 heavy levers, all welded shut. No padlocks, no temper tags, just stubborn metal refusing to budge. Reacher wedged the wrecking bar between 2 welds and shoved, but it was like trying to pry open a bank vault with a toothpick. He dropped the bar and stepped back, scanning the trailer clamps welded to, of course. Nothing was getting in without a blowtorch and a lot of time. Frustrated, he took off, circling the perimeter, weaving through stacks of forgotten containers, his boots sinking into the mud. By the time he made it back, the inner gates were already swinging shut, slow, mechanical, unstoppable. 200 yards away, closing, fast. Then he saw them. 4 figures slipping through the narrowing gap. Thurman, the wrench-wielding giant, the foreman, and Vaughn, drenched and stumbling. No rain gear for her, just soaked clothes and hair plastered to her face. The gates clanged shut behind them, the bolt sliding home with a sharp click. They met in the middle, 5 feet apart, the mud sucking at their boots. Vaughn staggered to Reacher's side, gripping his arm like a lifeline. 2 against 3. Thurman's voice cut through the downpour. "What are you doing here?" Rain drummed against their yellow slickers, the only sound in the tense silence. Reacher stayed still, calculating. The numbers weren't great, but he'd faced worse odds. And this time, he wasn't alone. Reacher scanned the area, his gaze lingering on the rusted shipping container. "Just taking in the scenery," he said. Thurman crossed his arms. "What exactly are you looking at?" "Your setup. Interesting operation you've got." Thurman exhaled sharply. "You're trying my patience." Reacher ignored the warning. "What's inside the truck?" "You think you have the right to ask me that?" Thurman snapped. "Not about rights," Reacher said. "Just how things work. You answer, I walk away. You don't, I stay." Thurman's jaw tightened. "I've had just about enough of you." "Then tell me what's in the truck." Thurman hesitated, glancing at his foreman before shifting his attention to the hulking worker gripping a wrench. His eyes flicked to Vaughn, then back to Reacher. Reacher pressed again. "What's in the truck?" "Supplies," Thurman finally said. "Donations." "Like what?" "Clothing, food, medicine. Eyeglasses, prosthetic limbs, clean water. Construction materials. The basics. Who paid for it? The people of despair. Tides from the faithful. Why?" Thurman's voice took on a rehearsed tone. "Because scripture teaches generosity." It's better to give than to receive. Who gets it? Refugees in Afghanistan. The displaced. The poor. Reacher eyed the welded seams. Why seal it shut? To protect it. The journey is dangerous. Warlords, thieves, locks won't stop them. You know that. Why the secrecy? Why not just load it in the open? Thurman's lips curled slightly. Scripture also says charity should be discreet. We follow the word here, Mr. Reacher. Maybe you should too. Reacher didn't blink. Then why bring out the whole town to guard a truck of donations? Because not everyone approves of helping Muslims, Thurman said, his voice hardening. Some believe charity should stay within the faith. But Christ taught us to love our enemies, to give without condition. Reacher shifted his stance. Where are the Iranian cars? Thurman frowned. What? The cars from Iran. Gone. Melted down, shipped out. And the aunt. Thurman chuckled. A clerical error. The new girl mixed up the order codes. We sent it back the same day, never even unloaded it. Check the records if you don't believe me. Reacher's eyes dropped to the muddy ground. Where's the uranium? Thurman didn't flinch. Right under your feet. Buried. The government won't move it, so I keep it secure. Can't risk it ending up in the wrong hands. Vaughn glanced down. Reacher studied the churned earth, rainwater pooling in uneven patches. Satisfied? Thurman asked. Reacher stayed silent, his eyes drifting to the 18-wheeler, then the idle back. The rain drummed against their jackets. Thurman repeated louder, Are you satisfied? Reacher finally spoke. Maybe. After I make a call. What call? You know exactly what call. Thurman's smile didn't reach his eyes. Wrong time for phone calls. Reacher matched his tone. Wrong place, too. Reacher wiped the rain from his face and glanced toward the gate, then back at Thurman. You really that worried about what I might know? Thurman's jaw tightened. I don't follow. You follow just fine. Then enlighten me. Not happening. I expect some basic respect. And I expect to win the lottery. Looks like we're both out of luck. Thurman's voice turned sharp. Empty your pockets. Reacher smirked. Scared I memorized something important? Turned them out. Now, try and make me. Thurman hesitated, his expression shifting like a chess player weighing his next move. Then he stepped back and jerked his arm up, signaling his men. The two workers advanced, boots splashing in the mud. The foreman flexed his fingers, while the larger one smacked a wrench against his palm, the sound sharp in the downpour. Reacher shook his head. This isn't fair. Thurman scoffed. Should thought of that earlier. Not for me. For them. They've been handling uranium. They're already poisoned. They'll manage. Like Underwood did? Underwood was careless. I gave them respirators. He couldn't be bothered to wear his. These two always wear theirs? They don't work in the plant. They're fine. Reacher studied the foreman, then the giant. That true? You stay clear of the radiation? Both nodded. You feel good, Alfie? Another nod. You want to stay that way longer than the next 30 seconds? They grinned and closed in. Vaughn cut in, voice tense. Just do it, Reacher. Hand it over. Still playing bodyguard? It's 2 against 1. And one of them's built like a fridge. 2 against 2, Reacher corrected. You're here. I'm not helping. Let's just get this over with. Reacher shook his head. What's in my pocket stays there. The men took another step, bracketing him. Rain drummed on their jackets. Reacher blinked water from his eyes. We don't have to do this. Walk away now, we're good. The foreman snorted. Doubt it. Then you won't be walking at all. Big talk. Reacher stayed silent. The foreman exchanged a glance with the big guy. Let's end this. Strike first. Reacher lunged left, feinting at the giant. The man stumbled back off balance, while the foreman instinctively stepped forward right into Reacher's elbow, driving hard into his gut. The impact folded him like paper. A direct hit to the solar plexus meant agony, no air, and a one-way trip to the ground. The foreman collapsed face first into a waterlogged rut. Reacher kicked him onto his side, no need for a drowning, then pivoted, scanning the scene. Thurman had retreated. Vaughn stood frozen. The big guy crouched, wrench raised, waiting for his pitch. Reacher locked eyes with the massive man in front of him, his voice steady. Vaughn, back off. This guy's about to throw punches, and you don't want to get caught in the crossfire. He could tell she wasn't budging, so he shifted east, pulling the fight with him. The big guy lumbered after, his rubber boots splashing clumsily through the muddy puddles. Reacher pivoted north, closing in on Thurman, who scrambled backward to keep space between them. The brute wound up, swinging the wrench in a wide arc at shoulder height. Reacher took a quick step back, letting the tool whistle past. The sheer force sent the guy spinning like a top. Another swing, another miss. Reacher wasn't fast, but he was smarter, lighter, and built for endurance. Meanwhile, his opponent was already gasping, his steroid-pumped muscles betraying him with every wasted effort. By the fifth swing, the big guy adjusted, aiming behind Reacher's position. But Reacher saw it in his wild eyes, and sidestepped forward instead. As the wrench cut through empty air, Reacher twisted around the man's momentum and drove his elbow hard into his kidney. The guy stiffened, knees wobbling, but still charged again, like a bull in a ring, only slightly smarter. After a dozen failed swings, frustration won. The wrench went flying into the marsh, and the guy braced for a full-body tackle. Reacher almost smirked. The damage was done. His opponent was heaving, unsteady, running on fumes. Thurman knew it too, shuffling toward the gate like a man in slow motion. Vaughn, stop him, Reacher called, catching her darting after Thurman in his peripheral vision. Then the giant lunged, 350 pounds of muscle hurtling at him like a freight train. Reacher barely had time to plant himself before feinting left and tripping the guy, sending him face first into the mud. But before Reacher could savor the moment, something slammed into his back like a semi-truck. He hit the ground, tasting dirt, rolling just in time to avoid the foreman's next punch. Now it was 2 against 1. The foreman swung again. Reacher deflected, but the glancing blow flared pain from an old bruise. Fine. No more playing nice. Reacher dug his boot into the mud and unleashed a brutal series of punches right, left, each strike landing with precision. A gut shot doubled the foreman over, a jaw strike snapped his head back, a third blow to the temple staggered him, and the final uppercut sent him airborne before he crumpled into the dirt. The fight wasn't over yet. Reacher pivoted and drove his foot into the side of the giant's skull, sending him spinning like a kicked tire before he face-planted in the muck. Both men stayed down. Breathing steady, Reacher flexed his hands, no damage. He scanned the field just as Thurman wrenched free from Vaughn's grip, scrambling toward the gate like a panicked raccoon, his hair plastered to his forehead. Reacher grabbed the massive wrench from the ground, hefting it like a lumberjack with an axe, and trudged after them. He caught Thurman in 10 strides, shoved him to his knees, then moved past him to the control box. 2 savage swings reduced the keypad to sparking wreckage. Thurman gaped. Now we're trapped. Just you, Reacher corrected. Vaughn frowned. What's in your pockets? Everything we need. Rain hammered down as Reacher rolled the unconscious men onto their sides medic style so they wouldn't choke. Thurman pawed at the shattered controls uselessly before slinking away. Vaughn eyed the 18-wheeler. You really think it's a bomb? Would Thurman lie to a congregation? Reacher wiped rain from his face. If this thing detonates, 3 miles won't be far enough. And the gate's toast. How do we get out? Reacher grinned. You ever seen a truck used as a ladder? Thurman lurked in the distance, muttering to himself like a man who'd just bet his last dollar on the wrong horse. They abandoned him into rain and trudged through the muck toward the towering wall. 10 feet from the gate, they stopped. Reacher fished the switchblades from his pocket and passed them to Vaughn. Pressing his back against the cold concrete, he positioned himself under the curve of the massive cylinder overhead. Water cascaded off the metal, drenching his hair and jacket. He crouched, lacing his fingers into a makeshift step. Vaughn faced him, planted her boot in his grip, and steadied herself with her hands on his shoulders. As he lifted, she pushed off, rising until she stood unsteadily in his palms. Her belt buckle smacked his forehead. Sorry, she muttered. Just like old times, he grunted, voice muffled. Reacher was tall 6'5", with a reach that could touch an 8-foot ceiling without effort. Vaughn, at 5'4", stretched just shy of 7 feet with her arms raised. Combined, they had the height to clear the 14-foot wall. But lifting her wasn't like hoisting a barbell. She shifted, wobbled, fought for balance as he adjusted his grip. Ready? He called. Almost, she said, shifting her weight. Then go. He thrust her upward, shifted his hands flat beneath her boots, and locked his arms. She slammed against the curved metal with a hollow boom, her forearms taking the impact. The first switchblade snapped open. He tightened his grip on her toes as she adjusted, belly pressed to the cylinder. The first strike clanged uselessly against the wall. Want Pierce? She shouted. Hit it harder, he yelled back. Another stab. Another metallic protest. Her body jerked, and he sidestepped beneath her, keeping her steady like a circus performer balancing on a wire. The third attempt snapped the blade. Try the other one, he urged. Aim straight down. Think of the guy who shot David. His heart's on the other side of that metal. A pause. Then a sharp crack as the second blade punched through. It's in, she called. Pull. He felt her weight shift as she yanked on the handle. The metal groaned, splitting under the force, cutting through. It'll stop at a weld, he said. A second later, it held firm. Ready. On 3, she answered. 1, 2, 3. She lunged upward and he strained to help, stretching on his toes, fingers barely reaching. Then suddenly her weight vanished. He collapsed to the ground and rolled aside, expecting her to come crashing down, but she didn't. Scrambling to his feet, he stepped back for a better view and spotted her sprawled across the curved metal surface, legs braced, both hands locked around the knife's grip. For a moment, she just clung there, catching her breath before shifting her weight. Then she slid down the far side, slow at first, then faster, swinging as the blade carved through the steel. He watched her hands disappear over the curve, the knife slicing easier where the metal was already weakened before grinding slower through fresh cuts. It would catch again at the next weld, probably 5 feet down, judging by standard car roof panels. That meant she'd be dangling with nothing but air beneath her. A risky drop, but survivable. Maybe. The seconds dragged until 2 sharp thuds echoed against the wall, the sound bouncing around the hollow cylinder before fading. He exhaled, a smirk tugging at his lips. Their signal. She was out, unharmed. Impressive, Thurman drawled from a distance. Reacher turned. The old man stood hatless, his styled hair now a mess. Behind him, his two men still lay motionless in the mud. 4 minutes down. I could do that, Thurman said. Reacher snorted. In your dreams. She's quick, you're not. And who's gonna boost you up? Your boys won't be back on their feet anytime soon. They'll be too busy puking their guts out. Proud of that? They had a choice. Your girl can't open the gate without the combo. Just wait, Reacher said. You're about to see me fly. The rain drowned out any noise from the compound, drumming against puddles and metal. He waited, planted 6 feet from the wall. Then a canvas strap whipped over the top, landing near his feet. Vaughn had done her part, scrounging a tie down from Thurman's Tahoe, weighting it with scrap metal, and hurling it over. He freed the makeshift weight, tied a loop, and braced himself. He imagined her on the other side, securing the strap to the trailer hitch, shifting into 4-wheel drive for traction. Delicate throttle control was key. He didn't need his arms yanked off. The strap tensed, quivering as it took his weight. He stepped into the loop, felt the canvas bite into his palm, and let the Tahoe do the rest. The wall loomed above him as he rose. The rain made everything slick wet canvas sliding over painted metal, no resistance at all. The fabric stretched slightly as he felt the steady pull beneath his feet, lifting him inch by inch, barely faster than a slow walk. The Tahoe's engine hummed softly, barely above idle, and he imagined Vaughn behind the wheel, her foot barely touching the gas, focused and steady. Looks like the tables have turned, Thurman, he muttered. This time you're the one left behind. His grip tightened as he reached up, fingers finding the curve of the cylinder. He pushed back, adjusting his stance to keep from scraping his knuckles against the cold metal. His body swung with the motion, hips hitting the peak before he let momentum carry him the rest of the way. With a quick twist, he freed his foot from the strap and sprawled across the top of the wall, catching his breath. Then he pushed off, dropping down the other side, 2 heartbeats of freefall before hitting the ground hard enough to knock the air from his lungs. He rolled, gasping, then forced himself up onto his knees. Vaughn had stopped the Tahoe a short distance away. Reacher staggered to his feet, unhooked the strap from the trailer hitch, and climbed into the passenger seat, slamming the door shut. Thanks, he said, rubbing his ribs. You okay? She asked, her hands still tight on the wheel. Fine. You? She exhaled, a small smile tugging at her lips. Like when I was a kid and fell out of the old oak in my backyard. Scared, but in a good way. She shifted gears and accelerated, the tires hissing against the wet pavement. Minutes later, they reached the main gate, wide open, unmanned. We should close it, Reacher said. Why? Damage control. If I'm right. And if you're wrong. 5 phone calls will tell us. They stepped out into the rain, approaching the gray metal keypad mounted on the wall. Reacher flipped open the cover, revealing the numbered buttons. Try 6613, he said. Vaughn gave him a questioning look but punched in the digits. A second later, motors whirred to life, the heavy gates groaning as they rolled shut. How'd you know the code? She asked. Most people stick to 4 numbers ATM habits, he said. As for the rest, lucky guess. Revelation 1:3, Thurman's favorite verse. The time is at hand. So we could I've just walked out? Then so could they. I wanted them locked in. She shook her head. Where now? The hotel in despair. You've got a call to make. They left Thurman's Tahoe behind, switching to Vaughn's old Chevy. The streets were empty, rain slicked and dark, the town asleep. The hotel loomed ahead, its facade as unwelcoming as ever. Inside, the lobby was silent, abandoned dining room, empty bar, the reception desk untouched. Reacher flipped open the guest register, tilting it toward Vaughn. His finger stopped under the last entry, a couple from California, 7 months ago. "Call them in," he said. "Let's see if they remember their stay." Vaughn hesitated, then said, "Do what feels right if they're really aiding deserters." Reacher leaned back in the worn armchair, the springs creaking under his weight. "You think they're not? Something about this doesn't add up." Vaughn pulled out her phone and made the call. The room was quiet, except for the hum of the AC unit, struggling against the desert heat. After a moment, she sighed. "Charities send supplies overseas all the time. Missionaries, too. Most of them are decent folks." Reacher shrugged. "Never met most folks. My experience is with the ones who break the rules." "What makes you so sure?" "That welding job could have been forced open. That container wasn't just locked, it was fused to the trailer. Containers are meant to be swapped out, loaded onto ships. Whoever did this didn't plan on it going anywhere." The phone buzzed in Vaughn's hand. 3 minutes fast for interagency cooperation these days. She listened, silent, for what felt like forever before hanging up. "They can't confirm or deny the AWOL angle," she said. "Why not? Officially, they're activists. And activists can mean anything." "What kind?" "Religious extremists. They run the Church of the Apocalypse out in L." Reacher smirked. "End times fanatics. Maybe they came to recruit Thurman. Saw something in him." Vaughn shook her head. "First visit, sure. But after that, they'd be staying at his place, not some motel. Unless they had to wear him down." 4 months between their first trip and when he ordered all that once you really buy the clerical error excuse. She didn't answer. Reacher pocketed his phone. 4 calls. That's all we need." The rain blurred the windshield as they drove west, the town fading behind them. 3 miles out, the plant's lights glowed faintly through the downpour, cold, eerie, like a ghost ship stranded in the dark. They parked at the last stretch of pavement, the headlights cutting through the gloom. Reacher shifted, pulling out the borrowed cell and the damp, crumpled list from the purchasing office. He peeled the paper apart carefully. "Ready?" Vaughn frowned. "For what?" He dialed the 3rd number. The line rang, unanswered, until a groggy voice finally picked up. The big guy from the plant, sounding like he'd just rolled out of bed. Reacher grinned. "Sleep well." A pause, then a growled, "Screw you. Maybe later. You're the ones with the hotline to the divine. Tell me your buddy awake too." Silence. Reacher hung up and dialed the next number. 8 rings, then the foreman's voice. "Oops," Reacher said. "Wrong guy." Vaughn stared. "What's the play here?" "How the insurgents take out David." "Remote detonation. Probably radio." Reacher nodded. "So, if Thurman's built his own bomb, how's he setting it off? Not from some hilltop. He'll want distance, real distance." The rain tapped against the roof, steady and relentless. The plant's lights flickered in the distance, a silent beacon in the storm. "He's likely holed up somewhere far from here. Maybe back home in Colorado or tucked away in that church of his. Either way, he'd need a serious radio setup to stay connected. Honestly, he'd probably have to build it himself if he wanted something reliable. That's a ton of effort, though. My bet. He'd rather piggyback off an existing network. Someone like Verizon or T-Mobile already did the heavy lifting. A cell phone?" Reacher gave a slow nod. "Smartest move. Those companies dump millions into making sure their signals never drop. Ever seen their ads? They brag about coverage in the middle of nowhere. Some even throw in free long-distance calls. And you think his number's on that list? Fits the timeline, Reacher said. 3 months back. Two things happened at once. Thurman ordered a truckload of nut and 4 brand new phones. That's no coincidence. He already had the rest of his gear. My guess. He kept one for himself, handed 2 to his inner circle for private comms, and stashed the 4th inside that shipping container. Rigged the ringer to a detonator. Cell phones put out enough voltage to do the job. Maybe they added a backup battery or slapped on an external antenna. Hell, one of those antennas on the Peterbilt could have been a cheap Radio Shack special wired straight to the trailer. You're seriously going to call that number? Soon, Reacher said. He punched in the first digits. The line connected fast. Thurman picked up like he'd been waiting. You guys clear the perimeter yet? Reacher asked. We're still here, Thurman snapped. Why the hell are you calling? Starting to notice a trend? The last number was Underwood's. Dead men don't answer phones. Fair point, Reacher said. How much longer are you planning to keep us here? Just a minute, Reacher replied. He ended the call and set the phone on the dash, staring through the windshield. Vaughn's grip tightened on the wheel. You can't do this, she said. It's not justice, it's execution. Reacher's voice turned icy. Live by the sword, die by it. Thurman ought to know that one. It's straight out of Matthew. And let's not forget Hosea. They sow the wind, they reap the whirlwind. Funny how people like him only quote the verses that suit them. You could be wrong about all of this. Then no harm done. Gifts don't blow up. We lose nothing. But if you're right, then he should have come clean. I'd have let him take his chances in court. Vaughn shook her head. I don't buy that. Guess we'll never know, Reacher said. He doesn't even sound worried. He's used to people swallowing his lies. Claims he's not scared to die, says he's got a one-way ticket to paradise. You're not judge and jury. Worse than the guy who took out David's Humvee, Reacher shot back. At least David was a soldier in a war zone. Thurman sending that rig into a city, kids, families, thousands of people who'll end up just like you. And for what? Some twisted fantasy. Vaughn fell silent. Reacher pulled up the last number, thumb hovering over the keypad. He held the phone out to her. Your call, he said. Green to finish it. Red to walk away. For a long second, she didn't move. Then her hand lifted, fingers curled, index finger extended. It hovered near the screen, steady but damp with sweat. Finally, it inched forward. She tapped the green call button. Silence. No immediate response. Reacher wasn't shocked. He'd skimmed enough tech articles left behind on flights to know how cell networks worked. Hitting that button sent a radio signal to the nearest tower, which passed the request along through a maze of controllers and switches. The ringtone in your ear. Just a fake out, a little electronic placebo to keep you from panicking. The real connection didn't happen until the system confirmed the other phone was ready, then routed the call through fiber, microwave, or even satellite if needed. Only then did the real ring kick in. 7 seconds later, on average. Vaughn pulled her hand back, eyes fixed ahead through the windshield. The Chevy's engine hummed, wipers dragging streaks across the glass, still slick with leftover wax. 2 seconds passed. Nothing, she muttered. Give it time, Reacher said. 4 seconds. 5. They squinted into the rain. the arena lights flickering like distant stars through the downpour. 6, 7. Then a searing white flash split the horizon, swallowing the night. The rain around them vaporized in an instant, steam geysers erupting like 1,000 rockets firing at once. A black dome of soot surged skyward, twisting and collapsing in on itself, shredded by white-hot debris screaming through the air at impossible speeds. No sound. Not yet. Just blinding light and eerie silence. Then the shockwave hit. The truck lurched, brakes groaning, as the explosion's roar tore through the air, first a thunderous crump, then the shriek of shrapnel slicing through the storm. A hailstorm of molten fragments pounded the earth, shredding brush, hissing as they buried themselves in the mud. The world had just cracked open and they were left staring into the aftermath. The shockwave reversed direction as air surged back into the vacuum, rocking the truck violently. The dark cloud disintegrated under the force of the wind, leaving only scattered flames and drifting steam in its wake. Shrapnel rained down from the sky, clattering against the ground for 10 long seconds before silence settled in, broken only by the steady drum of rain on the Chevy's roof. Vaughn mobilized the entire Hull PD for crowd control, lining up her deputies, watch commander, and even the desk clerk along the western edge of Despair's last standing block. No one was getting through. State troopers arrived next 3 patrol cars within the hour, followed by 5 more taking the long way around. Word had spread about the uranium at the plant, and the military police had already sealed off the western road with a 5-mile perimeter. By dawn, the rain had stopped, leaving the sky a sharp, unbroken blue. The air was crisp, the mountains in the distance so clear they might as well have been etched into the horizon. Reacher borrowed a pair of binoculars and climbed to the 3rd floor of the westernmost building, forcing open a stubborn window to get a better look. The white metal wall was gone, just shredded scraps strewn across the landscape. The plant itself was a smoldering crater. Cranes and machinery toppled and twisted beyond recognition. Thurman's compound had been wiped out, the house reduced to splinters, the fieldstone wall scattered like spilled salt. The airplane hangar was demolished, the Piper nowhere in sight. Downstairs, the scene had shifted. Federal agencies swarmed the area, buzzing with updates. Air Force radar had picked up debris at 15,000 feet before it plummeted back to Earth. Radiation drones circled overhead, but the rain was a blessing, keeping any hazardous dust from spreading. Contractors were already being called in to erect a 19-mile biohazard fence, sealing off the site permanently. The townspeople stuck to their story, just another accident, nothing unusual. The agencies played along, offering no pushback. State officials rolled in with contingency plans, food, water, even buses for job searches in nearby towns. Special welfare would cover the first 6 months. No one asked too many questions. No one needed to. The Pentagon had already started its cover-up before the last embers cooled. The town offered every kind of transitional support, but after that, anyone left behind would have to fend for themselves. Reacher and Vaughn found themselves gradually pushed east by the flurry of official activity. By mid-afternoon, they were sitting side by side in the Chevy outside the general store, with nothing left to do. They took a final glance toward the west before heading down the road to Hope. Back at Vaughn's place, they cleaned up and changed. She sighed, running a hand through her damp hair. David's hospital won't last much longer. Someone else will take over, Reacher said. Probably someone with better resources. I can't just walk away from him. I wouldn't expect you to. Even if he doesn't realize I'm gone. He knew before. and it mattered to him. You really believe that? I do. Soldiers understand these things. Reacher pulled the borrowed phone from his pocket and tossed it onto the bed, then added the Suburban's registration from the glove box. He asked Vaughn to mail them back anonymously. She gave him a knowing look. Sounds like you're saying goodbye. That's all there is to say, he replied. Their hug was stiff, the kind shared by people who've been through too much together, but still don't quite know each other. Then Reacher stepped out, walking the winding path to the street. 4 blocks north, he hitched a ride without trouble. Plenty of eastbound traffic, a mix of emergency crews, reporters, and contractors riding the wave of sudden work. The mood was oddly upbeat, strangers chatting like old friends. His ride was a fence builder from Kansas, thrilled about the steady paycheck from digging post holes for the new barrier. Reacher hopped out in Sharon Springs, where a decent southbound road waited. San Diego was a solid 1,000 miles off, maybe more if he took the scenic route,